Oh, make some more inside out pieces today. Brand new tank of propane, brand new tank of oxygen. What's up, Hillbilly? How you doing? I'm guessing the mailman came. How you doing, Jessica? You go see if the mailman came. Here, I'll put on Josh real quick for you, so I don't leave you in silence.
Where families continued to live.
Keep talking about giants.
It was thus highly unusual to find
I'll be right back.
To find a cemetery with as many as 1,800 graves in it. They were concentrated within the area of the sacred precinct and ranged in age from pre-dynastic times before kingship began through Seleucid times. There were burials on top of burials, intrusions of graves into others, even instances of apparent re-internments in the same graves. In some instances, Woolley's workers dug huge trenches going down almost 50 feet to cut through the layers and better date graves. Most were hollows in the ground where the bodies were placed lying on their backs. Woolley assumed that these different inhumations were accorded on the basis of some social or religious status. But then in the southeastern edge of the sacred precinct within the walled area, Woolley discovered a group of entirely different burials. Some 660 of them, in them, with 16 exceptions, the bodies were wrapped in reed as a kind of shroud or placed in wooden coffins. And even greater distinction, for wood was in short supply and quite expensive in Samir. Each one of those dead persons was then laid to rest at the bottom of a deep rectangular pit, large enough to hold them. The people thus buried, both male and female, were invariably placed on their sides, not on their backs, as in the common burials. Their arms and hands were flexed in front of their chests. Their legs were slightly bent.
My Quake map
laid out beside the bodies or on them were various personal belongings, jewelry, a cylinder seal, a cup or bowl. These objects enabled dating these graves to the early dynastic period, roughly from circa 2650.
Fucking got up at 6 o'clock this morning. Gonna take my kid in to do the SAT today. Took him there. An hour later, he's sitting puking and shitting on my toilet right now. I think they gave him fucking food poisoning. He was there less than an hour. I'm kind of pissed right now, to be honest with you. I got up early this morning so the school could give my kid fucking food poisoning. I'm excited. I feel like beating somebody up. So I'm just going to sit here and smoke some marijuana and blow a little bit of glass and then go deal with this in a minute. If I got to take my boy to fucking doctor, I am suing somebody. This is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my Quake map. And I'm pretty upset about my kid right at the moment. Yeah, I've got him drinking water. I know, I've had it. He doesn't have fever. He's fucking throwing up. Feels like shit. And so I took out the trash. I handed him the trash can and said, "Here you go, buddy." when you when you got fucking food poisoning, the secret to happiness is an empty trash can. So you can fucking sit and shit. Yeah, I'm a little real happy about this whole thing. Yeah, Quake Map's just down. It's been down all morning. I certainly hope he gets feeling better too. He said he was, but I think he just threw up. He just came out of the bathroom. So let me go check on him.
BC to 2350 BC. It was the period in which central kingship was in Ur, starting with Ur's first dynasty when kingship was transferred thereto from Uruk. Woolley reasonably concluded that the city's ruling elite was buried in those particular 660 tombs. But then Woolley unearthed the special 16 tombs grouped together and landed an unprecedented find. They were entirely unique. Unique not only in Sumer, but throughout Mesopotamia, throughout the whole ancient Near East.
I don't like it.
Unique not only for their period, but for all periods. Clearly, Woolley surmised only someone of the highest importance had been buried in such special tombs and unique burials, and who was more important than the king or his consort, the queen?
He says he is. He knows Daddy's pissed too. Not at him. Orange juice. That's all he had. He had donuts here and orange juice there. He said he's feeling better. He just shat his brains out and puked a little. I said, well, we'll give it an hour or so. See how you're feeling. Just keep drinking water, kid. So you got to flush that out your system, water it down, get it out of there. It's the only way you're going to get rid of it. Yeah, he'll get to retake his SAT next month, I guess. I'm not going to let him fucking eat anything the time he goes in there. Jesus Christ. And he was all excited. He all excited this morning. He ain't too excited now. Oh my God. I can't stand public schools, man. I'll send him there for less than a damn hour and the boy's sick. Piss me off. God damn it. Power is unreliable. Why, you losing power on and off? We do occasionally. Out here too. For no reason. It's just like, boop, it's off. It comes back on. Like, the fuck was that? I opted out of surgery yesterday. My mouth still ain't healed enough to fucking warrant that shit. Now you live in the forest. Fucking tree can fall on your line anytime. Well, I don't live in a forest. I live in a little city that generates its own power. We still lose our power often, way more often than should be. Um, my mouth's just fine, Jelly. How you doing? I didn't get it operated on yesterday anymore. I'm letting it rest a couple more weeks before I fucking go get anything else pulled. I went in, he took out the stitches. He agreed with me. He was like, "Yeah, I had to cut you up." I was like, "I know." Give me another week or so. I said, "I blow glass. I can't fucking." He's like, "Oh." I was like, "That's what I tried to tell you last time I was here." I was like, you know. So I waited 3 days. It still hurt. So I got to work this week. I just wasn't into the whole pulling more teeth this week. I already had 3 big molars out, and it did everything to my system that I had no idea it would. Our town's putting in diesel generators all over the place. It's kind of funny. They generate their own power, and they know for sure they're going to be losing power. Uh-oh. I've been working on them since I got here, moon flipping and all that. So, like I said, somebody the other day got in my ear and was all like, "Hey, man, they listening to you. Look around." And I went looking around. They are. They're listening to me. You're getting ready. I was impressed. It's like, fuck, man. They make their own power, but they're still making sure they got power to where it needs to be. That's good to know. At least some places will still have water and sewage. I am too, Ajax. Except the Stone Age doesn't mean primitive. back to original design. Imagine the things we can accomplish together from what we've done apart. So I've branched out my search from the Masons. I'm starting to hit the Templars and the Vatican rites with our findings. Still alive. Trying to get some of this shit fixed anyway. So I met with my local Mason Monday and said he directed me to where I was going to go anyways. I was like, all right, heading that way. So this week I will probably be knocking on their door at their big temple. And like I said, I sent emails to the Templars, the hospilators. Let me tell you a little something about the hospilators. Those have been continuous since like 380 AD or some shit. Unlike the Templars, who were supposedly disbanded and reformed recently, the hospitators or whatever have been continuous. And I sent to the Malta also. So I'm hitting some powerhouses with these findings, and hopefully we can turn some demons into angels. If not, we just gonna have to slay them back. As they come at us, they will fall. I just hope they fall peacefully and be like, damn, why in the hell we've been doing this for so long? Here, let's try and fix it. I just, you gotta hope. I mean, they themselves said they didn't have all these answers. Now we do. They have fought wars for this information. They've been fucking killing us forever. All these little fucking clubs pulling strings, making prophecy come true. It's fucking nuts. It's fall, by the way. Mr. Allergies is coming out, making my eyes water and shit. I'm not sure. But I think it's the trees around here that really fuck with me in the fall. I think so, Ajax. I think it's the trees that do it to me this time of year. Around this area, it seems to be the worst time of year for me. Um, as with with as much agriculture and shit going on around here, you'd imagine. Because I'm allergic to the world around me. Period. You would imagine that I would be hating it more often, but nah, just towards the fall, early to late fall, the whole fucking fall, I usually fucking snot up. Yeah, it's the nose and throat thing. Let's say when I was a kid, I used to. Yeah, it can be mold too, but I don't have mold down here. Uh, I'm allergic to damn near everything in the world. But as a kid, they thought I had TB because I was sleeping on down, had down feathers, down pillows, fucking down blankets, and all that shit. That's when my tooth problems began. They started giving me that codeine cough syrup, ate up my fucking adult tooth before I even got them in. They came in yellow and weak. Uh, they took that shit off the market though. My cousins didn't even get their teeth. Yep, some of the people here do suck great big hairy balls. You bet they do. I gotta go see what's going on here. I'll be right back. Damn it. Love you. Yeah, he says he's feeling better. Sorry, I just heard him moving around up there. Just moving around up there. He's okay. Maybe I worry too much sometimes. Fucking piss me off, man. I keep that boy healthy. I send him to school. An hour later, he comes home sick. What's a motherfucker supposed to do with that shit? I don't know. We'll see how he feels in an hour. He's a tough kid. Imagine him. If it was just the orange juice, he should probably fucking just puke and shit that shit up. Be better real soon. That kind of food poison is a little bit different than the fucking meat food poison. I was worried about what he did eat, because I've had meat food poisoning before, and that shit ain't no fucking fun, man. That shit, that shit lasts as long as you do. I, Ooh. Don't eat rotten fucking meat. I had bought some honey ham from Albertsons one time. And that was brand new, man. I went home, made a sandwich. Oh my god, I shat for days. Oh fuck, I was gonna die. Clam food, yeah, woof. You, I'll bet. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It was probably just a little bit fermented, so it'll be out of them by afternoon, by lunch, probably, which is cool. Uh, I'm glad he didn't have no fucking sausage eggs or some stupid shit and get sick. He said he just had the orange juice. Like, all right, let's go get you a trash can. Yeah, I just don't happen to have any in my pocket. I got some in the toothpaste we use. Same as food poisoning. Well, see, that can vary, okay, depending on how they're directing it. Could boil your fucking skin. Yeah, the shit's not good for you. But they're not broadcasting 5G. They're only using 4.8 on those. I'm not saying it ain't 5G capable. Just saying, getting in the 4.8 range, yeah, it could make them sick. But they don't have a tower sitting on their school grounds, or I mean, it crossed my mind. They don't have a towers at school grounds, though. Yeah, I thought about it. I was looking. They just have the usual fucking drum receivers. You know, those are for fucking internet and cable service and shit. Yeah, I know. He said ain't wasn't nobody spraying them with nothing. No. It doesn't mean they didn't do it before they came in this morning. And I gotta tell you, I have confidence in my kids' immune system to knock that shit right the fuck out. um, I feed him right. What can I say? He eats what I eat. You see me do smoothies all the time. I mean, he sits up there and eats bowls of blueberries every day. That's like his brownie. That's his afternoon delight and shit. He'll fill up a thing of blueberries. That's the patch you usually don't see me cooking with because those are his. He loves blueberries. Well, just hold him up and teach him at school. Teach him at home. I put mine in school on purpose when he was 12. He's only 15 now. I just put him in there because he was going on 36 at 12. And I was like, fuck, man, you need some kids your own age. The teacher was like, let's make him a senior. He was 12. I was like, no. Hi, Pollyanna. I said, I put him in here for socialization. I said, you don't worry about his schooling. He gets that at home. But his very first day was the day after Christmas. So I put him in at a half a year and told him he was 12 and he was starting out as a freshman in a half year. And he'd be a sophomore the next year. And we decided to make him a junior anyways. And then last year he made himself a senior. So he's almost done with school here. He's only got half a credit. Yeah, well, I've got him doing it online. I just took him into school today to do his SATs, and he come home sick after an hour. He's feeling better. He's faster at Algebra 2 than his teachers. Uh, Look, last year I took him out of school again and told the superintendent I could literally prove where they had untaught my son quite a few things. And had a little counsel with him. And he went to the governor. And now in Colorado, there's actually a self-accelerated students program being introduced into the Colorado school systems, and they're pushing out the core because of that kid. Yeah, he's pretty smart. So I put him back in. The superintendent out here um, in Otero County, Colorado, is a good stand-up superintendent. So if you're looking for a decent school to put him in, this is a pretty good one. Well, Ajax, we could teach them how to dismantle tanks with their accretion disc en masse. Just throw them off. Your youngest graduated in June. Hmm. Well, congratulations on that. Too bad they graduated under the fucking core curriculum. Federal fucking mandated bullshit. That sucks. Yeah. I told the superintendent, I said, look, man, I took a part time job last year over here at McDonald's and then another one over here at Carl's Jr. pushed around the broom for a little bit with your little graduates. And I got to tell you something. You're going to give my kid a fucking diploma. I'm pulling him out of your school. He's like, what's going on? It feels pretty good when you can walk up to the actual fucking superintendent and say those words and have him. What's wrong? I thought we solved everything. I was like, not really. I said, just with intolerance. And then all of a sudden it got out of hand again. I was pissed. The only thing that fucking really brought me my attention to this whole fucking thing last year was my kid was failing in English. That's my weakest subject, yet that is his strongest subject. It always has been traditionally. He gets A's in that shit. He gets A's in damn near everything. Science seems to be his low end. He gets C's and B's and C's. But his English is fucking always, his English teachers are always like, holy shit. I'm like, I don't know where that came from. I am not the sentence conjugator. I'll tell you that right now. I don't give a fuck. But he's good at it. So I noticed that he was failing, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" And he's all like, "Mary sent you a message. They're blocking her videos on Long Valley. Tell her she can post them all over my channel." There ain't no doubt they're fucking. Did you tell her why they're fucking blocking her shit on? I don't, I'm just asking, Polly. Thank you. Just, yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all because she is watched a lot. And Magma Flow, I know. I'm Olamira. Who, me? Well, I can't help it. I don't explain things very well. That's why I send everybody to homebrew. Yeah, I know, Pollyanna. Well, some people have different learning abilities. Myself, I make about 7 different versions of one thing, like the moon. I'll talk about the man in the moon cartwheeling. I'll take the ball and the fucking flashlight, explain to you the tilt. I'll hook it up. I'll bring you the dictionary, this, that, the other thing. Sometimes John can ding a bell I haven't yet. I talk about wax rolling 180 degrees to wane, still floats over some people's heads. How can it? I don't know. Are they paid? I don't know. That's right. I try to hit all of them I can imagine. Uh, John's just better at the computer than I am too. I don't know how to fucking line 2 pictures up at one time. All right, I ain't even got that. Can I? Can I be honest with you? I ain't even got that. So fucking go to homebrew. You just want to shoot him in the leg. Is that it? The end? You bitch. Yeah, go to Lee. He'll show you the truth. Did you notice that my trolls just dropped off? I don't know where they went. I mean, even that last video I made, I was kind of expected somebody to fucking say something, but my trolls just. You know what? I think I'm getting so good at turning these motherfuckers' words on themselves that their own channel people saw them doing that. Because look, Astronomy Live has a bunch of people, and when they see me fucking arguing with him over there about the moon flipping, and the reason I did it on like somebody had made like 60 comments. I've learned that if I do that, everybody on that chain gets to see that comment. So everybody on that chain got to see that argument. At least 75% of them understand that the moon should never fucking rise, wax, and roll 180 degrees, Wayne, and saw that man openly arguing with me that it should. Do you know how fucking absolutely ineffective these trolls are? I think I just proved it. All you got to do is hand people the truth. They can sit there and watch that guy write paragraphs. I go, "Bop, where's my link, man?" Because I can find 55,100,000 different links on how to navigate with the freaking moon. See, and that wasn't a YouTube thing. That was an actual fucking wiki page. Boop. They can't hit me for nothing for fucking sharing that shit. I've been watching my community standards. I ain't got no strikes. What did it take? A day and a half? And they realized that they were actually helping the cause of spreading truth more than they had ever counted on, because a lot of people understand the dictionary and 55 million web pages. Is he following Exiled around? The fuck is he following? God. Where is Exiled? Tell him I got $1,000. That motherfucker ain't never brought me no NASA link that says the moon should be doing goddamn cartwheels. Nobody can. Astro Boy brought me a fucking winter moon, and then they sat there and said, "Oh, I'll just show you it should be horizontal." Well, actually, it shouldn't be horizontal. None of that said it was. It's just a little more tilted. It's horizontal, not just a little more tilted in the winter. It's fucking horizontal. There's a difference. Anyways. And then he's sitting there saying he didn't turn the page. He's like, no, that's just the way. I'm like, dude, you are fucking smoking crack. I'm looking at it. I used your video. He said he didn't turn that page. Oh my God. Yeah, they are, Pollyanna. Well, they got thousands and thousands and it's growing. Shit, man. If they jump on and start looking at Jason, they'll be like, God damn it. His entire goddamn neighborhood's out there waking up their families and their friends. Because he's got his entire neighborhood. Fucking. They just had some guy move out and another guy move in. He said there was a bunch of them sitting there talking to the one guy. They converted him in a day. I was like, woo, fucking gangsters for truth, yo. Ain't no shit. Well, the trolls can't hit anything with the banjo because fucking they're working with a lie. They're working with an absolute lie, an absolute known fact also. Because the only way you could ever see the moon flip from north-south hemisphere, wax to wane in one night, is jumping on a plane in New York and fly down to Sydney. And that plane better fly fast. It's on us. That's it. That's your best bet. Well, unless you're sitting on your front porch now, you ain't got to hurry so much to beat moonset. You know what I mean? You got to fucking bust your ass all the way down the fucking planet in 12 fucking hours to fucking catch moonset just to see it flip every day now. You can do it sitting on your damn porch. It's fucking amazing. You used to work on the Concorde. See? 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 You got to see it all the time. You got to see something a lot of people didn't get to see. And you know that was something that you couldn't see sitting on your fucking front porch. I'm sure at the time. I felt pretty special being a navigator and had uh, circumnavigated the fucking globe and seen the moon and learned how to do that. I thought I was like special because I everybody knew, you know, but nobody ever gets to see it. I did. I got to see it. Now we're seeing it from our fucking porch. And I don't feel so goddamn special anymore. And these people are telling me I'm crazy. I'm like, no, I think you're crazy. Actually, because I can prove actually you're crazy. The moon isn't supposed to fucking rise point first and set point. That's not the way it works. Well, that's the way it works now. It's not the way it's ever worked since Noah. Oh, poor Miss Patches. She's gonna whine and cry all day. She's a hound dog. Tell him, where's Timmy? She must not be wanting to bark. She's just missing me. Crazy dog. Thought she had to go poop. If they do, I suppose I'm walking them because my boy's sick. So I might want to go ahead and do that before I really get busy over here. All of my killing is working so nice today. I would like to do it while it's working nicely. So I'm going to go ahead and start my points and get them heating up. Oh, God dang, that stuff tastes so good. I could just go grab me a little spoon and eat that shit. That is some delicious stuff. Well, he's got food poisoning, huh? I took him in for his SATs. He got up at 6 o'clock in the fucking morning and was all excited and harebrained like himself. And an hour later, he's calling me up talking about it. So I brought him here. He shit his brains out and puked his brains out. Says he feels better. I went and emptied the trash can. I figured what was wrong with him. He had orange juice. I think he got some fermented orange juice. So he's going to be over here in a couple hours because he didn't eat no meat. I think I may have sorted it out. It's hitting temperature and not dropping too low. I'm keeping an eye on it. It hasn't done its new trick yet. We'll see what happens. Huh? I might want to unplug it just because it's hot now after I get my points in there. I don't know. Is it going to overheat my component? See, that's the question I'm having myself. I'm not sure yet. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. It's keeping pretty orange over here. So things are actually looking up this morning. Yeah, I want to go check on Junior, see how he's feeling. I keep wanting to check the mail too. I'm not sure why, but it's early. I'm down here early today. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I hate wasting material. I got lucky last time. It didn't pop anything or have any problems. But I mean, honestly, if you make the glass right and it's relaxed, well, uh, I could get by without killing anything. But I killed it, so it's molecularly very strong. You can bounce it like a basketball. Well, I'm probably going to be making some more corkscrew pieces, uh, double helix pipe, maybe a bubbler or two, just production bubblers because I don't have any. Um, I don't know if Anna has any either. I need to call her at some point today also. RJD2 radio misses me on Pandora. That's homebrewed station. That's fucking funny. Homebrewed your radio station is fucking harassing me, man. That's some funny shit. Yeah, a kiln's a kiln. A kiln's a kiln. It's just what elements you got to put in it, and how hot do you want it? The ceramic can take it. I like my kiln because the bottom of it, well, this thing's so fucking crazy. The bottom of that thing, I can lift that hole from the door to the lid up off of the bottom of it and flip the bottom. So I've actually got two bottoms to my kiln, which if you're familiar with kiln work, that's pretty valuable. Fucking up. That thing's 30 years old and I've still got two bottoms to my kiln. Because I ain't never fucked any of them up. I'm just saying. You can have issues. I've seen that. I've seen people fucking dig out the bottoms of their kilns to get the glass out of their kiln from melting it into the kiln. So I'm not going to be doing that. Hijack with yes. We puffing. I got Bubba Kush sugar hash all over my what the fuck am I smoking? I've been smoking this shit for a couple months now and I forget what the hell it is every time. Java OG. My Javas. I gotta go get me some more weed. I only got about a quarter left. Probably another couple weeks. So I'll go get me another ounce. Oh my god, it's delicious. Oh shit. Mine is old yet firm. I walk a lot. I stand a lot. I don't sit around a lot. I attribute that to my staying healthy too. That and I do get my fair share of goosebumps. Be producing those stem cells. I don't know, Pollyanna. I'm seeing all kinds of people. There's a square by the sun. That is interesting, Jacqueline. It's the Borg. It's a fucking Borg, man. Resistance is futile. Shit. Them motherfuckers are metal. They don't want to come down here. You can't see anybody else, Pollyanna? You might need to refresh your page, huh? It's getting to be about time for some reactiveness to the atmosphere here, too, on my end. Let me look at this while I'm just sitting here. See what Mama's doing right now, because she was acting a little bit crazy earlier. Oh, yeah, still. Double induction, really hot. Big push from behind. IMF lines, fucking huge. Huge push from the back. Boom, coming right now. Watch for quakes. Oh my god, my quake map's still off. Blech! Now I'm fucking so stressed out. I can stand it. Everybody still here? Yeah. They turned the whole map off. I have ways to get them to talk. Oh, que se no bueno. Hmm? Awful lot of shaking going on. I haven't seen the fucking pillar plots move. What are they doing? Halo plots are up. I'm not so sure if they're current. I don't know. Asteroids. Um, if they impact hard enough, I suppose. Just by passing, no. How's that? No. Not unless they're about the size of the moon. How big is it? And how close? I mean, the size of it's definitely going to matter. Yeah, it's possible. How big is it? Oh, no, it ain't going to cause no quake unless it hits. So, yeah, it wouldn't even put a ripple in the magnetosphere. It's not magnetic. Um, it doesn't have nearly enough mass to do anything unless it hits. Then it would cause a quake to show. Would probably be a big one too. Might blow a couple of fucking Hillary plots right off the map, actually. Literally. Well, which beach? You East or West Coast? I mean, if you're West Coast to anywhere, you know, have you been paying attention? Yeah, see, now an asteroid impact would concern me. If I was on the East Coast, but not the magnetic braking. And I've been also saying, hey, man, we're going to have multiple impacts. So I would actually expect a wave or two. No, Ajax, I'm not showing anything really current right at the moment. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Those, yeah, I did see those. They've been pretty active all day, all night. But I'm not seeing anything current feed. Except for Iswa, which fucking boom. Because the last thing I saw from on my helioplots, it's about 1800 UTC right now. And I'm looking at 1630 on the last entry. So it's been an hour and a half since even the UTCs, or since the helioplots have changed at all. So it's making me wonder what the, oh my God, what are they not wanting? Yeah. What are they not wanting us to see? So, oh, just a little crunch. Just a wee bit. Let me check this one too while we're here. Oh, yeah. Normal. Nah, it's fucking normal. No, poof. She said, that's a fucking, what did they call that? Man, what did they call that shit? A zip something. Zip stream. Some shit like that. Right? Some shit like that. I forget what NASA's. It's a good show though, mama. See, she's pushing on this thing, right? And there's double stuff going on the induction front. There's some really strange patterns behind this. I mean, the same players are there, but it definitely seems a little more irritated today than yesterday. Imagine, somebody said that that's probably what would happen, but everybody said that motherfucker was crazy, so I didn't listen to him. Maybe I did. I'm ready for this. How y'all doing? So Iswat is mom's dancing. I think Toth is sending us into a little twirl and pirouette. It's a fucking good time. Hold on. Yes, she is inducing from both ends through the accretion disc from the bow shock heavily right now. Fucking like, I don't want to say she's like full speed ahead because I don't know what this young lady's capable of doing. And I gotta say, to me, it looks like full speed ahead. She probably ain't even kicked in no kind of afterburner or anything yet. I'm guessing mom's being gentle on us. Cause like I said, I would have cooked everything. Everything about you, your dinner, you see, you've been cooking. I would have helped you cook it. That shit would have been charcoal. All that energy, all that fucking energy. Don't be surprised if you lose your cell phone and your Wi-Fi's. But mama ain't gonna cook you like I would. So fuck, it makes my hair stand up on end thinking about how much electricity each and every second is right now going through all of us. The closer you are to the equator, of course, being the accretion disk of the magnet, being she exerts out of both poles, I wouldn't want to be around the equator right now. Well, don't you have ISWA, Polly? It's hot. Are you on your phone? My phone does this swap, so I'm happy with my $40 purchase that I broke the screen on and shit the day after I fucking bought the goddamn thing. It's my screen you want to see. This was. No. God dang it. Give me some ISWA. No. ISWA. NASA. Jesus. Okay. There's like 5 million words on that last search. ISWA. NASA. So I've got it saved, but it's so far down on my list on my phone that it's just a lot easier for me to. Well, would you load this shit up, or are you gonna just make me wait all day? This was. Here we go. So, oh shit. Well, let's All right. So cow farts galore. It ain't nothing but cow farts going on. It's normal. Normal. Close field line. She's pushing out farts. That's all. Nothing to see here. Toot, 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 toot. Well, she's only single inducing right now. A minute ago, she was double inducing. Is this? Am I sure? This is a current picture here, though, too, because it is on my phone. Give me a second. Actually, let me cross-reference it right here. Because my phone, ISWA, doesn't act right. It doesn't want to reset, and I can't shut the fucking windows down. So it came with it open. Yeah, okay, that's correct, I think. Maybe. No, that's not current. That's earlier. Why the hell can't I get this to shut? I don't know what I'm doing. Trust me. Alright, look. I just want you to close. I'll get that. I'll get you to close. Why is this fucking so goddamn anti what I want it to do? I'm gonna have to open another fucking page on top of the page it's already open, and I don't want to open another page on top. It's not what I wanted to do. But here we are. All right. So now, oh, now you can see. Shit. Let me go ahead and get this one moving. Anyway. Hi again. So I got it upside down first. I need to get it moving because this one's current. The other one isn't. It won't act right for me. It won't shut down. The thing's been open for an hour or two. Here's the current. Like I said, she's double inducing. That's what it looks like on my computer. Like I said, I'm my phone one. Let's see if I can get this one to shut down. Come on. No. I want you. I want a. Dang it. No. 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 I want you to just vanish, not give me a hard time. Fuck. See, I don't know how to do this now. This should be shutting down over here. It's just not. I've got stacked pictures. All right, let's see. You know what? Cocksucker. You're pissing me off. I'm just going to close you up and accept that you suck. Phone. All right. So my phone sucks. I say so. It's not my inept abilities to high tech. It's the phone. It sucks. God. I hate my phone. That's what I'm screaming. I'm like, God dang it. I'm about ready to throw it in the kiln. That's a good idea. Start. Hey, I like Ajax. Yeah, I can't get it to do what I can on the computer. It's just got images stacked now, and I'm all like, shit. So I just closed it, cleared it. Maybe I should clear it, but that's going to clear my Google shit too over here. So I don't want to do that. I'll figure it out. I'll hand it to my boy. Speaking of which, let me get you all with Josh. Let me go upstairs and check on him, see how he's doing.
Cylinder seals in which names were
good. I don't
combined
feel
with the
like I'm
titles
all alone
Nin
there.
and Lugal convinced Woolley that he had discovered the royal tombs of Ur.
Yeah, he's going to have to fix it
His
for me.
greatest single find was the tomb designated PG-800. Unearthing and entering it was an event in the annals of Mesopotamian archaeology comparable to the discovery and entering of Tutankhamun's tomb in Egypt's Valley of the Kings by Howard Carter in 1922. To protect his unique find from modern robbers, Woolley notified his sponsors of the find by a telegram written in Latin that the date was January 4th, 1928. Subsequent scholars have accepted that logic and continue to refer to this unique group of tombs as the royal tombs of Ur, even though they have some have wondered, because of what those tombs contained, who in fact was buried in several of them. Since to such scholars the ancient gods were a myth, their bewilderment stops there. But if one accepts the reality of the gods and the goddesses and the demigods, one is in for a thrilling adventure. To begin with, the 16 special tombs, far from being simple pits dug in the ground large enough to hold a body, were chambers built of stones for which a large excavation was made. They were set deep in the ground, and they had vaulted or domed roofs whose construction required engineering skills extraordinary for those times. To those unique structural features was added one more. Some tombs were accessible via well-defined sloping ramps that led to a large area, a kind of a forecourt behind which the actual tomb chamber was located. Next to the exceptional architectural features, the tombs were unique in the fact that the body they held lying on its side was sometimes not just in a coffin, but at times in a separately constructed enclosure. To all that was added the fact that the body was surrounded by objects of extraordinary opulence and excellence. In many instances, a one-of-a-kind, anywhere, anytime item. Woolley designated the Ur tombs by the PG personal grave code in Missouri, and in a tomb designated PG 755. For example, there were more than a dozen objects beside the body in the coffin, and more than 60 artifacts elsewhere in the tomb. These objects included a splendid golden helmet, a superb golden dagger in a magnificently decorated silver sheath, a silver belt, a golden ring, bowls, and other utensils made of gold or silver. Gold jewelry with or without decoration with lapis lazuli, the blue gemstone prized in Shamir, and a bewildering variety of other metal artifacts made of electrum, a gold-silver alloy, copper or copper alloys. There we go. Smelted items. All that was entirely amazing for its time, when man's metallurgical acumen was just advancing from use of copper that needed no smelting to the copper tin or copper arsenic alloy we call bronze. Objects of such artistry and metalworking techniques as the dagger and the helmet were absolutely unknown anywhere else. If these observations bring to mind the opulent golden death mask and magnificent artifacts and sculptures found in the tomb of Egypt's pharaoh Tutankhamun, let it be remembered that he reigned circa 1350 BC, some 12 centuries later. Other tombs contain both similar and different objects made of gold or electrum, all of outstanding craftsmanship. These included utensils of daily use such as cups or tumblers, even a tube used for drinking beer, and all were made of pure gold. Other cups, bowls, jugs, and libation vessels were made of pure silver. Here and there, some vessels were made of the rare alabaster stone. There were weapons, spearheads, daggers, and tools, including hoes and chisels.
Hoes? There were hoes in Egypt?
Also made of gold. Since gold being a excuse me.
I thought that was a creature.
Gold being a soft metal,
That's why it's called
to drive these implements with any practical use. Those implements, usually made of bronze or other copper alloys, must have served only a ceremonial purpose or were a status
I
symbol.
heard they had one in Babylon. I didn't know they had it in Egypt.
There were a variety of board games and numerous musical instruments made of rare woods and decorated with astounding artistry, lavishly using gold and lapis lazuli for the decorations.
Oh.
Among them was a unique lyre made entirely of pure silver.
Don't laugh, it would encourage me.
There were other finds, such as the complex sculpture nicknamed the Ram in the Thicket, that did not emulate any object or tool, but were art for art's sake. For them, the artisans again lavishly used gold and combinations of gold with precious stones. Similarly mind-boggling was the array of jewelry ranging from elaborate diadems and headdresses to chokers, bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings, and other ornaments. They were all made of gold, semi-precious stones, or combinations thereof. Here we go. See, these guys were badass at making things out of stones, metals, crystals, didn't matter. In all of these objects, as in the ones mentioned earlier, the artistry and the techniques used to make and shape them to create alloys, to combine metals and materials together, to weld them all together, were unique, ingenious, and unmatched compared to any finds outside of these tombs. Boom. Boom. Unmatched in their artistry, going back that far. See, that's what I've been on to about this whole rock wall thing. Why do you think it is, the rock wall being older than the Great Pyramids and Göbekli Tepe or these ancient sites, why don't you see the same building material used in other sites around the world like you see in rock wall? With this geopolymer mortar that actually grows over the rock and makes it stronger over time. It's basically a living rock. Because this thing was assembled pre-deluge, right? So all the knowledge and the information that was contained to build the rock wall was lost after the Great Flood. So when the waters receded, these guys made their way back up on the 33rd parallel in Mesopotamia to reset up shop. They basically had to go from memory because all of their data storage and everything else had been lost. And most of the people that knew all the information had been wiped out. That's why the structures that you see after the rock wall, the Great Pyramids or any other megalithic structure you can name around the world, are astounding in their engineering, but still lack certain things that seem to have existed farther back in time. Yeah, nope, there's just no question. These guys were here. One must bear in mind that none of the materials used in all of those objects, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, carnelian, rare stones, rare woods, none of this was locally found in Sumer, or even in the whole of Mesopotamia. Right. But these guys that are going all over the world can bring back material from all over the place. They were rare materials that had to be obtained and brought over from afar, yet they were used without any concern for rarity or scarcity. Right. Oh, we can just fly back over again and get more if we run out. Above all, there were the obviously abundant use of gold, even for making of common objects, cups, pens, or tools, etc. Yeah, they just used gold for anything. Why? Because they had it coming out of their ears. Who had access to all those rare riches? Who, at a time when household utensils were made of clay or at best of stone, used uncommon metals for common goods? And who wanted everything possible to be made of gold, even if it has rendered them impractical to use? As one peruses records from those early dynastic days, one finds that a king considered it a major achievement by which that whole year was to be remembered if he managed to have made and present to a deity a silver bowl, seeking in return prolonged life.
Silver bowl.
Yet here in selected tombs, myriad exquisitely crafted artifacts.
It's the silver bowl.
Utensils and tools were made not just of silver, but mostly of gold in abundance and a use nowhere connected to royalty. Gold, it will be recalled, was the purpose of the Anunnakis coming to Earth, to be sent back to Nibiru. Insofar as an early and lavish use of gold here on Earth, and for common vessels is concerned, we find gold mentioned only in inscriptions.
I've been openly begging Homebrewed to make videos, and he just keeps sending me a picture of that. I don't know. I keep refreshing. My refresh button is broken. He's probably at work. Knowing John. Uh-oh, Donnie. Yeah, he's entertaining. He's one of these Anunnaki bloodlines. You know, I mean, we're hearing about him. I mean, he left his second wife for Melina while she was working for Epstein. Look it up. Donnie's been a playboy his whole life. Ain't nothing new. That's what kills me about everybody pointing at Billy. I'm like, oh my God, Bill was there just because fucking Trump got his ass in. He's like, yeah, it's my friend Bill. Introducing him to fucking Epstein and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, these people don't know who the fuck is in the White House. It's fucking amazing. Uh, when you just when you've had a head on your shoulders and been watching this motherfucker for, how long's he been alive? Longer than me. So I've had plenty to watch and go off of when dealing with this cat. I don't know why everybody has such a problem understanding who the fuck he is, or why I'm throwing up red flags. Is I'm an ex-Republican. I'm like, man, that guy ain't never been a Republican. One, for one, just for one, just for one. That guy's never been a Republican in my lifetime. Well, maybe once in college for a short time, but he went Democrat anyways, and he's always, since all his life, paid more to them than the Republicans. That's just his history. Not that it matters. See, that's the whole thing a lot of people also don't understand. It don't fucking matter. That's the whole point. Your vote don't count anyway, as far as that club is concerned. That's just the long and short of it right there. I wish it was a different story, but unfortunately it's not. They've had the American people fooled for long enough. It's not only the American people, it's the fucking globe at this point, for God's sake. Tell me it's not. The entire fucking globe. It's 180 fucking nations actually under the rule of this fucking corporation. And they're all too happy to make us hate each other. To keep it going. Keep it going. And we're the ones that keep it going. We keep falling for the same old stupid bullshit every fucking time. It's like Charlie Brown. It's like we're fucking watching Charlie Brown and Lucy. The bitch be yanking the football every time, Charlie Brown. She ain't gonna fucking hold it, Charlie Brown. You screaming at Charlie Brown. He run up and still try to kick, end up on his ass. Every time, man. What the fuck is wrong with Charlie Brown? That's my next question to you. So as you can tell, I'm fighting with my killing again. I think, I don't know, I'm still fighting with it. It just dipped down to 700 again. Freaked me out. It's up again, so. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Angel and mom and dad, her mom and dad, my, the ones I adopted, her parents, not mine, not my adopted parents, but her parents that I adopted, um, hardcore Dems. And that's why they're all blocked on my Facebook. We still talk every fucking, like at least every week or two. We love each other and get along, but I can't. except for Angel. Facebook online shit's always been her thing. Mom and I don't really give a fuck about that. She understands. I just don't want to look at her bullshit. She's ex-military. She knows all that shit too about the fucking bullets, and no matter who's in your party, but she's still convinced that her vote will change shit. So we just decided to not talk to each other on Facebook no more. Or maybe I decided not to. Okay. I blocked my adopted mom. Then I went out of my way to adopt. And so don't take it personal if I block you or don't block you, but unfriend you on Facebook. Just don't take it personal. I've gotta tell you, I'm over there for one purpose, and it ain't to look at what the fuck you're posting anyway. Sometimes I'll run into a post that's worthy of my commentary. I'm generally over there to talk to Donald Trump and, people like that. Hitting them with my fucking raw map today. That's an old one. Do I still have my message over here? Is it 200 words or less? No, that's right. I reset my shit, so I don't have my message hooked up. I reset it so I wouldn't lag, so I knew it was my shit that wasn't lagging. Yeah, it's a built system. It's actually designed to divide us. That's its only purpose. The whole system's designed for that one purpose, to divide us, the people. Um, they work as one. They work as one on every damn thing. Anybody tries to out them, they work as one to get them out. They're very much all in bed together, and it's all for the corporation. They're corporate heads. They're yes men, if you want to equate that. And they're appointed by a corporation, and the yes men of that corporation. It's fucking amazing once you get in the system. Because I had fought the system for 20 some years, and I got so good at it, they were like, I mean, the first time I popped my head up in North Carolina, it resulted as the first unanimous decision in their entire legislature history, ever. So, and ever to this day. Um, and it was against the core curriculum, a federal mandate. You get okay. I did that. I did a video on it, showed you the actual poorly punctuated paragraph that caused that to happen, and how I was convinced that the fact that that happened over that poorly punctuated paragraph and side by side linked comparison of the curriculums resulted in that first unanimous decision was that nobody had ever done that before. So everybody should write an angry letter to the management because mine resulted in some fucking good shit. But then 3.5 years later, after working for these fucking senators and shit, I had learned my lesson and I had investigated myself into a hole and found out that even though, I mean, the hemp bill got passed and all this good stuff, the state superintendent of the fucking North Carolina school system got prosecuted because of my works, because she implemented the court against the first unanimously decided on law in North Carolina history with the feds. Now she got prosecuted and got a fucking a raise, a federal job. And I started investigating what the fuck is this system, and I started finding contracts instead of fucking. I went to the libraries of Congress. They're there. That's why I made previous videos. Your red and blue division will kill you, etc., etc. It's it's all contracted. We're a corporation. They appoint who they want it to have, and openly by delegates, delegating authority. And they'll tell you on the news. They don't have to vote the way you want to, and they'll make all flowers and greatness out of it and how it's even and wonderful. They don't tell you who the fucking delegates delegate for. How do they decide to vote? It doesn't have anything to do with you. They tell you that much. Well, like I said, it ain't gonna do no good, Heather. They would get me out the next year or fucking in 3 months. Some adultery, fucking, and you bet I was balls deep in that. how old's how old's Ivanka? Tear that eye and knock your ass up. Honey pot me. I'm just kidding. I'm just saying, Five Eyes is already fucking hounding my ass since 2014 when I quit being in the club. I don't think they're gonna let that happen. I don't. I don't care if I was running from fucking dog catcher. Damn straight. Shoot. How you doing today? We was just over here having fun with the U.S. government and they trolls because we know they're here. There's only like 6 of us here in chat. There's like a dozen of them out there looking at us. Saying, look at them. They're in the dungeon. We're in the dungeon. Hanging out. So how are you doing today? Waiting for Regal to pop in too. The boy ain't been in a couple days. I saw him yesterday though. He seems to be doing okay. Just a little under the weather. But I was smoking Mary Wannaz over here, so I'm gonna blow you up a hit. Shoot. I got the fucking Bubba Kush sugar hash going on, man. It's a nice bowl. Very sweet, nectary taste. We best get used to the dungeons. Hell yeah, I'm breaking y'all in, right? Shit. Well, hi there, Polycentric. How are you? Oh. Hmm. Yeah, I've actually pretty much cut normal ties and just started doing public ties with the management because uh, they've actually closed down normal ties, all kinds of ties over here. The catacombs. Who's in the catacombs? It happens. People get highly charged. That's why I gotta get in here and settle y'all down before you kill my trolls. I love my trolls. I want to hand my trolls their heart. That way they can stop being trolls. Troll for truth. Oh, that's a debate. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's still too early. I got soup. Ooh, I got soup for days. I've heard of Kim Cat. I haven't seen Kim Cat. Couple days. Wow. Still nothing on the Quake map either. Really unsettling. Chill out, Miss Patches. And okay, so they updated a half an hour. So they're still lagging an hour and a half over here on the helium plots. Patches is triple. Take the UPS guys up. Unless the Jesuits pulled up a tank. Wow. That's some straight curly Q shit going on right there. I'm telling you right now, just I wish I could monitor this shit and see what the fuck is going on. Why in the hell's my Quake maps and shit? Do they know something's? I don't like you guys no more. Fucking Quake map. All right, I'm back. It took away my friend. It's been my oldest tool. When they shut it down, I feel like I kicked my dog. Who was it this morning? I was over there fucking around on their page. Probably pissed them off. I don't even remember who it was. I think it might have been Lee. No. Well, it was Lee. I went over there and fucked with somebody. I didn't fuck around on his page. I talked to a couple of his peeps. Fuck, who was it? I was fucking with this morning. Ah, strike me live. I went over there. He was saying some stupid shit. And then I saw a couple of people talking about Dutch. I couldn't resist. I was like, oh, fuck. All right, here we go. You know, I try. I try to be good sometimes when I'm on a trolls page. I find it hard. I find it sometimes overwhelming. Way overwhelmingly too hard to just be good. And I got to just open up with low barrels. Because if I'm going to say something, I might as well just blast it, right? So yeah, I don't know. I haven't received too many comments this morning though that are out of sorts. Actually, I don't think any, and none on this page today either. I think they're out there trying to find a NASA link. Oh, they're going to work. They're going to find that I was lying. Because as hard as they've been working to fucking print, they're going to look harder for the fucking NASA link. That motherfucker just don't exist. They're fucked. Look, they got quiet all of a sudden because they was like, all right, let's go look for a NASA link. What are they going to come up with? Another homemade video? NASA lies. The moon should be doing cartwheels. It's an illusion. Well, hi, Chris Ann. Oh my God. I guess Eric Briggs been following Rebel around. Somebody, I forget. Somebody came in and said, "What is it?" But I mean, I'm sure he probably won't follow him around too long to get a black eye. Get pinned up top and cornholed. That's the way to do a troll. Fear them not when you are armed in fucking knowledge. Damn. But I do. I think just from what I saw that one day that Astronomy Live on his own page was doing to himself told me clearly, oh my God, I hope I can keep these guys going because they're fucking waking up. They, boom, boom. I had two people. This is really going on because they saw me fucking arguing with the guy. And they were like, I gotta agree, this is not normal. Is this really going on? I'm like, fuck yes, this is really going on. Seriously, I think that's why they all got quiet. It's something you just can't fucking lie about. Most people are very aware the goddamn moon shouldn't rise, wax, roll 180 degrees, and set wane. All you gotta do is point out that it is. And them being on their astronomy guy's page, seeing the astronomy guys say that the point up on the moon should fucking set first, set off a lot of fucking red flags. I didn't do it. No, I started the argument on one of these comments that had like 60 fucking comments on it, like I said. So each and every commenter got a fucking little shot of that argument. I did. Um, I've learned from doing it that on Facebook to all these individual like Trump sites and shit. It gets a big response. A lot better than just posting up a comment. Dude, if I post up a comment on someone who got 60 some fucking or more fucking comments on their shit, everybody gets that notification. And so I did that on his page. He started the argument right there in front of all those people. I was like, oh, as soon as I started getting responses, I was like, oh, these are actually really people on his page that didn't know he was pro lunar flip. And they obviously weren't aware that the lunar is flipping either until he opened his fucking mouth that these people respected. See, if he had been quiet, I'd just be another nut job. But they're on his page, you see, and he's over there telling them it's normal for the fucking wax and wane each night from your fucking front porch. How? Started having response as soon as he said something. And they were just like I said, they were like, wait a minute. Whoa, wait, seriously, what? This is really going on? No, really, this is going on. You guys are talking about something that's real here. I'm like, yeah, go look at your moon. Stop listening to this fuck. Fuck no. Because I can tell you know better. I didn't tell him about this page. Yeah, I don't generally friend requests. I just don't. I've probably denied it already. It gets in my way. I've unfriended like 6 people today. Okay, don't take it personal. I keep saying I'm just over there to work. I don't want to see what everyone posts. And you're bound to post something that's going to piss me off, and I'm going to yell at you. I'm famous for it. Seriously, John said one of the most frequent comments he gets is "Catfish cussed me out and sent me here." I do it to everybody I love. If you ain't been cussed out yet, I'll get to you. Yeah, I've always just been that way. If you can't accept the truth or whatever, it's just the way it is, I have issues with you. Now, if you bring me some fucking evidence that'll change a perspective, then bring it, you know. But usually, when we lay it down, for example, 1748 hertz, goosebumps, and it leads to fucking stem cell production, and I'm all like, well, that kind of shit kind of adds to what we're doing here. And continually, step by step, that's how this has developed. You know, we haven't been on the wrong track because the right track has been laid out in front of us in the laws of physics. And it's just that simple. You can see through any lie as long as you use the laws of physics. Oh, my page is totally public. My page is totally public. You can view anything on it. And it's got the eye raw. It ain't the other Eric Briggs. It's got the eye raw on that shit. That's a public page. If I was you, I don't know how to do it, but yeah, it's all good. I'd go back to like 2012. It really started getting good. 2013, 2014, things started picking up. Yeah, if you look at his Facebook page, he is the CEO of No, the Moon is Not Doing Cartwheels Every Night in the Sky, Inc. Swear to God. That's his about on his Facebook page. I'm like, you, you, I, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It is. It fucking is. Oh my god. uh, I see that shoe. Well, these people see that if you go to their channels, you'll see they're all connected to Daza. All of them. Daza the camera. It's a ring of five eyes. And look at Eric Briggs. Where'd he come from 10 months ago? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? And what's he do? What's he do? What's his channel do? His channel mirrors this one in a 180. Everything we talk, or not this one, uh, I haven't looked at Eric Briggs in the last few days. I don't know what he's been talking about. But every time I get over there and make a video, he counters that video on his fucking page. Although he's got what, like 70 viewers or some shit? 70. Well, you know they're all Five Eyes troll agents. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and it's easy to tell who's who. Who's Wages World? Well, that would be Blue Kool-Aid. The day after I read that hieroglyph on the interview I have raw on goes on the WSO channel, Steve Olson, the owner of WSO, put um, Blue Kool-Aid on as his science advisor, where I had been that up until that day. And he came out with not only Blue Kool-Aid, but planet-sized Palladium spaceships the next day after I translated that fucking hieroglyph. And we had the truth laid out in front of us as to what was going on. Had the magnet signatures and everything. This motherfucker throws in Blue Kool-Aid. I'm waiting around for him to call me because he's supposed to Zoom me. He never said a fucking word. He put Blue Kool-Aid on, and the way I found out is because I saw the fucking podcast, and I was like, "Oh, you motherfucker!" He was trying to bury any truth that came out that day when I translated that fucking hieroglyph, and that is who Wages World is. He came out that day and says, "Well, I've never looked at this magnetosphere monitor, but let's see what we can tell." And he started talking about stupid shit. So, and he still talks about stupid shit to this day. John's been over there and tried to help him a couple of times, and he just gets pissed. Block John. Fucking yeah, that's who Wages World is. He's connected in there with WSO and them, and Maverick, and ultimately in there with Burroughs and the whole Oppenheimer Ranch team and all that. It's a big web. Uh, yeah, Ajax. That guy in particular is big red flag. I don't think he's big person. I think he's just a fucking dirtbag. I believe out of the UK. That's why he was jumping on. He's out of the UK. He's Five Eyes. I don't think he's big in Five Eyes. Dazza is his boss, obviously. Or maybe Astro Boy. But Dazza, as far as I can tell, is like the main Five Eyes hub because they're all Dazza subbers. Yeah, I know. Well, Dazza the fucking cameraman, his name is David Gregg, and he's being investigated in New Zealand for child molesting. Period. The cops don't even know how to spell his last name for sure because they openly say in that fucking whole police report thing that he is in a group called Five Eyes, which is a high intelligence fucking group of disinformation, blah, 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 blah. That was another part of the fucking article that I read exposing even the cops don't know who the fuck this guy is. Exactly the end. Yeah, there's a lot of people doing that that don't have any idea what they're actually looking at. They don't know how to explain it, but they're reading the script or listening to somebody else like Blue Boy over there. Okay, that's why I say you guys drink too much Kool-Aid or Mountain Dew, and Dutch Boy can suck a dick. That's a pretty good video. If you haven't seen it, it was just a couple of weeks ago. I ain't kidding. I covered all that in a previous video. I just told you the title. Think I'm trying to start a fight? I have found, honestly, when my trolls open they fucking mouth, they hang themselves pretty good. You bet. Did you see what Ben Davidson did? How about this last batch of fuckheads over here that started this shit? Huh? They started this shit years ago. I thought they'd be happy to see me back. Oh, and they thought they were happy to see me back too for a minute, didn't they? Then, then what happened? I made a video. Oh my god, catfishing, catfishing, fucking angry motherfucker. These motherfuckers been fucking with me since 2014. I didn't even know who they were. I didn't know that an organization existed, and now I'm pissed because there's a fucking organization of organizations against me. Guess what? Every time you guys come at me, I bounce back with more people and more like, and it ain't more people. It's more people fucking waking up. They ain't coming to my channel because they know you're watching me. Now all of a sudden you expose yourselves. They're like, holy fuck, I want to distance myself from everybody, but I'm going to go at least look at the goddamn moon. Because my astronomy boy that used to tell me fucking astro shit, I just watched him tell somebody that the fucking hoopty is normal, and I know better. Fuck you. Fuck you both. See, that's an acceptable response to me. As long as they fucking wake up, they can say fuck me. They go to Homebrew's channel. Homebrew's number one when they start going to the Google. They'll be like, look, I recognize that fucker. That fucker's that crazy fucker. And this one here's Homebrewed. So I'm going to go look at Homebrewed. And he's not going to cuss at me and going to tell me why my moon's doing cartwheels. Because we're number 1 and 2 on those search engines. On all of them. See how it works? Fucking love it. Yeah, ask your preacher why the hell he ain't talking to his flock about why the goddamn moon's confounded. Isaiah 24:23 in the end of days and fucking preparing his flock. He ain't preparing them for nothing, is he? Leading them around blindly. Damn, I'm on a roll. I'm on a fucking roll. Watch me just fucking spitting vile. I must have sat up all night weaving fucking cats and nines tails, gonna be beaten and rendering fleshes. I'll show you what Jesus would do. What no power, bitch! Straighten up! I read it in a book. Oh my god. I did. I read it in a book. He did that. He got pissed off, sat down, and made some fucking whip and fucking rendered flesh. I was like, damn. People say, what would Jesus do? They must not have read the same book I did. Oh my god. Oh. It tickles your heart. Just thinking about it. Well, we know the truth, and once you see the truth, you have a choice to make in your heart. And some people, they make that choice, and it doesn't look any different than what they've been doing. So, choice made, free will established. Don't kill yourself over it. Now, if people say, well, who cares? What can we do about it? Hand them their heart, show them how to stack a magnet, say, there you go, there's your answer. Now they'll start getting uncomfortable. Because it actually does matter what they do. Very much. Let it sink in. It's okay. It's human nature. It's the programming. Show them scientifically. Get them reading the fucking hieroglyphs. But this kind of truth can't stay hidden now that it's exposed. And I'm not the one that exposed it. It was exposed to me. That's all I got to go with right there. We all experiencing divine intervention. It ain't no motherfucking coincidence. Yeah, there, I'll say it. I'll say it and blow the hit of fucking Mary Wannaz. See there? But the beautiful thing about this is that it releases and frees a human being because there is no other man or woman over another in creation. It's the mother, father, and the child. And once you start under fucking standing what is going on, I mean, how can this not change a demon into an angel or fucking dragon into a white dragon working for good? I just see from my experience working with human beings in general in power that putting information that's unwavering in front of their face, they have a decision to make. And a lot of times they'll make the right decision. Some people try to hold out. I won't be in a box. Yeah, and Ajax, a lot of people get aggravated. They're like, I'm trying to wake people up and stuff. I'm like, just keep handing them the moon. Tell them about their magnet. Send them to leave. And watch that fucking tree grow. Watch that seed you planted grow when the shit starts hitting the fan. Because shit's the best fucking fertilizer I'm aware of. And shit, watch that fucking tree just go poof, boom. There's apples all over it. Oh shit. Meek, I get it. I get it now. No, because then all of a sudden they'll care. they'll realize their big screen ain't gonna be there, and they're fucking free of their debt. Damn it. We got a lurker. I want to blow some glass. I got check the mail. I gotta call Anna real quick before I get busy, just to make sure she don't want any specialty items, because I plan on seeing her soon. I ain't gonna call that number. I'm gonna call that number. Rigs for us, Denver.
Here it is. Rigs for use.
Rigs for use. Hola, mi amiga, más bonitas. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Cool. I heard you was busy. I was talking to Chad earlier this week, seeing if you had any objections to seeing me this week. He said that you was working overtime. I said I'll call you Wednesday, see how you're doing. I got my kid had to take a SAT this morning, and then they gave him food poisoning. I know, right? Less than an hour at school, he's sick. He's feeling better. Yeah, it was. It was. It was the orange juice. He just got some fermented orange juice because he'd already eaten it at home. And all he had here was donuts. I had the same donuts. So, yeah, I knew it was the school. I was like, fuck. So he pooed and puked like once each, and then he's feeling better again. He just walked the dogs a minute ago. So, is there anything special you need? Because I'm getting ready to work, and I was like, well, now would be a good time to call you to see if you need anything specific. Yeah, colored, and the twisty ones, and the little heady ones too. I've got a honeycomb heady bubbler too on me. Uh, I don't know. I'm just making glass. I was gonna make some more corkscrews today because those are always or inside outs, or you know or whatever Anna needed. Okay. Okay. You good on little cheap glass on glass pools, inside out ones, and all that stuff? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll make some with some knots on them and stuff too. Some thicker ones. Unless you want some in, do you want some right side outs too? Rakes or the little animals on? I just make all kinds of different things. Yeah. Well, I got that. I got that. Cool. All right. Well, then I will see you very soon. Not today. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll be coming up through the springs because I gotta drop off my landlord's tags. They came here for his tag for his wife's car. So I guess they save taxes up here or some shit. So they do that every year. Yeah. Well, hey. Anyway, yeah, I gotta go drop that off, and I'll be seeing you early afternoon, probably. All right. Awesome. You too. Love you too, Mike. You have a good day. All right. All right. Bye. She said she worked last night too. But she's been busy. My girl busy. She worked at Red Rocks. I like the fact that I get to pick the people I work with. That's why I work with Anna. There's a lot of people in Colorado that sell glass. Kenny. Fucking Kenny. All right, I'm going to check on my kid real quick before I get busy. Just make sure his little punk ass is feeling
Relating to a news and
Then I'm gonna
M2
come
state
down and blow
visit
some fucking
to
glass.
Earth circa 4000 BC. In those texts, which were identified by their scribes as copies of original ones from Uruk, detailed instructions specified that all the vessels used by Anu and Antu for eating, drinking, and washing shall be made of gold, even the trays on which food will be served, had to be golden ones, as to be the libation vessels and censers used in washing. A list of the variety of beers and wines that were to be served to Anu specified that the beverages had to be served in special supu, liquid holding vessels made of gold. Even the mixing vessels in which food was prepared had to be of gold. The vessels, according to those instructions, were to be decorated with a rosette design to mark them as belonging to Anu. Milk, however, was to be served in a special alabaster stone vessel, not in a metal one. When it came to Antu, golden vessels were listed for her banqueting, mentioning the deities Inanna and Nanar as her special guests. The supu vessels for them, as well as the trays on which they were served, also had to be of gold. All that, one ought to remember, at a time before mankind was granted civilization. Well, the only ones able to make all those objects had to be craftsmen of the gods themselves. Remarkably, the Anu and Antu list of eating and drinking vessels that had to be made of gold, and in one specific case, of alabaster stone, reads almost as an inventory of objects discovered in the royal tombs of Ur. So the questions, who had to have common utensils made of uncommon metals, who wanted everything possible to be made of gold, led to the gods as an answer. A conclusion that all those objects were for the use of gods, not mortal royalty, becomes more probable as we reread some of the Sumerian hymns to their gods, such as this one inscribed on a clay tablet from Nippur, now languishing in the basement of the University Museum in Philadelphia. A hymn to Enlil, it extols his great golden hoe with which he broke ground for the Duran Key, the mission control center in Nippur. Enlil raised his hoe, the hoe of gold with lapis lazuli tip. his hose tied on blade of silver gold was made. Similarly, according to the text known as Enki in the World Order, I've read that here on the show before, his sister Ninarshuk has taken for herself the gold chisel and the silver hammer. Again, utensils that made of these soft metals were only symbols of authority and status. When it comes to the harp made of silver, we find that a rare musical instrument called aljar is specifically listed as one of Inanna's possessions and a sacred marriage hymn to her by the king Idi Dagon. The musicians, it says, play before the algar instrument of pure silver made. Although the precise nature of the instrument, which gave out sweet music, is not certain, the algar is mentioned in Sumerian text as a musical instrument played exclusively for the gods, except that Inanna's was made of pure silver. Such mentions of objects similar to those found in Ur's special tombs are found in other hymns. They become virtually countless when it comes to jewelry and such, and they are especially overwhelming when it comes to Inanna and Ishtar's jewelry and attire. Yet as portentous as that all sounds, what was encountered in several of the royal tombs was even more mind-boggling. For even more unusual than the objects and opulence that accompanied some of the deceased was their accompaniment by scores of other human bodies buried along with them. Buried with others buried alongside the deceased were an unheard of phenomenon anywhere in the ancient Near East. So the discovery of two companions buried with a deceased in a tomb was already unusual, but what was found in some of the other tombs surpassed anything ever found before or thereafter. Tomb PG-789, named by Woolley the King's Tomb, began with a sloping ramp that led to what Woolley designated the burial pit and to an adjoining burial chamber. Presumably, the tomb was entered and looted by grave robbers in antiquity, which may account for the absence of the main body and precious objects. But there were other bodies all over. 6 companion bodies were lying in the access ramp. They wore copper helmets and carried spears as soldiers or bodyguards would. Down in the pit were remains of 2 wagons, each one drawn there by oxen whose skeletal remains were found in situ together with the bodies of 1 oxen handler and 2 drivers per wagon. All that was just a glimpse of what Woolley called the king's retainers. 54 of them found in the death pit. Their precise locations marked by a skull sign, and who, judging by the objects found near the bodies, were mostly males who held decorated spears with electrum spearheads. Near them lay loose silver spearheads, rain rings made of silver, shields and weapons. Bulls and lions were a prominent feature of sculptures and decorations. While all that bespoke of a military leader, the objects found near a smaller number of bodies, identified as females, bespoke appreciation of art and music. A sculpted bull's head made of gold with huge lapis lazuli beard, wooden lyres exquisitely decorated, and a musical sound box with panels whose inlaid decorations depicted scenes from the tales of Gilgamesh and Enkidu. An artist's 1928 rendition of what the assemblage of the death pit might have looked like before everyone there was drugged or killed to be buried in situ gives a chilling reality to the scene. Adjoining PG-789 was a similarly planned tomb, PG-800, that Woolley named the Queen's Tomb. Here, too, he found accompanying bodies, both in the ramp and in the pit. 5 bodies of guards and an ox cart with its grooms, and 10 bodies, presumably of female attendants who carried musical instruments. But here there was a body lying on a bier, placed in a specially constructed burial chamber where it was accompanied by 3 attendants. This chamber was not robbed in antiquity, probably because it was a sacred sunken chamber. Its roof, rather than its floor, was on the same level as the floor of the pit, Judging by the skeletal remains as well as by the profusion of jewelry, ornaments, and even a large wooden chest for clothing, it was the body of a female, the queen,
Like a
as
goblin.
Willie called her. The female's body was adorned virtually from head to toe with jewelry and accessories made of gold, silver alloy, lapis lazuli, carnelian, and agate. Gold and gold in combination with lapis lazuli and other precious stones dominated these finds. Gold and silver were the metals of which objects in daily use were made. So were various artfully sculpted objects, such as the heads of a bull and of a lion, with somewhat lesser opulence, but were similarly adorned were the female attendants who were buried with her. In addition to an elaborate golden headdress, each one was wearing golden earrings, chokers, necklaces, armbands, belts, finger rings, cuffs, bracelets, hair ornaments, wreaths, frontlets, and a variety of other adornments. Near those two tombs, Willie found the forepart of another large tomb. He unearthed the ramp and the pit, but did not find the burial chamber to which they must have belonged. He named the find the Great Death Pit because it contained 73 bodies of attendants. Based on the skeletal remains and the objects found on or near the bodies, only 5 of them were males, lying alongside a wagon. Spread in the pit were 68 female bodies. The objects found near them included an outstanding lyre, since then known as the Lyre of Ur, the ram in the thicket sculpture, and a bewildering variety of jewelry. As in other tombs, gold was the dominant material. It was ascertained later that Woolley did find a burial chamber, but because the body in it was wrapped in reed matting, he considered it an intrusion from a later time and not the original burial. Woolley unearthed a few other death pits without finding the burials with which they had been associated. Some held just a few bodies of what Woolley termed retainers. Others held many more. For example, one held 40 bodies. One must assume that they were all entombments, essentially similar to PG 789 and PG 800, and that intrigued scholars and researchers from Woolley on. But these entombments had no parallel anywhere else on Earth, nor were they mentioned in the vast literary trove of Mesopotamia, with one exception. A text dubbed The Death of Gilgamesh, by its first renderer in English, Samuel N. Kramer, describes Gilgamesh on his deathbed, informed by the god Utu that Enlil will not grant him eternal life. He is consoled by promises of seeing the light, even in the netherworld where the dead go. Missing lines deprive us of the link to the final 42 lines, which it could be surmised that Gilgamesh was going to retain in the netherworld the company of his beloved wife, his beloved son, his beloved concubine, his musicians, his entertainers, his beloved cupbearer, the chief valet, his caretakers, and the palace attendants who had served him.
I just laid my hand right on that hot piece of glass that just melted into this hot piece of glass. Like a full-on fucktard.
Well, sorry about that. I have to turn my mic down just a second. A line 7 in the fragment's reverse side, that can be read to include the words, whoever lay with him in the pure place, or when they had lain down with him in the pure place, is taken as an indication that the death of Gilgamesh in fact describes an accompanied burial, presumably an extraordinary privilege granted to Gilgamesh, who was 2/3 of him divine, as compensation for not gaining the immortality of the gods. While this explanation of the legible lines remains debatable, there is no escaping the uncanny similarity between the death of Gilgamesh text and the stunning reality uncovered at Ur. Another recent debate whether the attendants, who were certainly part of the funeral procession, stayed to be buried voluntarily, were drugged, or perhaps killed as soon as they reached the pit, does not change the basic fact that they were demonstrating a most unusual practice, unemulated and not practiced anywhere else, where kings and queens galore were buried over thousands of years. In Egypt, the afterlife notion included objects, but not a host of co-buried attendants. The great pharaohs were buried amid an opulence of accompanying objects in tombs hidden deep underground, lying by themselves in complete isolation. In the Far East, the buried Chinese Emperor Qin Shi Huang, circa 200 BC, was accompanied by an army of his subjects, but they were all made of clay. And though from AD times and on the of a soul skeleton in PG 1054. Though these seals left their owners' identities unknown, they did suggest that the owners were males with heroic attributes, an aspect that becomes evident from the third such seal, in which a wild man, or a man in the wilderness, was added to the depicted scene. It was found in PG 261, which Woolley described as a simple inhumation that has been plundered, and this seal had its owner's name inscribed on it in clearly legible script: Lugal Anzu Mushin. In his report, Woolley did not dwell on this cylinder seal, though it plainly identified it as the tomb of a king. Subsequent scholars have also ignored it because, since Lugal meant king and Mushin meant bird, the inscription makes little sense when read King Anzu Bird. The inscription, however, becomes highly significant if it is read, as I suggest, King Anzu Bird, for it will then suggest that the seal belonged to King of Anzu Bird fame, who would identify the owner as Lugal Banda, whose way to Arata, the reader will recall, was blocked at a vital mountain pass by the monster Anzu Mushin, the bird, Anzu the bird. Challenged to identify himself, that is what Lugal Banda answered. Mushin, in the Lalu I was born. Anzu, in the great precinct I was born. Like divine Shara am I, the beloved son of Inanna. Could the demigod Lugal Banda, a son of Inanna, spouse of the goddess Ninsun, and the father of Gilgamesh, be the VIP who was buried in the violated and plundered tomb PG 261?
Could be.
If we are right in suggesting so, other pieces of the jigsaw puzzle will begin to form a plausible picture never before contemplated. Though no telltale golden objects were found in it, strewn about in PG 261 were remnants of an assemblage associated with military men. Copper weapons, a bronze axe, etc., objects befitting Lugal Banda, who came to fame as a military commander or in Merkar. Since the tomb had been entered and plundered by ancient grave robbers, it could well be that there had been in it very precious artifacts that were carried off. To envision how PG 261 might have been originally, we can take a closer look at the very similar tomb, PG 755, where the golden helmet and the golden dagger were found. We do not know who owned them because among the artifacts inside the coffin, 2 golden bowls, one actually held by the hands of the buried occupant, were inscribed with the name Mes Kalam Dub. The name, no doubt, of this very person. His name with the prefix Mes means hero, as explained by us earlier, meant demigod. Not deified as Lugal Banda and Gilgamesh were, his name does not appear in the god lists. In fact, the only instance throughout the god list of a name that begins with Mes, a partly legible name that reads Meskar Ra, is found among the sons of Lugal Banda and Ninsun. But Mes Kalam Dug, hero who the land held, is not a complete unknown. We know that he was a king from a cylinder seal bearing the inscription Mes Kalam Dug Lugal that was found in the SIS soil. We know something about his family. Metal vessels lying near his coffin in PG 755 bore the names Mes An Pata and Nin Banda Nin, suggesting that they were related to the deceased. And we know who Mes An Pata was. He is listed in the Sumerian king list as the all-important founder of the first dynasty of Ur. And he did not earn this honor without the highest qualifications. As stated in a British Museum text that we have quoted earlier, his divine seed giver was Nanar Sin himself. Being only a demigod meant that his mother was not Nanar's official spouse, the goddess Ningal, but his genealogy still made him a half-brother of Utu and Inanna. We also know who, in this context, the female Nin Banda Nin was, a two-tiered cylinder seal belonging to the Man and Animals in the Wilderness series, found in the SIS pile, was inscribed Nin Banda, Nin Dam, Mes An Pata, Nin Banda, goddess spouse of Mesi An Panda, identifying her as the spouse of the founder of the Ur-1 dynasty. How was Mes Kalam Dug related to this couple? While some researchers hold that he was their father, to us it is obvious that a demigod could not have been the father of a Nin goddess. Our guess is that Nin Banda Nin was the mother of Mes Kalam Dug and Mes Anapata was his father. And we further suggest that the discovery of their seals in the SIS soil undoubtedly means that they too were buried in the royal tombs group. Tombs that had been entered and robbed in antiquity. It is at this point that one must clearly and emphatically put an end to the continued scholarly references to Ninbanda as Queen Nin, as in Ninarshag, Ninma, Ninti, Ninki, Ninlil, Ningal, Ninsun, and so on. It was always a divine prefix. The god list includes 288 names or epithets whose prefix was Nin.
Yep.
Sometimes also for male gods, as in Ninurta or Ningusita, where it indicated lordly or divine son. Ninbanda was not a queen. Even if her spouse was a queen, she was a Nin, a goddess. As the inscription doubly states, she was Nin Banda Nin, confirming that Mes An Pata was her husband, and leading to the conclusion that the VIP entombed in the PG 755 Mes Kalam Dug was the son of that goddess and demigod couple who started the first dynasty of Ur. The relevant section in the Sumerian king list states that Mes An Pata, the founder of the Ur-1 dynasty, was succeeded to the throne in Ur by his sons An-Apata and Mes-Kiag Nuna. They both bore the Mes prefix, thereby confirming that they too were demigods, as of course they were if their mother was the goddess Ninbanda. The firstborn son, Mes Kalam Dug, is not included in the Ur-1 list. His title, Lugal, suggests that he reigned elsewhere, in the family's ancestral city, Kish. Could it be that the only one of this group of Ur-1 kings who was royally buried in Ur was Mes Kalam Dug, the one who did not actually even reign in Ur?
Some deep ass 3D.
Not only the discarded cylinder seals listed above,
intricate.
but also a damaged seal imprint found in the SIS soil bearing the name Mes An Pata, founder of the dynasty, suggests that ancient robbers found his grave, robbed it, and then threw away the seal that was with the body. There are enough unidentified tombs to choose from. As the jigsaw puzzle of the first Ur-1 family and its burials emerges, it behooves us to wonder who the mother Ninbanda Nin was. Was there a connection between Lugal Banda and Nin Banda? If Lugal Banda, as we have suggested, was buried in Ur, as were Nin Banda's spouse, Nes and Pada, and 3 sons, what happened to her? Did she, with her Anunnaki longevity, need no burial? Or did she herself at some point die and was also buried in this cemetery? This is a question to be kept in mind as we unfold step by step the amazing secret lurking in the royal tombs of Ur.
Shit, not another secret. Lurking.
The 6th wilderness scene cylinder seal that depicts a crown-wearing naked male bears a clear inscription of its own. Lugal Pada, King Chupada, we know nothing of him except that he was a king, but that fact alone is significant, because the seal was found next to his body in the pit of PG 800, where he was one of the male attendants. Depicting him naked would be in line with earlier instances in which a naked Lugal served as female deity. That a king served as a funeral retainer makes one wonder whether the other grooms and attendants and musicians, etc.,
might have been
who
God.
accompanied the deceased VIP were mere servants, or rather high office holders and dignitaries in their own right.
Probably.
That the latter is the case is additionally suggested by another find near the wardrobe chest in PG 800 of a seal bearing the identification Abaragi, which can be translated as the water purifier of the sanctuary. The personal seal of an office holder who, as the deity's cupbearer, was the deceased's most trusted personal aide. That the attendants of entombed VIPs were high-ranking persons in their own right is further attested by a cylinder seal found in the great death pit of PG 1237. Depicting females banqueting and having beer with drinking straws while musicians are playing. It belonged to a female courtier and was inscribed Dumu Kisal,
That's how you do that.
daughter of the sacred forecourt. This, too, was a title of no small import, for it linked the title of its holder to a subsequent king named Lugal Kisal Si, the righteous king of the sacred forecourt, indicating her royal priestly genealogy. While PG 755 yielded an untombed body without its death pit, PG 1237 a death pit without a grave and a body, and PG 789 the king's tomb, a grave and its pit but no body, PG 800 emerged as the ideal discovery, providing the archaeologists with a body, a grave, and a death pit. Understandably, in Woolley's and all other researchers' opinions, PG 800 was the richest of all the burials in the royal cemetery of Ur. He also viewed the king's PG 789 and the queen's PG 800, which sat right against each other as a special unit, similar in their having the sloping ramp, the bier or coffin carrying the wagon, the death pit filled with attendants who themselves were high-ranking, and the special separate tomb chamber constructed as an underground stone building. Well, this makes total sense to me that they would bury these, kings and high-ranking officials. These people were essentially bred and raised to serve these gods. That was their entire life. When that god died, to them, they served no other purpose. Their purpose was done. And so, in order for them to complete their life cycle, this is how they did it. This is not that big of a shock to me. When you read all this other stuff, it makes sense that, these gods, these Anunnaki gods, actually bred these demigods and, went and did some whoring and basically created the people to serve them. That was what their whole lives were dedicated to.
Yep. They said so.
Whoever was buried in such a with-pit tomb with attendants who were themselves VIPs, even a king had therefore to be more important than a mere royal princess or a king. It had to be at least a demigod or even a fully qualified god or goddess. That leads us to the greatest enigma of the royal tombs of Earth, the identity of the female who was laid to rest in PG 800. We can start unraveling the mystery by taking a closer look at the objects and adornments found with her. We've already described some of the golden abundance in PG 800, which was not robbed in antiquity, extending to the fashioning out of gold, even of utensils in daily use. A bowl, a cup, a tumbler, and we noted the similarity of such use to the specifications for Anu and Antu's stay in Uruk some 2,000 years earlier. The similarity additionally embraces Anu's emblem, the rosette of flower leaves. So it is not without great significance that the same symbol has been found embossed into the bottom of the golden utensils in PG 800. This could be possible if the utensils found in Ur were the very same ones from Anu's visit at Uruk, somehow preserved for 2 millennia as a family heirloom, in this case, a feat linked to Inanna, to whom Anu bequeathed the Inanna temple in Uruk with all in it. If the utensils were made afresh in Ur, then the VIP for whom they were made had to be entitled to display Anu's symbol. Who could that be, other than someone directly belonging to Anu's dynastic family? Another clue, in our opinion, is an inconspicuous object found in PG 800, a pair of golden tweezers. The archaeologists assumed that it was made for cosmetic use. Maybe. But we find an identical object depicted on a cylinder seal belonging to a Sumerian Azu, a physician. We show the tweezers from PG 800 superimposed on the cylinder seal to support the conclusion that it was a medical instrument. We don't know whether this symbolic emulation in soft gold indicated the profession of the deceased or was also an inherited family heirloom. In either case, it suggests that the goddess in PG 800 had links to a medical tradition. We now come to the jewelry and adornments of the buried queen. Every detail about them justifies the adjectives unusual, remarkable, extraordinary. They definitely deserve extra attention. She was laid to rest wearing on her torso not a dress, but a cape made entirely of beads. As already mentioned, there was a large wardrobe chest outside the tomb chamber, indicating that the queen had ample clothing. Yet from the neck down, the naked body was bedecked not with a garment, but with long strings of beads. 60 of them, made of gold, combined in artistic designs with lapis lazuli and carnelian beads. The strings of beads formed a cape that was held in place at the waist by a belt made of golden strings decorated with the same gemstones. There were gold rings on each of her 10 fingers, and a golden garter that matched the belt was worn on her right leg. Nearby on a collapsed shelf lay a diadem of gold and lapis lazuli, adorned with rows of miniaturized animals, flowers, and fruits, all made of gold. Even the pens were artfully made of gold. Undoubtedly, the most glittering and eye-catching of her accoutrements was the large and elaborate headdress. It was found crushed by fallen soil and was restored and placed by experts on a model's head. It has since been among the best known and most exhibited objects from the royal tombs of Ur. Facing the entrance to the Sumerian Hall in the University Museum in Philadelphia, it usually evokes a wow reaction upon first sight. That, too, was my reaction the first time I saw it. But having become familiar with it and where it was found, it seemed odd that the only way to fit it on the head of a mannequin was by artificially giving the mannequin an immense coif of stiff hair. The weighty headdress was held in place with golden pins and golden ribbons, matching its design and size were huge golden earrings adorned with precious stones. The disproportion of the headdress is obvious when one looks at the golden headdresses worn by the female attendants who were buried with the queen. Similar to hers, but less elaborate, they fitted perfectly on the heads without resort to a mass of artificial hair. So either the queen wore a headdress that was not hers, or she had an unusually large head. Dun, 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 dun. The buried queen in PG 800 was a giant. Holy shit. You mean they've got that in some university in Philadelphia? That's the second time I've heard him reference that. I need to, get a grant I need to go to this museum with my camera. My goodness. The queen wore around her neck a choker, a collar, and a necklace, all made of gold combined with gemstones.
Yeah, I'm kind of unsure why you would need a grant.
The choker had at its center a golden rosette, emblem of the new. The collar bore a design that consisted of a series of alternating triangles, one of gold, the other of lapis lazuli. Chokers or collars with the same design were also found worn by some of the female attendants in PG 1237. This is highly significant, for in some of her depictions, the goddess Inanna was shown wearing that exact same collar.
Imagine that.
The exact same design was also employed at the entranceway and on ceremonial columns in the earliest Ninmah and Ninarshig temples. Apparently reserved for female deities, this cult design suggests some kind of affiliation between the several goddesses involved. These and previous link points to Inanna call for a closer look at both the unique bead cape and the exceptional headdress worn by the queen in PG 800. The profuse use of lapis lazuli and carnelian requires reminding that the nearest source for lapis lazuli was Elam, which is now modern-day Iran. And carnelian was found farther east in the Indus Valley. As told in the In-Merkar and the Lord of Arata text, it was to adorn Inanna's abode in Uruk that the Sumerian king demanded from Arata tribute of carnelian and lapis lazuli. So it is not without significance that one of the few art objects found in the ruins of the Indus Valley centers, a statuette of Arata's goddess Inanna, depicts her naked and bedecked only with strands and necklaces of beads and golden pendants, held in place by a belt with a disc emblem. The striking similarities to the queen in PG 800 with her beaded cape and belt do not end there. The statue's towering headdress with its large earrings looks as though an artist tried to emulate in clay the headdress in PG 800. Does it all mean that the queen entombed in PG 800 was the goddess Inanna? It could have, were it not for the fact that Inanna was alive centuries later, when the evil wind overwhelmed Sumir. We know that because she and her hurried escape are clearly described in the Lamentation text. And she was also active many centuries later in Babylonian and Assyrian times in the first millennia BC. But if not Inanna, who? All right, let's finish this little part from last night. When immortals die. The immortality of the Anunnaki gods we have already observed was in reality a great longevity that could be attributed to their Nibirian life cycle. The notion of gods or even demigods as immortals has come to us from Greece. The discovery of Canaanite myths after Capital Ugarit on Syria's Mediterranean coast shows where the Greeks got the idea. By listing the ancestor couples on the Biru, the Anunnaki acknowledged that they were long dead. In the very first paradise tale of Enki and Ninmah, she afflicts him with maladies to stop his sexual shenanigans that bring him to the brink of death, allowing that gods can get sick and die. Indeed, the very arrival of Ninmah, the doctor and her group of nurses admits illness among the Anunnaki. And that's all well and fine. But as I talked about last night, what old Zechariah here is gatekeeping on, leaving out, is the transmigration of souls. And he doesn't explain that when he talks about how these gods had different names and became different for some. Like Inanna becoming Ishtar, or Ningishzida becoming Thoth, Thoth also being Hermes Trismegistus, and on and on and on and on. And that's what the work I did with the Emerald Tablets of Thoth reading that I did, which is up in our audiobook series up off the website, goldenreality.com, that you can download. That's where that work comes into play. And that's what that whole thing was all about. Is this ability to be able to, through the Merkaba meditation technique and all these other different things that, we probably don't even know yet because we've got 2 hidden tablets that they've never allowed us to see. And this is what the Freemasons know as well. And the Rosicrucians is, well, that's what the Rosy Cross represents. The soul being crucified upon the body. That's why the Rosy Cross is on the cross. That's what it represents. And that's what the real secret of the secret societies is this, the transmigration of souls, and being able to place your soul inside of another body, inside of another vessel, and continuing on. And that's what these gods had, and that is what mankind and the secret societies have been going after for years. And of course, Zechariah's not going to tell you. The rest of the stuff is just more gatekeeping, so I'm just going to move on to the chapter. He's already pissed me off. All right, chapter 16, the goddess who never left. Last chapter here. Our question, who was buried in PG 800, would have sounded strange to Sir Leonard Woolley were he still alive to hear it. For as soon as he reached its burial chamber on January 4th, 1928, he sent to the University Museum in Philadelphia a Western Union telegram that said, in translation from the Latin that he used for secrecy, this: I have found the intact stone tomb built and vaulted over with bricks of Queen Shabad, adorned with a dress in which gems, flower crowns, and animal figures are woven together magnificently with jewels and golden cups. The intact tomb of Queen Shabbat. How did Woolley know this answer to the mystery as soon as he had found the chamber? Did the buried VIP have a name tag saying Queen Shabbat? Well, in a manner of speaking, she did. 4 cylinder seals were found in PG 800, 1 near the wardrobe chest, and 3 inside the tomb chamber. They all depicted females banqueting. 1 of the 3 near the body was inscribed with 4 cuneiform signs. That Woolley read Nin Shuba'ad and translated Queen Shabad, for though Nin signified goddess, Woolley took it to mean queen, because as he and everyone else knew, gods and goddesses existed only mythically and had no physical body to be buried. His assumption that this was the personal seal of the buried VIP has been taken for granted, though the reading of her name has since been changed to Ninhu Abi. It is noteworthy that the University of Museum in Philadelphia, on reopening the Royal Tombs of Ur exhibit in March 2004, changed the title from Queen Puabi to Lady Puabi. Nice bit of gatekeeping there. Didn't want you to know what you were looking at was an actual Anunnaki god, I see. The scene depicted on this seal in 2 registers is that of females banqueting, since tumblers are shown raised by the celebrants. They were probably drinking wine. In each register, there are 2 sealed female celebrants and several female attendants and servants. The second and third seals found inside the tomb chamber also depicted in 2 registers 2 female celebrants drinking beer with long straws or having wine and food served by attendants and entertained by a harp player. None of these 2 seals had any writing.
Hi, Chad.
The 4th cylinder seal found lying against the wardrobe chest outside the tomb chamber also depicted banqueting scenes. With female celebrants in attendance, we have already pointed out that the name inscribed on it, Baragi, the water purifier of the sanctuary, identified its owner as a high-ranking holder of office of the cupbearer. We can additionally note here that he or she had to be a royal, per se, for he or she was a namesake of a famed king of
He wanted him $1,000.
Enmi Baragisi, a demigod who was credited with reigning 900 years.
See what our trolls
Apart from suggesting that the VIP buried in PG-800 was Queen Shabbat,
awesome.
Woolley had no information to offer about her. There is no mention in Mesopotamian records of a queen by that name, insofar as she was a nin, a goddess named Puabi. There is no such name in the god lists either. If not an unlisted name of which each deity had galore, it would have to have been a local or family nickname, so we will have to resort to detective tactics to unravel her identity. The script sign for Nin on the seal is absolutely clear and requires no further elaboration. Breaking down the epithet name, Puabi, by its components, we find that the first one, read PU, was written with the sign number 26A in the Sumerian sign list.
You might get blocked.
And it was another word for Sud, one who gives succour, a nurse, a medic.
Luke and Rex, those guys, they don't like the moon, man. They don't like the moon. They never want to look at it, ever.
This finding reinforces our earlier conclusion based on the medical tweezers that the VIP entombed in PG-800 was a healer. As Ninmah, Ninarshug, Ninlil, who was Enlil's spouse, Bao, all were. And our guess is that she was directly related to one of them and thus was an Enlilite. The second component, read A as in a cuneiform sign number 383, meant large or big. Yeah, like a giant. And Bai, sign number 214, meant a certain variety of beer. So Nin Puabi literally meant Nin, a goddess who was the healer of much beer. It is a nickname that matched the banqueting and beer drinking depicted on the second cylinder seal found near Puabi's body. But the beer they were brewing back then was like, they were brewing like hemp beer and stuff back then, for real. Probably had, hemp is industrial hemp and stuff. It's fucking great for you. You can literally survive on nothing else but hemp if you had to, because it has so many nutrients and everything in it. So I think that was probably what was going on here, is they were drinking this, and they've known for a fact. It's a known fact they had the ancient pagans had hemp beer as well, and that's probably what this was. It was some sort of concoction that not only got you fucked up, but was good for you as well. Why won't they let us have any alcohol like that today?
He'll tell you that.
People say that we're the highest technological advanced species on the planet. I don't know, man. That hemp beer that
Rex,
talking about here probably sounds like it's a lot better deal, don't you think? Indeed, the depictions on all of the 6 female seals found in the royal tomb show banqueting ladies who differ in certain aspects: age, hairdo, dress, and stature. Since the seal cutters might have tried to make the individual seals as true portraits as possible, these small details deserve attention. Especially intriguing in the PG-800 seal, in which in the upper register a younger goddess, the host, sitting on the right next to the inscribed title name and a more matronly goddess,
We got them knowledge
more
back.
elegantly dressed and with an elaborate hairdo, sits on the left. Was this an actual portrait of the tomb's occupant and her more matronly and hefty guest? It's a possibility to be kept in mind, for the physical size of the hostess and her guest are relevant to the ultimate identification, because some of the skeletal remains from several Ur tombs, including PG 800 and PG 755, were examined by the then leading British anthropologist Sir Arthur Keith. In regard to Shabad Puabi, this is how he began his written report that formed part of Woolley's 1934 book on the royal tombs of Ur.
I bet he said, bitch is big.
An examination of the Queen's
Bitch
remains
is
has
big.
led me to form the following conclusions concerning her. The Queen was about 40 years of age at the time of her death.
Bitch was big.
She was approximately 5 feet in stature. Her bones were slender and her feet and hands small. She had a large and long head.
Oh,
In
shit.
estimating her age, Sir
Fucking
Arthur was
E.T.
baffled by the fact
Fucking E.T.
that the dental and other
didn't
aspects of her
phone home.
skeletal remains indicated
Fuck.
a much younger age than 40. As to her stature, let us note that it is comparable to that of Inanna in the Mari photograph. While the skull, badly fractured, might have been compressed by soil pressure to appear longer and narrower
How do you know?
than what it had been, well, how do you know she didn't have an elongated alien skull?
Okay.
Don't try to cover that up, Zachariah. Gatekeeping stooge. Sir Arthur concluded on the basis of detailed measurements that the Queen could
Making
not
them
have
stem
been
cells.
a Sumerian, that she was a member of a highly dolichocephalic race. Dolichocephalic is having a head disproportionately longer than it is wide. Even more so, he was astounded and puzzled by the overall size of the head and the extraordinarily large cranial brain capacity. We have only to measure the frontal, parietal, and occipital bones along the midline of the vault to realize how large the capacity of the skull must have been. The cranial capacity could not have been less than 1,600 cubic centimeters.
It was all brain farts.
250 centimeters above the mean for European women.
Fucking brain farts.
The remains, he wrote, left no doubt that
Nothing
the
to see
Queen
here.
had an uncommonly capacious skull. After providing details of the rest of her bone remains, Sir Arthur's overall conclusion was that her head was unusually
Brain
large,
farts.
while her body, hands, and feet compared to the size of the head was rather small, though stoutly made.
It sounds pretty strange.
To use Sumerian terminology,
farts,
one can say that she had the
Nothing
head
to
of
see
a
here.
gull
Nothing
and the
here.
body of a banda.
Go up.
Sir Arthur also examined the skeletal remains of the male in PG 755, referring to him as Prince Mes Kalam Dug. Comparing the two, he observed that except for her large cranial capacity, Queen Shubad was intensely feminine in her physical characteristics. In Mes Kalam Dug, the bones in the body were fashioned as a very robust male. His bones were much thicker than hers. The right arm was particularly thick and strong in the prince. All told, Sir Arthur concluded the bones of the prince, alas, all of them are only fragmentary now, show him to have been a strongly built, powerful man, about 5 foot 5 inches tall in height, or 5'6", and he was a strong-necked man. The skull of the prince had the exact same cephalic index as in Queen Shubad, i.e. the length to width proportion. Markedly elongated, and the cranial capacity, the brain size, was well above the average size for Sumerians.
Fucking brain farts.
Racially, Sir Arthur wrote, I would name him, for lack of a better term, Proto-Arab. So it seems that these demigods seem to have been small in stature, but they all seem to have elongated skulls.
Yeah,
And that makes me wonder if that's why you had American native tribes who were like the Caddos and stuff who were engaging in skull elongation.
But they, fuck, man.
Because they were mimicking these.
They can't grow hairs. What do you think? What do you think?
Fractured
Okay.
skull and bone remains from several other early dynastic tombs were examined. Sir Arthur's main conclusion was that they were
blah, blah, blah. Nasty
in
lines.
overall summary, he noted that the remains of the queen and the prince stood out from others. Now, see, this is why, ladies and gentlemen, this is a prime example as to why they want to wipe out all the indigenous populations of Iraq and the entire Middle East. Because they believe that these people, some of the people that exist in those lands actually go back to these demigod bloodlines, and they don't want to wipe them out because they see them as a threat to their pure blue blood Anunnaki bloodlines. You see how this works?
See how it works? See
Of particular interest
how that works? You see? That's red and blue.
is it to observe the fine physique and the rich brain endowments of Queen
Purple.
Shubad and of the Prince Mezkalam Dug. The latter was an exceptionally strong man physically. And if we may rely on the size of the brain as an index of mental capacity, then the Prince
are still here.
not only was physically strong, but also a man of a superior capacity. The Queen's cerebral endowment was exceptional. And if we can trust physical development of the body as a clue to sexual mentality, then we may infer that she was a very feminine woman. In complete agreement with all the other aspects that we have found, Sir Arthur thus accurately described a heroic demigod in PG 755, a strongly built, powerful man with a superior cerebral capacity. And he was right on the mark about the, quote, very feminine, smallish queen with an uncommonly capacious skull in PG 800.
The hot little
The
ass.
skeletal remains and physical findings concerning the prince in PG 755 completely fit his identification as Mezkalam Dug, whom we have established as the son of a goddess, plus a demigod couple who began the first dynasty of Ur. But we still face the enigma of the VIP in PG 800. Bejeweled and Inanna-like in structure and stature, yet not Inanna. Oh, here we go again, Zachariah. Yeah, I explained this last night. That was the body, the worn-out body of Inanna. She left that body behind. This is why you can explain why she was still alive after this, because she was Ishtar after this.
No,
She put her essence in another body and went on living.
not hardly. She traveled.
And you're not
to a
going to sit here and
different
tell me
part of the world
Zachariah didn't know about that.
and took on.
If I know about
A
it,
different
you better bet your ass he
personification.
knew about it. This is a recent book. This is one of his last ones he put out. This is put out only a few years ago.
That's what I'm saying. You read the other ones too, dickweed. What the fuck?
So that information was definitely available to him, and why he wouldn't bring that up here.
You're the
lets
one
you
that read
know
it, dude.
That,
Oh, that's
this
right.
is
You
part
don't
of
have
his
everything
gatekeeping
we got, does it?
program.
Poor Josh.
Regarding the occupant of PG 800, we have established the following points that can lead to her identification. A cylinder seal next to her body identified her as Nin Puabi, the goddess Puabi. The retainers and attendants buried with her were themselves high-ranking courtiers, even a king, indicating that she was of greater importance than they,
Yeah.
that she was a goddess, confirming her Nin title.
Men.
Gold was used in this burial, even for common daily use utensils, emulating the other instances on record, Anu and Antu's visit to Earth circa 4000 BC. Those utensils were embossed with the same emblem, a rosette with which the Anu visit utensils were
Not
embossed.
the fucking roses.
This
Again.
suggests that the female buried in PG 800 was of the house of Anu, a direct
No
linear
way.
descendant of Anu.
Not a new. The guy that runs
Such
over
a
heaven,
direct
that
genealogical link
planet.
to Anu could be through his sons Enki and Enlil, or his daughters Ninmah and Baal.
It could be. Let's follow this track
An
back.
implement found in the tomb that has to be of the hardest metal. A hoe was made of the soft metal gold, i.e. for symbolic purposes.
It's all gold.
The only recorded
It's
prior
buried
instance
back
of that was
with
the
all the
sacred
dead
hoe
hookers
with
and
which
gold in the
Enlil cut
backyard.
the ground to establish the Duran Key Mission Control Center in Nippur. The whole
have a
clue
good night,
suggests
AJ.
that the VIP in this tomb was an Enlilite associated with Nippur and not with Enki and
Nah,
Eridu.
that's fucking Enlil. Yeah.
This eliminates Enki and leaves only three,
Yeah.
Enlil, Ninmah, or Baal, as the direct
Oh,
genealogical
fuck.
link of Puabi to Anu.
Fuck. Not Marduk. Yeah.
Possessing a symbolic golden medical instrument, the tweezers, links Puabi to a tradition of giving medical succor,
Medical
as
support.
Ninmah and Baal were. It still leaves the male Enlil in contention because his spouse Ninlil was also a nurse. Since it would seem improbable that the youthful-looking Puabi would have been one of the older ones who had come to Earth from the Biru, we cannot consider Ninmah or Baal or Ninlil themselves and must look at their female descendants.
But they grew old. and
Since the known
younger ones
earthborn
grew
daughters of
older.
Ninmah were fathered
You
by
let them
Enki,
get by with that. I thought you was calling six.
they are ruled out. We are left with the daughters of Enlil and Ninlil, or of Baal and Ninurta. Enlil and Ninlil had male sons
They did.
born on Earth and several daughters, including the goddess Nisaba and the goddess Nina. Since Nina, who was the mother of King Gudea, lived long enough to be one of the deities fleeing the later evil wind, she is eliminated as a Puabi candidate. So does Nisaba, having still lived later in Gudea's time.
Then it got to be in little bitch.
Baal, youngest daughter of Anu, was married to Enlil's foremost son, Ninurta. They had 7 daughters, of whom little is known except for Ninsun, spouse of the famed Lugal Banda.
Oh.
Their famous son was Gilgamesh, so it had to be the mother Ninsun, who bequeathed to Gilgamesh the physique of her father Ninurta and the heftiness of her mother Baal Gula. If claims by Ur the Third Kings that Ninsun was their mother are valid, Ninsun herself could not be Puabi, who was entombed during the Ur I period. Going down the descendants line, we arrive at the next earthborn generation, a step in accord with Puabi being in her 40s. If she were earthborn indeed, the second earthborn generation of known goddesses were Ninar Sin's daughter Inanna, and a daughter of Ninsun and Lugal Banda named Nin-e-Gula. Inanna could not be Puabi, yet Puabi's jewelry, beaded cape, the choker, and the symbols, and the heart, blah, 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 had to be otherwise linked to Inanna. See, again, I disagree. I think that was Inanna. I think that was it. Because, again, Zechariah is leaving out the fact that these people had the ability to transmigrate their souls.
I've never heard that
This
once.
is why they had all these different
I've
names.
never heard that once, Duff.
That's why you had Marduk, who then in Egypt became Ra.
That is not why you have.
Did you ever see? There's a great example of this in Roland Emmerich's film Stargate. Not the TV show, any of that crap. The original, Kurt Russell, the original movie. There's a great example of this because Ra. There's a part in there where they actually show Ra in a spaceship looking like an alien in a fucking flying pyramid spaceship.
I'm gonna give him one if Josh ain't fucked.
Finding this human host and transferring his soul into this human host, and then he's walking around looking like this human host.
We've already covered this.
Because that's essentially what they did. They would transfer
in their own
their
writings
being
from Enki himself
into different bodies, almost like spirit possession in a way. And I just do not think it's a coincidence that Zechariah happens to be leaving this out. It's driving me crazy. I mean, I can't hardly even, it's just frustrating me, in reading this, because he's trying to, ask this mystery, who is that? Who is that? And the whole answer to the mystery
keep reading, Jack.
requires you to have this information, which is readily available, that he is not making available to us. And this is very, very frustrating.
Keep reading.
It really makes me not even want to read the rest of this, because all he's doing is leading us down these phony rabbit trails.
Yeah, I know.
To things that we already have the answers to.
Well, it sure as hell ain't the Stargate movie.
And
motherfucker.
he's trying to act like we don't. So this was really a good read until we got here to the end.
That's what I'm talking about. Keep reading.
Inanna had a known son, the god Shara, but no daughter. But she could and did have a granddaughter. Since Inanna, according to Lugalbanda's claim, was his mother, a daughter of Lugalbanda would also have been a granddaughter of Inanna, carrying her femininity and love of jewelry traits. But the daughter of Lugalbanda would also be a granddaughter of Baal Gula. For Lugalbanda's spouse, Ninsun, was a daughter of Baal Ninurta. Baal and Ninurta. Her name, according to the god list, Nin-e-Gula, Lady of the House and Temple of Gula, serves as confirmation that in addition to the femininity jewelry gene of Grandma Inanna, she was bearing the Gula gene of her grandmother, Baal Gula, with the extraordinarily large head. We thus obtain two genealogical heritage lines of detection that converge. Anu, Enlil plus Ninlil, Nanar, Inanna, Lugalbanda, and Ninsun, and Anu, Enlil, Ninma, Ninurta, Baal, Ninsun, and Lugalbanda. Thus converging, the two genealogical lines point to the same Lugalbanda and Ninsun couple as the progenitors of the goddess in PG 800, their daughter Nin-e-Gula, also known as Nin-Puabi. This conclusion offers a plausible explanation for the contradictory physique of Puabi, a smallish body. She was the granddaughter of Inanna and an extraordinarily large head, a granddaughter of Baal Gula. This conclusion also offers a plausible reason for Lugalbanda to be one of the entombed in PG 261. And it explains the neglected clue of the naming of both Mes and Pada and Nin Banda Nin on vessels found near their coffin of Mescalamdug in PG 755, as well as in the seal inscription Nin Banda Nin Dam Mesanapada, Nin Banda goddess, spouse of Mesanapada, confirming in our opinion that they were the goddess and demigod couple who started the first dynasty of Ur. Does this solution of not only PG 800, but also of the other identifiable royal tombs make sense? Let's recall the intriguing fact that Ninsun has been involved in dynastic matchmaking, a glaring example having been her scheme to espouse one of her daughters to Enkidu. Was she beyond scheming when the decision was made to transfer central kingship to a new dynasty in Ur, to have her daughter marry the demigod selected for the task? The other great matchmaking schemer, her mother, Baal, who might be the older matronly visitor shown on the cylinder seal having a cup of wine, would have given her blessing right away. And so would have the other granddaughter, the grandmother, Inanna, for whom the choice represented a triumphant return to influence. Was she the other visitor sharing a beer? Ninbanda, I suggest, was the daughter of Ninsun and Lugalbanda, linked to Inanna by the dynastic title Ninbanda, given the epithet name Nin-e-Gula for her Baal heritage, lovingly nicknamed Nin-Puabi for her constant partying, laid to rest in the family's burial compound in the sacred precinct of Ur. She was also, one realizes, a younger sister of Gilgamesh, both children of the unique couple that deified demigod Lugalbanda and the mighty goddess Ninsun. And that opens up a wider subject.
Uh-oh.
While arriving at this identification of the person in PG 800 is a gratifying achievement, an attempt to recognize identities in the other 15 royal tombs is needed for understanding the jarring co-burials in the tomb chambers and especially in the death pits. The absence of any annals, hymns, lamentations, or other texts that would have explained the reasons is troubling in itself. The fact that the only textual corroboration is the death of Gilgamesh text has only deepened the puzzle. But here is a thought outside the box.
Shit.
What if the Gilgamesh text described his actual burial? What if the great Gilgamesh was actually buried in one of Ur's royal tombs?
Shit.
The burial place of Gilgamesh has never been found, nor do the available texts
Shit.
indicate where it was. All along it has been presumed that Gilgamesh was laid to rest where he had reigned in Uruk, but nowhere in Uruk, a site that has been most extensively excavated, was such a tomb found. So why not consider the royal cemetery in Ur?
Oh, man.
Transporting ourselves back to Sumer of almost 5,000 years ago, when central kingship, having been in Kish and Uruk, was about to be transferred to Ur, we can imagine the chain of events that started in Kish. Beginning with the very first ruler, the kings were demigods. Nes-Kiag-Gasher was a son of Tiutu. So were the next ones, sons of a male god. To grasp the immensity of the change by the time of Lugal-Banda, the father of Gilgamesh, it might be useful to reproduce a listing from an earlier chapter to which one could add Gudea and his mother, the goddess Nina. And it goes through a list of all these various songs that read all this. It's stuff we've already read 100 times before. Fucking Sitchin makes you go back and go over all this shit you've already established. Yes, we know. We know whose mother is this. We don't read this.
Begatten, motherfucker, be begatten. Who begat?
At first, the kings are demigods by dint of being fathered by a male in God and mothered by earthly females, Enki himself having set the example in pre-diluvial times. A transition in which artificial insemination by a god, breastfeeding by a goddess takes place. Then Lugal-Banda enters the stage with a major change. From him on, the divinity comes from a female. The mother is a goddess. What we know now about DNA and genetics clarifies the significance of the change. The new demigods carry not only the mixed god-earthling regular DNA, but also the second set of mitochondrial DNA that comes only from the mother. For the first time in Lugal-Banda, the demigod is more than demi. What is to be done with Lugal-Banda when he dies? He is more than a mere king. He is more than a usual demigod, but neither is he a real pure-blooded god. So he can't be taken to be laid to rest on the Biru, nor can he be buried in a Uruk sacred precinct that has been sanctified by Anu himself. So the gods take him to Ur, the birthplace of his mother Inanna. They deify him by burying him at the edge of Nanar's sacred precinct, an especially built tomb, perhaps as we have suggested, in PG 261, clutching his favorite Lugal Anzu Lucian seal. Next, Gilgamesh appears on the scene, and he is also special. Not only is it his mother, not his father, who is the god parent, but the father, too, is not a common earthling. Lugal-Banda, his father, was himself a son of a goddess, Inanna, so Gilgamesh is 2/3 of him divine, enough to make him believe that he is entitled to the immortality of the gods. Aided by his mother, the goddess Ninsun, and the god Utu, in spite of the reservations, he goes on adventurous search for eternal life. That word futile. Yes, Zechariah, we read all that. We read a whole goddamn chapter on that. We know about it. Thank you. We'll have to fucking refresh our minds here. No. Yet his conviction that he should not peek over the wall as immortal continues even as he lies on his deathbed until Utu brings him the final verdict. Enlil said, no eternal life, but he is consoled. Because you are special, because you are unique, you shall continue to have with you your wife and concubine, cupbearer, attendants, musicians, and the rest of your household, even in the netherworld. And so in this imagined scenario, Gilgamesh is buried near his father in the sacred precinct of Ur with the otherwise incomprehensible accompaniment promised him in lieu of eternal life. In which PG, we don't know, but there are several ones emptied by ancient looters to choose from. How about PG 1050 that held 40 companion bodies, about the right number of those listed in the Death of Gilgamesh texts? An example is set, a precedent has been created. With the death of Gilgamesh, we are now calendar-wise circa 2600 BC. Uruk's heroic age peters out. All that remains of it are the epic texts and the depictions on cylinder seals, highlighting Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and heroic episodes. While the Anunnaki leadership contemplates where to cite central kingship, Ninbanda, the sister of Gilgamesh, and her spouse, Mes-Anpada, mark time in Kish. As the scene comes that Ur was chosen, the goddess plus demigod couple transfer there to assume the role of founders of the first dynasty of Ur. They leave behind in Kish their eldest son, Nes-Kalam-Dug, reigning as king of Kish, though Kish is no longer the national capital. While the new rulers in Ur bring together Sumer's rivaling cities and extend Sumer geographically and culturally, their eldest son, Mes-Kalam-Dug, dies in Kish.
Motherfucking Mes-Kalam.
A demigod, he is laid to rest not far from his grandfather, Galbanda, and uncle Gilgamesh,
We're gonna hear about him later.
in what is becoming the Ur-1 dynastic family plot. Woolley, who designated the tomb, PG-755, described it as a simple inhumation, in which he found the deceased king's personal golden helmet and a magnificent golden dagger found placed in the coffin beside the body. The more than 60 artifacts found in the tomb include personal objects, the silver belt, a gold ring, gold jewelry, and with or without lapis lazuli decoration.
With or without this.
And his royal utensils, many gold or silver, and everlasting evidence of his demigod royal
Leave
status.
the hands, please.
But we don't really know whether a death pit was once part of a more elaborate burial.
I'm
The fact that his
pro-death pit.
personal seal inscribed Mes-Kalam-Dug
I'm
Magog
pro-death pit.
was
myself.
found discarded in the
death
SIS
pit
soil
thing.
does suggest
Do it.
that another undiscovered part had existed and was
I'm
entered
all
and
for
robbed in antiquity.
I vote yes. on
Metal
death pit.
vessels lying near the coffin in PG-755 bear the names of his parents, Mes-Anpada and
Oh, I
Ninbanda
just said
Nin,
that out loud,
further
didn't I?
confirming the deceased's identity.
Fucking dead I did. Death pit.
The day then
Death
comes
pit
when
2020.
Mes-Anpada himself peers over the wall, his wife
Woo!
and two remaining sons provide him with an elaborate burial befitting the dynastic founder. A proper coffin, a stone-built tomb chamber, a death pit reachable via
Death
a
pit.
sloping ramp. A great treasure of
We're on
objects
it.
made of gold, silver, and
Fucking on
gemstones
it.
was carried down along with the body on 2 wagons, each one drawn by 3 oxen and driven by 2 men and an oxen handler. 6 soldiers wearing copper helmets and carrying spears acted as bodyguards. Down in the pit, many more soldiers were arrayed,
In the
carrying
pit?
decorated spears with electrum spearheads
Talk about a death pit.
and holding shields. A contingent of female singers and musicians was
Let's
gathered with
see
exquisitely
resurgence,
decorated
2020.
wooden lyres and a musical sound box with panels whose inlaid decorations
Oh.
depicted scenes of the tales of Gilgamesh.
Here's to unscheduled.
And also
Solar
brought down
eclipses.
were varied sculptures decorated with images of bulls and lions. One particular sculpture,
Oh wait, they tried
a
that.
favorite
didn't
of the king, was that of a bull's head made of gold with a lapis lazuli beard. Yeah, it's basically a Marduk
they? Hey, you knew that one, didn't you?
insignia. In all, 54 retainers were assembled in the pit to keep Mes-Anpada company in the netherworld. When
Marduk's a
Woolley
bold
discovered this
motherfucker.
grave, he numbered it PG-789 and called it the King's
Fucking
Tomb.
nuts.
He did so because of its obvious link to the Queen's PG-800, and that, I suggest, in fact, it was the grave of Mes-Anpada, the founder of the Ur-1 dynasty. Because the main body was missing and due to the absence of gold, silver, and lapis lazuli objects, Woolley concluded that PG-789 was entered and robbed in antiquity. Quite possibly when the digging for PG-800 revealed the tomb chamber of PG-789.
Come on now,
Until
Phil.
we arrive in our imagined
wasn't
journey
good
to
a
the
minute
past
ago.
and Queen Puabi's
fucking
own
ass.
death.
Heat it up.
How and when she died, we do not know, assuming she also outlived her 2 other sons who reigned after her spouse had died. Nin Puabi found herself alone with all who were dear to her. Her father, Lugalbanda, her brother Gilgamesh, her spouse, Mes-Anpada, her 3 sons, dead and buried in the cemetery plot that she would daily see. Was it her wish to be buried on earth alongside them, or
Probably.
could the Anunnaki not take her back to Nibiru?
Maybe a little bit.
Because though a Nin, she did have some earthly genes through her to my God Father.
Yeah, she needed that shoe.
We do not know the answer, but whatever the reason, Nin Puabi was buried in Ur in a grave adjoining that of her spouse, with all the treasures and attendants to which this dynasty had uniquely become accustomed, adorned with jewelry from Grandma Inanna and an oversized headdress from Grandma Bao Gula. And that brings us to a human origins discovery of all time. Because of all the Anunnaki and Agigi who had treaded the planet Earth and were gone, Nin Puabi, a Nin, no matter who precisely she was the goddess who never left. That's the end of that chapter. So here's the postscript. We're going to read that now. Mankind's alien origins, the evidence. Ever since Darwin's offer of evolution as the explanation for life on Earth, the most interesting chapter, that dealing with human origins, has crashed against two blocking walls as sea waves futilely striking a rocky shoreline. For the believers, the sanctity of the biblical assertion that God, not evolution, created man. For the scientific purists, the inability to explain how, in a slow evolutionary process that requires millions and tens of millions of years, man jumped from a hominid just learning to walk to a thinking man, us, practically overnight some 300,000 years ago. Ever earlier hominid fossils that are found, the greater the puzzle of the missing link as the problem has come to be known. For more than 30 years now, since the publication of the 12th Planet, I have done my best to show that there is no conflict between the Bible and science, faith, and knowledge. The link is missing, I said, because someone jumped the gun on evolution and used sophisticated genetic engineering to upgrade a Homo erectus or a Homo ergaster by mixing his genes with their advanced genes. That someone were called the biblical Elohim, who the Sumerian called the Anunnaki, who came to Earth from their planet Nibiru, fashioned the atom, then took the daughters of man as wives. That was possible, I explained, because life on their planet and our planet is based on the same DNA shared when the planets had collided. Are you still there with me?
Or maybe
there has to be a better way, isn't there? Not only to explain all that without arguments, not just to say that the crime scene investigation indicates a murder had taken place, but a way to produce the body and say, voila. If only one of the Anunnaki were still around, a chap or a lass whose being Nibirian would be unquestionable.
What is wrong with you?
Who would roll up their sleeve and say, test my DNA, decipher my genome, and see that I am not of your planet. Find out the difference, discover the secret of longevity, cure your cancers, if only. Through the grace of fate and the professionalism of dedicated archaeologists, such evidence of physical body of an Anunnaki does exist. It is the skeletal remains of Nin Puabi. It was in August 2002 that the British Museum in London revealed that the unopened boxes languishing in its basement since Woolley's time contained skulls from the royal tombs of Ur. Seeking more information from the museum, I asked whether there are plans to examine the DNA in these skulls. A polite reply informed me that at present there are no plans to attempt DNA analysis. However, further research is conducted by the Department of Scientific Research and the Department of Ancient Near East, and it is hoped that the initial findings may be made public early in 2003. After further exchanges regarding the size of the skulls and the headdresses, the curator of the museum's Department of Ancient Near East informed me that a detailed reassessment of all the human bone collected from Ur is currently underway. The report published in 2004 disclosed that the reassessment involved radiography, X-ray tests by scientists at the Natural History Museum in London. It stated that in spite of the long time since the skeletal remains were found, the conclusions of the contemporary specialists can be confirmed. The contemporary specialists in this case were Sir Arthur Keith and his aides. Obtaining a copy of the report, I was astounded to realize that 70 years after Wooley's discoveries, a museum in London still possessed the intact skeletal remains of Queen Puabi and Prince Melisande. Is this really so? I asked. Indeed so. The British Museum informed me on January 10th, 2005. The skeleton of Puabi is held in the Natural History Museum alongside others from Leonard Woolley's excavations at
What the fuck is going on with my kiln?
This was a bombshell discovery. The skeletal remains of an Iberian goddess and of a demigod king who was buried some 4,500 years ago were unexpectedly available intact. Wow. One can debate who really built the Great Pyramids, disagree about the meaning of a Sumerian text, or dismiss an embarrassing find as a forgery. But here is irrefutable physical evidence whose provenance, date, and place of discovery are beyond doubt. So if my identification of Puabi as an Anunnaki goddess,
Now you're okay.
and not a queen,
Every time I threaten to take
and
it
of
apart,
Mescalam
it comes
Dug
over here
as
and
a
starts
demigod
cooperating.
and not a Sumerian prince,
All right. So
we have at our disposal two genomes of people fully or partly from another planet.
Yeah, we do.
Persisting with my repeated questions about whether DNA tests were or will be conducted, I was referred to the lead reassessment scientist, Dr. Thea Mullinson. By the time I could reach her, she retired.
Oh.
Attempts to find out more with the help of friends in London led nowhere. The need to deal with more pressing matters kept the issue on a back burner until recent news. The biologists were able to decipher and compare Neanderthal DNA from 38,000 years ago with that of a modern man struck lightning.
Lightning.
If so, why not decipher and compare the DNA of an Anunnaki female who died a mere 4,500 years ago? In February 2009, I wrote about it to the Natural History Museum in London. A polite response on by Dr. Margaret Clegg, head of the museum's Human Remains Unit, confirmed that their holdings include both Nin Puabi, also listed as Queen Shubad, and King Mescalam Dug, adding that no DNA analysis has ever been conducted on these remains. She explained that the museum does not routinely conduct DNA analysis on remains in the collection, and there are no plans to do so in the near future. This stance was reiterated by the museum in March 2010. Though Nin Puabi's DNA is not purely Anunnaki because her father Lugambando was only a demigod, her mitochondrial DNA that comes only from the mother is pure Anunnaki, leading through Ninsun and Bao to the olden mothers on the Nibiru. If tested, her bones could reveal the DNA and mitochondrial DNA differences that represent our genetic missing link. That small but crucial group of alien genes, 223 of them, that upgraded us from wild hominids to modern man some 300,000 years ago.
Why are you going down again?
It is my fervent hope that by showing that the remains of Nin Puabi are no routine matter, this book will convince the museum to do the unusual and conduct the tests. They could provide vital explanation of the answer given to Gilgamesh. When the gods created man, wide understanding they perfected for him. Wisdom they had given him.
Going back up again.
To him they had given knowledge. Everlasting life they had not given him. Why was it genetically that the gods deliberately, what was it rather genetically that the gods deliberately held back from us? Maybe the creator of all wished the goddess who never left to stay so that we finally find the answer. And that is the end of the book.
Thank you.
Back where I said there were giants upon the earth.
That wasn't bad. That wasn't too bad, was it?
Statues are actually some kind of vessels for some sort of genetic material. That's what I believe. The manner in which he was engendered, Eonatum claimed allowed him to assume the title of King of Kish, linking him genealogically to the venerated Kish dynasty and its patron god Ninurta.
Oh shit! Figures. Look at
Well, we
this
can only
motherfucker
guess
here.
how
God
other
damn
kings
it.
of Kish qualified as demigods. No guesswork is required as Sumer's capital moved from Kish to Uruk. There, Utu
No.
is named as father of the very first
My
king,
bad.
Mes-Kiad
I
Gasher.
thought John had downloaded a video. while I
Utu,
was
later
over
known
here
as
trying to
Shamash,
be
the
sneaky,
sun god,
but no.
it need be kept in mind, belonged to the second generation of great Anunnaki born on Earth. And his
All right.
fathering of the head of a new dynasty must be considered a major milestone. A parenthood change from the olden god.
I'm not going to do it, Josh.
Did in the dead of night and fled to safety across the desert. In Della Valle's bags were a few of the clay tablets that he had found scattered around the ruins of Ur. These would be the first examples ever seen in Europe of a language that had been dead and forgotten
And for the next 3
thousands
hours,
of years. All the way home,
we're going to
Della Valle
actually
must
hear
have
about
turned
these
those
people.
tablets over in his hands, gazed at their mysterious
And we're going to
ancient
hear
symbols.
the texts.
He must have wondered
Because
to
these things
himself
actually exist.
who had built those enormous mounds of brick and earth, all alone out there in the middle of the desert. What did the symbols on those broken pieces of clay mean?
Nothing.
And if
Grassy
such a
knoll,
great
grassy
city
knoll.
had once stood there, what in all the world could have happened to it?
Fallen Civilizations, one of my favorite channels on YouTube. Period. I subscribe to it on both channels. That and homebrew. Them and
My name is
homebrew.
Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at civilization of the past rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to go back to the very beginning and look at a society that is one of the candidates for the first ever technological human civilization. These are the people of Sumer, who we call the Sumerians. I want to show how, over the course of millennia, the Sumerians would build a society that would form the blueprint for all that followed after. I want to show how they rose to invent writing, mathematics, and the wheel, and built the largest cities that humanity had ever seen. And I want to explore what happened to cause their final and devastating collapse. In the highlands of southeastern Turkey, a range of snow-topped limestone peaks rise over 3,000 meters above the flat plains beneath. These are the Taurus Mountains. The mountains of Turkey rise so sharply that rain clouds find it difficult to pass over them. Instead, these clouds pool in their hollows and valleys and give these hills an exceptionally high rate of annual rainfall. In spring and summer, the warm air means that the clouds are even denser, and violent thunderstorms rock these mountains too, echoing of the stones of the valley. As a result, this is a landscape shaped by water. The steep sides of the Taurus Mountains have been eroded to form streams and waterfalls, while underground rivers have cut into the rock and hollowed out some of the largest caves in Asia. Just as it has shaped the rocks, water has also shaped the beliefs of this region's people. The name of these mountains, Taurus, comes from the Latin word for bull, And the reason for this isn't hard to see. Temples have been unearthed all across these mountains, decorated with terracotta statues of bulls. Since ancient times, the people who lived here worshipped the storm god Teshul. They believed he rode on the back of a bull, perhaps because the sound of the thunderstorms reminded them of the thumping of enormous hooves.
Probably
Accompanied
not.
with the cracking and
I'm
booming
gonna
of
bet
these
not.
thunderstorms, these heavy spring rains drain
I'm gonna bet that
streams
actually has nothing to
and
do
join
with.
rivers already flowing down from the snowy mountain passes of
I'm sorry,
Armenia.
this guy doesn't really know much at all. He
Soon,
just reads.
these small rivers join together
But I
and
love it.
flow down from the mountains and out onto the wide, flat plains beneath in two great, majestic watercourses that run together in near parallel for nearly 2,000 kilometers. The vast floodplain of these rivers is today the land we call Iraq. In Arabic, this area is called Bilad el-Rakbi, the land of the two rivers. And in the West, it has been known since ancient times by its Greek name, combining the words mesos, or middle, and potamos, or river. Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. These two great waterways are known as the Tigris and the Euphrates. For millennia, these rivers have brought life down into the flat floodplain of Iraq. And the source of that life comes from some of the most lifeless things, the rocks of the mountains themselves. Virtually all rocks are held together with tiny flecks of two different materials, called quartz and feldspar. Quartz is a clear, glittering crystal formed from oxygen and silicon, while feldspar is a complex mineral derived from silicon. Together, they make up over 60% of the Earth's crust. And when rivers cut their roots through the mountain gullies and underground streams, their waters wash over the rocks and dissolve their soluble parts. But quartz and feldspar don't dissolve in water. And so these tiny crystals are carried along by the river in a cloud of glittering particles. We call this substance silt. Silt is sometimes known by the more poetic name rock flour, and its particles are smaller than a grain of sand. But these tiny specks can have an enormous impact. Soil with a high silt content tends to hold water better and promotes air circulation. And for this reason, silty soil forms the perfect habitat for most plants. The rivers Tigris and Euphrates transport vast amounts of silt down into the lowlands of Iraq every year. And as a consequence, this flat stretch of otherwise arid desert has become exceptionally fertile. For the history of this region and the history of all humanity, these tiny particles would prove immensely significant. Other than its rich clay soil, the desert plains of southern Iraq are an inhospitable landscape. In fact, this is perhaps the last place you might expect the first human civilizations to arise. For one thing, the climate of this region is extremely hot and dry. Summer temperatures can reach over 52 degrees centigrade or 126 degrees Fahrenheit. And rainfall is rare, especially in summer. Coupled with the strong winds that blow across these plains, this means that the soil is arid and windswept. And although the seasonal flooding of the rivers brings life to the earth, these floods are also unpredictable. In Egypt, the River Nile flows directly from the Great Lakes of Africa, which act as a stabilizing and regulating force. But the Tigris and Euphrates depend on the amount of rain that fell on the mountains of Turkey, Armenia, and Kurdistan, a quantity that varies greatly from year to year. Years of drought can often be followed by years of devastating floods. And during winter, the whole plain is covered with a thick layer of mud. The region of southern Iraq is also poor in natural resources. The land is essentially nothing but a floodplain made of clay and silt. There are no metals to be mined here, and virtually no stone. And because of all these challenges, it took early humans a long time to reach this hostile environment. In the far prehistoric, archaic humans like Homo erectus vied for survival in the upper reaches of the rivers. Archaeologists have found stone axes and other artifacts dating back to nearly 500,000 years ago. But the riverlands of southern Iraq weren't suitable for this hunter-gatherer lifestyle. But about 13,000 years ago, things began to change. The first nomadic hunter-gatherers began to settle down in permanent villages. These early innovators had noticed something interesting. They saw that when they threw away the discarded seeds of edible plants, that same plant would later sprout out of their rubbish dumps. And this gave them an idea. They realized that if you buried plant seeds in the earth, fed them and watered them, more of the same plants would grow.
I'm betting it has a lot more to do with
These
Marta
were
and
some of the
Inky
first
getting the
farmers.
fucking seeds from
And
like
once they found a good patch of land, they quite understandably didn't want
from
to
planet
move.
heaven, but go ahead.
They soon built houses nearby and storehouses to keep food through the winter. They banded together into larger communities in order to divide the labor of farming and protect their grain should anyone else try to take it. They learned how to take the grain from the land and take it. But they were still limited to areas where the rain was plentiful, the mountains. From about the year 6,500 BC, these human settlements began to spread. Century by century, millennium by millennium, they worked their way down the courses of the two great rivers and into the inhospitable land of southern Iraq. Who these people were, what language they spoke, and what they called themselves, we have no idea. Today, we call this stretch of several thousand years the Ubayyad period, named quite arbitrarily after the site where their first artifacts were found. As the Ubayyad people moved down the rivers of Iraq, they began to notice other things too. They noticed that date palms grew in some areas of the river, providing them with a rich and delicious source of calories. They soon found out that these too could be cultivated and planted in orchards. And they also noticed that these palms could provide shade for other more fragile plants, allowing them to be grown too in the harsh Iraqi sun. And they made another crucial discovery too. They realized that they didn't have to grow their plants only on the bank of the river. With a bit of hard work, they could dig channels that diverted the life-giving water inland. Now they could grow crops just about anywhere, so long as you could dig a canal long enough. And the people of this region would soon become very good at digging canals. Worked properly in this manner, this landscape could be immensely productive. In their fields, the people here grew wheat, millet, and sesame, and in gardens beneath the shade of their date palms, they also grew pomegranates, grapes, and figs, as well as chickpeas, lentils, leeks, garlic, cucumbers, and watercress. But there was one noticeable patch of green in the midst of all this desert. In the south of Iraq, the rivers Tigris and Euphrates branched into deltas and shallow lakes before they meet the ocean, creating an ancient marsh landscape. Here, dense thickets of reeds grow, so tall you can't see over the top of them, populated with buffalo, wild boar, and marshland birds. Since ancient times, the people here built their houses as reeds, binding them together into incredibly strong beams of upward moving cliff, and built large, vaulted houses. And it's in this vast urban landscape that residents learn to grow. Just as Mesopotamia was watered by two great rivers, its lands were also populated by two great peoples. These were the people of Sumer and the people of Akkad. Over the course of their history, the Sumerians and the Akkadians grew together in such a symbiotic way that it's impossible to tell the story of one without the other. We know that these are commanded by the Akkadian people. They spoke a language in the Semitic family, meaning that it's in the same language family as the Aramaic of the Bible, and later Hebrew and Arabic. This language seems to have been indigenous to the region, and it shares grammar and words with many other languages surrounding it. But the Sumerian people are much more mysterious. In fact, they are such a mystery that they have caused archaeologists to refer to what's called the Sumerian problem. Sumerians spoke what we call a language isolate. That is, it has no relation to any of the languages around it, and it's essentially in a language family all of its own. Sumerian was so alien to the region that early scholars who discovered its first texts didn't believe it could be a real language at all.
It is.
They thought it must have been a kind of code used to communicate in secret. This alone has led some historians to ask whether the Sumerians may have arrived in southern Iraq from somewhere else. The Sumerian culture centered on the sea coast of Iraq's far south, and so some have suggested that they may have arrived by boat. Some backing for this theory may come in the writings of Roman historian Flavius Josephus, who wrote down a Babylonian legend that he heard in the 1st century AD. It relates the story of a half-man, half-fish called Wannaz, who walked out of the sea and taught the people of Mesopotamia the secrets of culture.
Thank you.
He brought them the knowledge of letters, sciences, and all kinds of techniques. He also taught them how to found cities, build temples, create laws, and measure plots of land.
Thank you.
He revealed to them how to work the land and gather fruits.
Thank you.
After teaching mankind all these secrets, Wannaz leaps back into the sea and swims away. It's possible that in this myth, ancient storytellers have preserved some memory of the arrival of the Sumerians.
We've heard about it.
Landing en masse by boat and bringing with them their advanced urban culture.
It didn't say en masse, it said one dude.
Some have even argued
So
that the
that's
Sumerians
one
may have
dude.
come from as far afield
Ain't
as
a man.
India.
They
And
ain't
more
stupid.
evidence for the migration theory seems to come from the words that the Sumerians used for their profession. For more common jobs, the ones that involved manual labor, the Sumerians used old, pre-Sumerian words. Meanwhile, they brought new words with them to describe more sophisticated and urban occupations. For instance, the words for scribe and winemaker are both distinctly Sumerian. But others have proposed a more interesting theory, which does seem to solve some of these contradictions.
Anunnaki!
Although it does seem a little far-fetched, I think it is worth mentioning here. The clue to this theory comes, once again, from mythology. The Sumerian version of history was dominated by a devastating event of apocalyptic proportions. And if you were brought up reading Bible stories, you may find it familiar.
Couple of them, actually.
The Sumerians believed that in a time long before, in the time of their most distant ancestors, a great flood had washed over the world. This same story would later pass on into the legends of the Babylonian Empire, and from there to the Hebrew poets who wrote the first books of the Bible.
From Babel to Hebrew.
For this reason, the story of the flood is perhaps the oldest continuously told story, and it's in this legend that the clue to the origin of the Sumerians might lie.
I heard that before.
The story of the flood is so striking that many historians with varying degrees of credibility have tried to come up with some historical event that may have inspired it. And history is actually full of great inundations. When the last ice age ended around 10,000 BC, global temperatures rose between 4 to 7 degrees over a period of about 5,000 years. Up until that point, vast ice sheets had covered the land in the north of the planet, reaching as far south as Berlin. But as temperatures rose, these ice caps melted, and their water poured back into the oceans.
Hey, it was Enki. He's the one who
Global
forced
sea
it.
levels rose an
We've heard all
average
that,
of
too.
2.5 centimeters a year, until by the end, the sea had risen an incredible 120 meters, or enough to completely swallow a 30-story building.
Uh-huh.
Around the world, the sea engulfed vast regions of the coast. The land bridge that had once connected Russia and Alaska was submerged, separating Asia and the Americas forever. Low-lying regions of what is now Europe's North Sea flooded, turning Great Britain into an island. And in the Middle East, the effects were felt just as dramatically. During the low sea levels of the Ice Age, the Tigris and Euphrates had flowed for a further 600 kilometers, joining into a single river and meandering along a stretch of low-lying valley wedged between what is now Iran and Saudi Arabia. This grand river would have met the Indian Ocean around the region of Dubai today. Some historians have argued that Neolithic humans may have made their home in this fertile valley, having journeyed down from the mountains of Iran. But as the glaciers melted, the sea advanced, slowly at first, but with an increasing speed. Over the next 5,000 years, the coastline would have moved an average rate of 120 meters a year. That's over a kilometer every 10 years, or 1 meter every 3 days. If there were humans living in this low-lying region at the time, this event must have been utterly terrifying. The next centuries would see these people driven north by the encroaching waves, which swallowed whole forests and villages. These people would have been pressed into ever denser populations, forced to adapt as they went.
Forced to move around.
They would have been a roving band of
Kill 'em.
refugees, never able to settle anywhere for long before the sea made its next advance. This exodus would have continued until the planet's temperature stabilized and the seacoast reached its furthest point, right around the year 5000 BC, just at the time that Sumerian culture as we know it burst onto the historical stage.
There's coincidence.
So this is a theory
Fucking coincidence.
that I think deserves some consideration. That as the waves of Semitic-speaking farmers moved down the rivers from the mountains to the north,
But we got 'em being
they met
invaded by
another
those
population
guys.
coming up from the south,
Coming up from the
a
south.
ravaged and devastated people, speaking a language that had evolved independently, and telling tales of a flood that had drowned the whole world.
Told you kill them all.
This theory could be supported by that legend of the amphibious fishman, Mary Wannaz, by that legend of the amphibious fishman, Wannaz. Is it possible that the Sumerians came to southern Iraq not by boat, but actually walking out of a land that was now at the bottom of the sea?
No, he came out of a fucking ship that he
Another
landed
legend, called the myth
right where he
of
said he
Enki
did.
and Nidrasar,
Oh,
relates a creation
Nidrasar.
story in which the god Enki creates man in a land called Dilmun. Like the Garden of Eden, Dilmun is an earthly paradise.
In Dilmun, the
Now
crow
you're
does not
talking.
utter its cry. The lion does not kill. The wolf does not seize the lamb. The wild dog, devourer of kids, is unknown.
Dilmun is thought to have been what is now Bahrain. An
That
island
doesn't
in
sound
the
like
middle
such a
of the
bad
Persian
place,
Gulf.
Delmoon.
That body of water
The dog that
was
eateth
once
children's
a
nut
fertile
is
river
there.
valley.
No, I got no more teeth pulled
All we
yesterday.
have on this subject
I was crying.
is
I said,
speculation.
no, I'm a big fat
And
pussy
until
and I
any
can't
further
take it.
evidence is found,
I gotta work.
this will remain just a theory. But as a
Yeah, he
storyteller,
agreed. I
I
wasn't healed
can't help
enough,
but be drawn to this colourful explanation.
especially because I blow
When we
glass.
try to work out the truth of
He
what
was
happened
like, oh,
in
blow
this incredibly
glass.
distant
Like,
past,
blow glass. I was like,
we are
yes.
reminded that history
That's what I
is
told
not
you
a
last
rigid
time.
set of dates
He's like, no, I
and
didn't know
facts,
what you meant.
but a continuing
Now I know what you
process
mean. Yeah, you
of
probably want to take
inquiry
it easy
and
on that.
It can sometimes feel
I
like
was like, I
mapping a
did.
certain
I
planet in another
did.
solar system, or like exploring the dark
I
depths
did.
of the deep
I
sea.
took it a little easier than he
And all
told
we
me
have to
to.
work with
By
are
a
the small
day, anyways,
spots
it
of light
still hurt.
that history provides.
He's like, oh, blow glass. I was like, yeah. I'm not sure what he thought, what I meant when I said blow glass.
We may never know the truth about where the Sumerians came from, but there is plenty that we do know. The Sumerians referred to themselves as
you know, yeah, that's exactly by, you know, blow glass. It's kind of exactly what I fucking meant. I use my mouth a lot. I blow glass. So I'm thinking, was he wondering, am I sucking dick or sucking the glass dick? I'm not sure.
And cut short on the sides.
I'm uncertain where his mind was now.
While the richer people would have worn coloured fabrics, spun.
So I need my long hair back. Every way my new intuition would be back, and I'd be certain he thought I was fucking butt shit.
Both men and women wore jewelry, anklets, bracelets, necklaces, and earrings made of copper and sometimes gold. Remarkably,
you mean blowing glass? Yes.
Like everything else, the Sumerians wrote their music down on clay tablets. And we've also discovered other texts that explain how to play, including how to tune the instrument. And so today, we're able to hear the sound of the music that once played in the temples and courtyards of cities like Eridu, Ur, and Uruk. These two great people, the Semitic Akkadians and the Sumerians, formed a symbiosis over the next century that would see their cultures run in parallel, just like their two great rivers.
Where's my blood?
They shared their successes and advances. They shared the cities that were even now growing to become the largest ever seen. But they also shared their failures. And as a result, their fate became inextricably
Now I kind of want to know.
intertwined.
Maybe I don't. I'm not even gonna say it. What the fuck the doctor's up to now?
The Sumerians
Wait a minute.
believed that the world was a roughly
He had
circular
He had his
land,
hands in my mouth. What?
surrounded on all sides by a huge body of water.
Jesus Christ.
They believed that another ocean also lay above their heads, held
I'm
in
never
place
going to
by
the
solid
dentist again.
structure of the sky, which occasionally let some of this water through as rain. They divided water into two types, that of the rain and rivers, sweet water,
The hell
and
was
that
he
of the sea,
thinking? He's
bitter
a
water.
wonder.
Sumerians called their homeland
What's he got going on?
Engir, which means the land of the noble lords.
Yeah, it's not your everyday
To describe
job.
the
It is.
settled societies of
But it
the
does. It makes me
Sumerians
wonder
and
what
Akkadians,
exactly he was
they
thinking.
used the word kalam,
Wait a minute.
meaning civilized, while they used the word kur to describe the mountainous zones bordering the plains. Kur in the Sumerian language meant mountain, but it also came to mean
Who, Josh?
rebellious, barbarous.
He's a
and wild.
weirdo. He's
And at
definitely a
this
fucking
time,
weirdo.
that's how the
I ain't-
outside world must have looked to them.
I ain't never looked
To their
at him,
south
thank God.
and west, the vast desert of Arabia
I
yawned.
just
A rolling
listened to
sea
his
of sand
readings.
dunes where nothing grew, home to fierce nomadic
I
tribes.
listen to these guys more.
To the
honestly.
north, the
And I
rocky
argue with
Taurus
it. I yell at
mountains
him
of
all
Turkey
day.
and Kurdistan
I'm like,
hemmed them in. Full
that ain't the way it went.
people. While the Zagros mountains of Iran formed the edge of their world to the east.
They're very.
Today, the Arabic word for the region of Upper Mesopotamia still holds within it a sense of this feeling of isolation.
They like keeping the
They call it
mythology with
El
mythology.
Jazira, meaning
Put it that way.
the island.
But they're very
But
technical.
despite the challenges
I really
of
do.
their
I like
landscape,
this channel.
the Sumerians
Even
flourished.
though I might yell at him a lot.
They had no stone to build with, so instead they
He just
learned
don't know
to
what
make
we know.
bricks from the river mud, mixing them with straw, gravel, and broken pottery, and baking
Want
them.
to clip him.
With clay, they made everything from pots and plates to sickles and writing tablets. They had no wood, so instead they harvested vast numbers of reeds, tying them together into bundles and plaiting them
You know
together
who
into
Pussifer
mats.
is?
The Sumerians invented or adopted the pottery wheel, the wagon wheel, the
The
plow,
things
and
you
the
can
sailboat.
do in carbon.
Their buildings used complex arches and domes. They worked
Yeah,
out how
that's
to cast metals, such as
exactly what
copper
you think
and later
it is.
bronze.
Motherfuckers,
And the
he
Sumerians were also avid mathematicians. They developed complex systems of measurement, as well as methods for dividing, multiplying,
I got it.
calculating,
Well, these are called optic
even
molds.
writing down
They're made out of
first ever
carbon or
multiplication
graphite.
tables on clay tablets.
That one there, well,
We actually
Whoa.
use Sumerian
We know what
mathematics
that is.
every day. It was the Sumerians who divided
That's a Mary
time
Wannaz
into the
plant.
minutes and
Wait a minute,
seconds
no,
we
that's
still
somebody's
use.
head.
And since their number system worked on a base of
This one
60
here's the
rather
optic
than our
mold of
system of 10,
a
that's why we have
multifunctional
60
star.
minutes in an hour.
There's a bottom layer too.
The reason for using 60 as the base of a number system is actually quite simple, and it's rooted in the design of our bodies. If you hold your hand out in front of you right now, you'll notice that each of
Motherfucking
your
turtle.
4 fingers is divided into 3 segments. It's thought that ancient people would use the thumb of their right hand to tap each segment of the finger, counting up to 12. When they reached 12, they would raise a finger on their left hand, counting up to 12s. And when you had 5 fingers raised on your left
This one
hand,
makes leaves.
you had 60,
It
and
gives
you
you
had to
this
start again.
nice old pressing.
The fact that there were 12 cycles of the moon in each year would have confirmed for the Sumerians
That's
that
flower
this was
life.
the number system intended
Oh
by the
shit!
gods.
Motherfucker
The
got a flower life
360
pendant
degrees we still
maker,
use in
and he
angle
don't make
measurement
flower life
is
pendants all
another
day.
relic of this
No.
system.
I don't. I can't pay rent
Due to
making
this
flower
spark
life
of
pendants all
ingenuity,
day.
Sumerian society grew at a slow but steady pace. They dug
I got
vast
one, though.
networks of irrigation canals that extended the agricultural zone
This one
around
right
the
here,
rivers and also
you never
allowed them
guess
to
what that
transport
does.
goods in
So
canal
you can
boats.
breathe out of it. It's
They
a
built
tube.
dams to regulate the flow of the rivers and ensure that the spring floods came in a more controlled way. In fact, the Sumerian language has a vast array of words to describe the different kinds of canals,
It
reservoirs,
holds my glass on
dams,
glass.
and lock gates required to control their water.
Personally,
Gradually, the
I've
landscape
gotten
of
to
southern
where I
Iran
like the glass on
transformed
glass, and they're
from
better
dusty
than
salt
this.
flats and marshy swamps
This
to a
sticks too
green
much.
patchwork of farmland.
If I need to, I got to
Many historians
glass on
have
glass
argued that it
reamer.
was the digging of these canals
same
and
size.
watercourses that originally led to the greater social organization we see during the Sumerian period.
That's my
These
favorite way to
extensive
make a
systems of water management
glass on
needed
glass
careful
rig.
planning, engineering expertise, and mathematical calculations.
Excuse me.
Work teams
It
needed
caught
to
me
be
fucking
organized
dialogue
and paid in food and beer. foremen and overseers
Excuse me.
needed to be appointed.
Excuse me, please.
And all of this
Hello.
led to a kind of early bureaucracy
Thank
that
you.
gave rise to the first true states. In the 1930s, historian Arnold Toynbee famously argued that it was just these environmental challenges in southern Iraq that created the conditions in which civilization could be created.
Hello.
The desiccation of the region compelled the fathers of the Sumerian civilization to come to grips with the jungle swamp of the lower valley, Tigris and Euphrates, and to transform it. The ordeal through which the fathers of the Sumerian civilization passed is commemorated in Sumerian legend. The slaying of the dragon Tiamat by the god Marduk, the creation of the world and the awful remains, signifies the subjugation of primeval wilderness and the creation of the land by the canalization of the waters and the draining of the soil.
It does not. It symbolizes Marduk's bitch
The tough
holiness.
semi-desert
Because he was
landscape
a fucking
created
expert
what he
at being a
called
bitch.
stimulus and response effect.
It had
in
to
these
fucking
early
usurp everything
Toynbee argues that in conditions
because
that
it
are
was
too
in his
comfortable,
bloodline. That's what
people
that
have little need
symbolizes.
of increased social
Marduk was a
organization
bitch.
or technological
It's a-
development. And in conditions that are too harsh, society finds it
Damn it.
impossible to develop. He argues
That's all we got
that it's
out
in
of that.
environments such as southern Iraq,
Over here in this
where
corner
the challenges are numerous
Marduk
but not overwhelming,
was a
that the
bitch.
cradle of civilization can occur.
And it's official. He's a dead bitch. So I can say that about him.
According to Sumerian texts, the first city in the region was the
I
city
heard
of
about
Eridu.
it. My damn son.
One
Motherfucker.
controversial document known as the Sumerian King List
My kills give me
describes
a hard time.
Eridu
Can you tell?
as the place where the god Enki first decided that a king should rule.
Now you're talking
When
about
kingship
Enki.
from heaven was lowered, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu,
Wait a minute.
Alalim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Alangar ruled for 36,000 years.
Why
For
are you
obvious
going off
reasons,
the Babylonian
many historians
version?
have questioned the reliability of this source. Some have
I
even gone
question
so
the
far as to call it
reliability
a
of the
piece
source.
of utter fiction,
Yes.
or a later piece of propaganda
Later piece.
designed to legitimize a usurper to the throne.
Yeah. Like Marduk.
But the King List does tell us how the Sumerians, of at least one point, thought of their history. And many have argued that Eridu may well have been the world's first city. Eridu was founded around the year 5400
so.
BC. That's
That's
nearly
what they say.
7.5 millennia ago. At this
Oh, we
time,
got older ones.
populations of woolly mammoths, survivors
Wait a
of the
minute.
end of the Ice Age,
Way
still
older.
roamed in remote parts of the world.
Way olders. We got way
Eridu
olders
was
than that
populated
over there
by
in Peru,
Sumerian
where
speakers. And soon
the
it would make up just one of a whole constellation of small
I want to
cities
stab this guy in the
that
eye.
dotted the landscape of southern Iraq. These independent city-states were centered around their temples
Well, but I
and
just
ruled by priest kings known as the Ensi.
with my little poker
Records show that these
right in
Ensi
his
were
eyeball.
often assisted by a council of elders, which included both men and
It
women.
ain't his fault, though.
Most of the largest cities in this
I still
period
want to poke him in the
were
eye.
probably no bigger than about 10,000 people. The borders of these city-states were defined
Oh
by
my
the
God, I'm
courses of
such an
canals,
asshole. Why are you
especially
fucking
created
cooling
out
down
of
on me
stone.
today? What?
carved monuments
You don't love
left
me
jutting
no
out of the earth to
That's
mark
what
the
I'm
line
thinking.
between one territory
It's
and
like, I
another.
want you to rewire my whole
Slowly,
fucking thing in
these
reverse.
cities
You
began
bet,
to
dude.
eclipse
That's
the
what I
old
gotta do.
Umayyad culture that had
I
preceded
figured
them.
I'd just find the short
Art
end
and
and
architecture
forgive
began to
me,
take on the form
and
that we
work
would
in the
truly call
nose,
Sumerian.
boy.
And technology also began to take huge leaps forward. This first period seems to have been a time of relative peace. There's little evidence of organized warfare or the keeping of professional soldiers in these early cities. Most towns during this period went without walls. One exceptionally ancient Sumerian myth, called the Gifts of Inanna, seems to capture some of the spirit of this period of transition. It describes technology and the refinements of civilization being handed down by Enki, the king of the gods, to his daughter, the goddess Inanna. She later passes them down to the people of Sumer.
Holy Inanna received the craft of the carpenter, the craft of the coppersmith, the craft of the scribe, the craft of the smith, the craft of the leather worker, the craft of the builder, the craft of the reed worker. Holy Inanna received wisdom, the shepherd's hut, the knowledge to pile up glowing charcoals, the sheepfold.
Enki teaches Inanna about family, the proper laws of inheritance, and the art of good judgment. But he also goes on to give her other gifts, some of which show that the darker side of civilization was already beginning to make itself known.
Holy Inanna received deceit and the rebel lands. Holy Inanna received heroism, power, wickedness, the plundering of cities, and the making of lamentations.
It may be that the ancient Sumerians already recognized, right at the dawn of settled human society, what the scholar Walter Benjamin would one day write, that there is no record of civilization that is not at the same time a record of barbarism. And it's true that during this period, the Sumerians began practices that would begin a sorrowful phase of human history. Among them is the use of slave labor. They captured men and women from the hill countries outside their borders and used their labor to fuel the growth of their own economy. In the last episode, I used the metaphor of the death of stars to talk about the life cycle that empires often pass through. But we might also think about the birth of civilizations in this way. The first stars were born from gas clouds, compacted together under the weight of their own gravity into a spinning ball of matter. Under enough pressure, the temperature of the star's core increased, and finally, nuclear fusion began. The first stars burst into light. When enough people gather together in one place, that settlement obtains a kind of gravity. It draws other people towards it, and as the size of the settlement increases, so does pressure on its various systems. In some cases, this pressure results in those people being fused together into more complex forms of organization. Sometime around the year 3200 BC, the first stars of these human settlements began to burst into light, and that light was the invention of writing. One Sumerian epic poem, called Enmarkar and the Lord of Arata, gives the first known story about the invention of writing. This poem attributes the invention to a king who has to send so many messages that his messenger can't remember them all.
Because the messenger's mouth was heavy and he couldn't repeat the message, the Lord of Kalaba patted some clay and put words on it like a tablet. Until then, there had been no putting words on clay.
The Sumerians had two things around them in virtually limitless abundance. That's the clay beneath their feet and the reeds that grew in the marshes and along the banks of the rivers. And it's these two resources that combine to form the first human writing. Sumerian scribes would pick up a lump of clay big enough to fit in their hand. In fact, about the size of a modern smartphone. They would take a piece of reed, cut into the shape of a wedge.
See, they had the right idea.
Over and over
fucking clay it up. Fucking
to form symbols. The distinctive wedge shapes
Their
of
shit's
the
still
reeds
working thousands
give
of
this
years
form of
later.
writing its name. We call it cuneiform. The oldest cuneiform clay tablets come from the city of Uruk and date to the late 4th millennium, probably around the 32nd or 31st centuries.
BC. About the size of an iPhone, 3700 BC, compared to your iPhone 10, 6 months.
This script originally consisted of pictographs, small pictures designed to depict objects,
Honey and
everyone
crackers.
could understand what they represented.
I like honey.
These were first used
like
to keep
peanut
track
butter
of
crackers.
everyday things like rations
And when you
and
put in
supplies.
peanut butter crackers
And on some of these very early
and dip it in
tablets,
honey,
you can still
got
see
some
very
really good
clearly
shit
what
going
they
on.
mean. A bowl of food is depicted with an eating mouth next to 6 impressions, and a sheaf of wheat next to 5. This indicates that a worker can exchange this tablet for 6 bowls of food and 5 sheaves of wheat.
That sounds like money.
Scribes would have had to work fast, copying hundreds of documents throughout their day. And slowly, this pressure meant that the signs had to become simpler and more abstract. Before long, they no longer looked like the objects they described. After the year 3000, the number of symbols was reduced from around 1500 to about 600. And someone else had the bright idea that each symbol could stand for a certain sound instead of a whole idea. This was the beginning of the first alphabet. But it meant that now only an educated few could understand writing. And soon a separate class of scribes emerged. The human brain would never be the same again. People could now read the words of kings and scribes who had died hundreds of years before, and they could also begin to write down everything they had learned so it could be remembered, and more importantly, could be built upon. Partly due to this ability to record knowledge, the technology of Sumer around this time began to take even greater leaps forward. This next period of history would be known as the period of Uruk. The period is named after the city of Uruk, which by the middle of the 4th millennium BC had grown into the largest and most powerful city in southern Mesopotamia. One of the key ways that historians mark the shift into the Uruk period is by observing a dramatic change that occurred around this time in the region's pottery. If you're thinking that the pottery must have got more sophisticated and ornate as technology improved, then you're mistaken. In fact, the ancient pottery of the Umayyad period was exceptionally beautiful. It was made on a device known as a slow wheel and painted with distinctive geometrical designs in brown or black. It was a luxury item for the select few. The shift to the Uruk period saw a great increase in the amount of pottery produced, but the quality fell dramatically. Thanks to a technology known as the fast wheel, clay jars and pots could now be made in great numbers by workmen in intensive workshops. This was the first era of mass production. The booming economy of the Sumerian cities comes to life in their documents. The clay tablets tell us that in the city of Girsu, for instance, 15,000 women were employed in the textile industry. One factory produced 1,100 tons of flour a year, as well as bread, beer, and linseed oil. This factory employed 134 specialists and 858 skilled workers, of which the vast majority were women. Since there was no currency at this time, workers were paid directly in food and other goods. The minimum ration of an unskilled factory worker consisted of 20 liters of barley a month, along with 2 liters of oil and 2 kilos of wool per year. Meanwhile, their supervisor would earn roughly twice this ration. The poor in Sumerian society were downtrodden and were probably pretty miserable. They often had to borrow food or silver from predatory moneylenders at crushing interest rates of as high as 30%. But despite this rising inequality, by the middle of the 4th millennium BC, economic advancement meant that the city of Uruk had grown into the largest and most powerful city in southern Mesopotamia. This was around the year 3500 BC, or over 5,000 years ago. By this time, nearly 2,000 years had already passed since the original founding of the first city at Eridu. That's enough time to take us from the present moment to the age of Julius Caesar. By this time, Sumerian civilization was already ancient, but the very earliest of the pyramids of Egypt would still not be built for another 900 years.
Everything he says is after
In
the
Britain,
flood.
the Neolithic
Everything
monument
this guy, this
Stonehenge
channel
was
talks
at this
about
time just a series
is
of
after the
barrows and
flood.
earthworks, and its large stones would not be moved into place for another
In their
1,300
context.
years. When writing was invented in Uruk in the 32nd century BC, the last population of woolly mammoths to survive the end of the Ice Age was still clinging to life on a rocky outcrop in the East Siberian Sea, known as Wrangel Island. By this time, Uruk would have had about 50,000 inhabitants. That's only enough to fill a modern medium-sized football stadium, but at this time it was the largest city that the Earth had ever seen. The world's earliest surviving piece of literature, known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, begins in this city. It is the story of a king of Uruk named Gilgamesh, who likely ruled sometime in the 3rd millennium. Whatever the historical facts of his reign are, Gilgamesh made enough of an impression as a ruler that he went down into legend as a mythical hero, 2/3 god and 1/3 man. And although there's much more myth than fact in this ancient tale, the Gilgamesh epic does tell us a little about how Sumerian society changed in the early centuries of the 3rd millennium. For one thing, it's clear that warfare had begun to increase in the region. The tale opens in the powerful city of Uruk, and one feature of the city is mentioned as a great source of pride. That's a ring of enormous fortified walls, as these lines from the Epic of Gilgamesh show.
Behold the outer walls which gleam like copper. See the inner wall which numbs in light. Touch the threshold stones. It is an ancient day. Go up and walk on the wall of Uruk. Inspect the cornerstone and examine its brickwork. Is it not built of baked brick?
Really?
It's clear that city walls were now a necessity, but we can tell from the great pride shown in Uruk's fortifications that they may have also been quite rare. In fact, throughout the story, the city is referred to repeatedly as Strong Wall Uruk. We also get a sense of how the city was divided during this time, suggesting some level of urban planning from its rulers.
These parts comprise Uruk. 1/3 for city, 1/3 for garden, 1/3 for field, and a precinct for the temple of Ishtar.
At the height of the Uruk period, the city covered an area of 2.5 square kilometers. It had a port on the river, along with workshops and cluttered houses.
Picture
At the
day,
center of the city
Monday.
was Uruk's
at the
famous
school.
White Temple.
Go take
It was
pictures of
elevated 21
the
meters
fucking
and
two
covered
boys
in
and
white
kids
gypsum
live.
plaster that reflected the sunlight and would have caused the temple to glow during the day. If you walked the streets of Uruk during this time, you would have seen markets full of produce like beans and lentils, pomegranates and dates, jars of date syrup and oil. In the richer parts of town, houses would be built from baked bricks, but elsewhere they would be mud and clay, dried in the sun. The houses would likely be arranged in a chaotic way, creating a labyrinth of alleys and warrens, covered by reed matting, keep them cool in the heat of the day. Farmers would be carrying large bundles of reeds and wheat on their backs, and herders would bring their long-haired sheep and oxen. Here and there, you would see men sitting in circles in shaded courtyards, sharing a large jar of beer in the center, all sipping it through long straws made of hollow reeds.
Shit, they was all smoking bombs.
While the Sumerians did import some wines from the northern regions, it was beer that they loved most of all. They had over 30 different varieties, with names like white, dark, cloudy, and sweetened with honey. Some of their beer was flavored with herbs. It was brewed directly from the wheat and barley of the fields, and if you bought the cheapest kind, it would often still have seeds of grain floating at the bottom. One cuneiform text has even preserved a kind of drinking song.
I will summon brewers and cupbearers to serve us floods of beer and pass it around. What pleasure, what delight, blissfully to take it in, to sing jubilantly of this noble liquor, our hearts enchanted and our souls radiant.
We can imagine the conversations that these ancient people would have had around their jars of beer, probably not that different to the conversations you'd find in any bar or pub today. Some of these everyday concerns have been preserved in lists of ancient Sumerian proverbs. These groups of beer drinkers would doubtless have complained that they were not appreciated at work.
I am a thoroughbred steed, but I am hitched to a mule, and must draw a cart and carry reeds to stubble.
Others would have commiserated about one of the oldest human concerns, not having enough money.
The poor man is better dead than alive. If he has bread, he has no song. If he has song, he has no bread.
And as with drinkers in all parts of history, they would have fallen out and shouted insults at each other in the street.
If you were put in water, the water would become foul. If you were put in a garden, the fruit would rot.
At night, people usually slept on their rooftops, since the heat inside the houses would have been too much for them. The city would have been a pungent mixture of smells.
She didn't like homeboy, man. She
Pottery
said
kilns
if you put it in the water, it becomes foul, bitch.
There were no drains in the road. People would have thrown their waste out. In the houses, people laid down layers of clay,
Take that. Take that, you made the water rot. No.
From the epicenter of this great city, the Uruk civilization had outstripped and eventually a number of similarly great cities rose up.
That's a good shit.
But as the fourth millennium drew to a close, another Sumerian city was rising to power, and soon it would take Uruk's place as the new center of Sumerian culture. It would flourish into realms of untold wealth and push the boundaries of what humanity thought possible in the realms of art and architecture. It's the city whose ruins we opened this episode with, and the name of that city was Ur.
Oh, that's some funny shit. There's some badass motherfuckers in Ur.
Ur was situated right at the point where the Euphrates River met the sea. It was a trading port and fishing town, where seagulls would have circled and fishermen came in and catch for fish, oysters, and turtles. Its position both on the sea and the river would have made it a booming hub of the region's trade. As we've already seen, if you needed clay or reed, southern Iraq was the be. But for virtually everything else they needed, the Sumerians had to import from other lands. But luckily for them, they always had something to trade. They were alone among almost all the nations of the ancient Middle East, in that they produced a large surplus and variety of food. Archaeology shows that due to their farming abilities, the Mesopotamians of antiquity enjoyed a far more rich and varied diet than their neighbors in either Turkey or Iran. We have even uncovered some ancient Sumerian recipes, written down on clay tablets. This is the recipe for a dish they called tuku, and it gives you a sense of the variety they enjoyed.
One chihuahua finally chopped.
Get the water ready. Add fat, salt, beer, onion, rocket, coriander, semolina, cumin, and beetroot.
I'm sorry,
Add
that's
them to the cooking pot.
Aztec cookbook.
Then pound leek and garlic
How you
together
doing,
and
Window?
add. Let all blend and reduce to a pulp. Then sprinkle with coriander and carrot.
Thanks, Jelly.
Boats full
I
of
heard
wheat
that.
and
I was
grains,
like, what the fuck?
dried
My
reeds
phone.
and figs were now forging up the rivers,
It was the school.
bringing food to all the neighboring lands. And in return, other resources flowed back. Copper came down from the mountains of northwestern Iran, and later by ship from the island of Cyprus. Tin traveled through the long mountain passes from Afghanistan, as it would throughout the later Bronze Age. Silver came down the Euphrates on barges from Turkey's Taurus Mountains, while gold came overland from Egypt and by ship from India. Ordinary wood for everyday building could be chopped in the Zagros Mountains of Iran to the east, but for finer constructions, for palaces and ornate city gates, only the prized wood of the cedar tree would do.
Hi, Krista.
This
Welcome
was
back.
brought by ship
Break
from
time.
Lebanon, where it grew among the high mountain passes. In fact, one episode in the Epic of Gilgamesh relates the king's quest to slay a monster in the mountains of Lebanon and steal this beautiful wood from its forest. The ancient Sumerians traded in what we would consider a truly globalized way. From their tiny coast on the Persian Gulf, their ships sailed out to trading ports in modern Bahrain and Oman, and from there they sailed along the coast to trade with another of the world's most ancient and mysterious cultures, the people we know today as the Indus Valley Civilization.
Like you was eating up, woman.
From there, the Sumerians got all kinds of spices and
Decided to start working again. I got enough
as
time to
well
pull
as
this point and I
brilliant
can
blue lapis lazuli
blaze that
that the
bottom
Sumerians
off of that other
called.
one. Get it? Get
They
the other
used
one
it to
started.
make jewelry and amulets,
I ain't on my
inlays
time
and
now.
gaming boards, musical
I'm
instruments,
racing
and
this kiln hot.
sculptures of astonishing beauty. All of this trade would have passed through Ur and swelled the city to a wealth that likely no other human habitation had ever achieved. Grave goods uncovered in Ur show not only the incredible wealth of its rulers, but also magnificent craftsmanship that suggests an advanced community of artists.
Shit, still got a ways to go.
One such artifact, found in a royal tomb in Ur, has given us an incredible insight into the lives and manners of the ancient Sumerians. It's an ornate, decorative piece of furniture, inlaid with a mosaic of shell, red limestone, and lapis lazuli, and its images show detailed scenes from everyday life around 4,600 years ago. Today, it is called the Standard of Ur.
Come on, man.
On one side, the artifact shows images of the Sumerians at war, the chariots pulled by donkeys, the soldiers wearing leather capes and helmets, the men carrying spears and axes.
Fucking hot.
On the other side, it depicts the Sumerians at peace.
What the fuck?
Farmers and herders working on one level, and above them, the scribes with their shaved heads sitting at their desks. At this time, urbanism in the Sumerian world was reaching its peak. By the end of the third millennium, a majority of the region's population would live in cities. And in this newly urbanized world, the economic power of Ur remained. Over the next centuries, its power expanded and contracted. And at one point, some of its kings wrote inscriptions calling themselves both the king of Ur and the king of Kish, another city that lay nearby. This suggests that Ur may have subdued some of its neighbors under its political control.
You
But
think?
by the mid-3rd millennium, it seems the influence of Ur began to wane. This was a new militarized age, when the power of trade and diplomacy seems to have no longer been enough. And one city, called Lagash, truly came into its own in this
fucking
era of
Lagash.
violence.
Not very long.
Lagash was a slaving city.
It was.
It had grown rich by raiding villages in the hills,
They
kidnapping
like
people
slaving
and selling them
motherfuckers
across the region.
all the time.
Sometime around the year
Wait a minute, I
2500
heard it here.
BC,
Wait a minute.
Lagash fell out with its neighbor, a city called Umma.
I've already listened
The
to I think
dispute
all of
seems
these
to have
guys.
been over a stretch of
I
farmland
listened
along
to
the
it 2
river,
or 3 times.
and it caused the two cities to go to
Full
war.
disclosure, I've already heard this.
One carved stone monument from this time, known as a stele, captures something of the spirit of this age.
Kind of like that thing
It is known as the stele of the vultures.
fucking Stella. Kind of like
The
that
upper
thing I
part of the
translated.
stone is normal
Stella.
enough. It shows the king of Lagash, a man named Eonatum,
I'd like to see
leading
this
his soldiers into battle.
one.
They wear leather helmets and skirts made of reeds,
Let me look.
shouldering their spears. These spears would have likely been topped with blades of copper or bronze, and would have flashed red in the sun as they marched.
Yep. And he's a
The king
Sumerian
is riding
king.
ahead of them in an early chariot, wearing an animal skin slung across his chest,
Mm-hmm.
with a spear and a container of javelins beside him. When the armies met,
He's a
the
tough looking
stele
fucking
shows King
Lugar.
Eonatum of Lagash dismounting from his chariot and proceeding to lead his men on foot.
His boy's got a bunch of spears
They
too,
advance
boy.
in a phalanx.
It ain't
a
looking
tight
like a
square
fucking
of
war
men
thing to
with
me
broad
though. Now that
shields
I'm looking at
protecting
it
their
in
fronts,
context.
and a porcupine of short
What the
spears
fuck
jutting
are
out
they
ahead.
showing me?
The fighting was bitter. Eonatum was struck in the eye by an arrow, but he lived on to see his army to victory, as the inscription on the stele records.
Now there are some fucking pile of bodies right
Eonatum
there.
struck at Umma. The bodies were soon 3,600 in number.
And at least 5 tall.
Eonatum, like a fierce storm wind,
Oh.
I
Oh.
unleashed the tempest.
Yeah, you did. Look.
As the soldiers of Umma
Oh, I
tried
need
to
to.
flee the bloody
I
battlefield,
need
the
to
stele
rewatch
shows
this
the
shit.
soldiers of Lagash cutting them down and trampling them beneath their feet.
Oh god.
There's something to this carving.
See,
to me embodies
see how I
something
get,
of the
I look, and I'm like,
spirit of
oh, I
Sumerian
can't look
warfare.
away.
It's a particular kind of nastiness that revels in the suffering
It's
of your
rough.
enemies. And this is shown most clearly in the part of the carving that gives it its name.
Oh, you like Josh better?
These
Yeah,
are the
well,
vultures flying.
yeah, this
overhead,
guy, he, like I
carrying
said,
the severed heads of the soldiers of
it's
Umma in
Mr.
their beaks,
Documentary.
picking at their tongues and eyes. It clearly shows a kind of massacre perpetrated by the city of Lagash, and it does so with relish.
Yeah, it does. They're very happy about death over there in dying.
Due to military victories of this kind, the slaving
Yeah,
city
and
of
like I
Lagash
said, it's very,
went on to conquer much of southern
very
Mesopotamia.
rigid.
Lagash
With
established
mythology
what some
and shit, they
historians
very
call
rarely
the first
mention
true
Inky and
empire
shit,
of the world.
but it does give a good
But this
depiction
rule
of
was
their
short-lived.
lives as people.
In
It
these
goes
ancient
through a lot of their
times,
text.
administrating
I
even
like
one
this because
city
it covers a lot of the text and
and the
actually
empire
reads
of
it.
Lagash, despite its military success, was soon critically
And it gives you a pretty
overstretched.
good timeline from the
To
flood
make
on
matters
back
worse,
to
King
today,
Eonatum seems to
basically.
have ruled through what amounts to a campaign of terror. Unsurprisingly, his rule was unpopular, and revolts
I'd
rose up
say
against him.
it would be cool if he had a different
As the
voice,
hated empire
but
of
this is
Lagash
this guy's
fractured
like private
and
channel.
collapsed,
He does
the
this
ruler
all
of
himself,
one of
as
its
far as I
subjugated
know.
cities
He's
seized his
backed by
justice.
somebody. I
He
don't
was
know
the king
who,
of Umma, the
but
city whose defeat and
you
humiliation
can tell he's
is
totally
depicted
backed by
with
somebody
such
because he's
relish
very
on the
rigid
stele
and
of the
very.
vultures.
This
And
is
his
what we
name
got,
is
and this
Lugal
is
Zagizi.
mythology kind of guy. So
It's not clear exactly
he's
what
actually
made
kind of
Lugosz
aggravating as far
so
as that
successful,
aspect of it goes for me too.
but it's clear he was animated by a
Dick
ardent desire for revenge.
or weasel dick.
Perhaps the human being that the family
Maybe even a weasel dick.
had slaughtered thousands of his fellow citizens.
Yeah, I bet you he knows about Inky.
He
He just don't like Inky. Inky's crazy. Oh, damn. I had too much coffee today, didn't I?
He first fell in turn, and the rebel Lugosz behavior moved finally, he marched down the path of the empire. And it's here in that fiery fence but the city
He got real cool pictures, though. You turn off the sound and look at those. Might be able to read them.
even by the standards of the time.
They're not quite as advanced as the Egyptian ones.
One piece of Sumerian
No goodness.
The husbandman of
Motherfucking Anunnaki.
committed a sin against the city's God. God will set a new foundation. May Nadaba, the personal goddess of Lugal-Zagezi, make him bear all these sins.
After sacking Lagash, Lugal-Zagezi's momentum seems to have been unstoppable. He worked his way north, up the course of the two rivers, and soon he had conquered all the region Lagash had once claimed. One inscription written by him even claims to have conquered all the lands between what he calls the upper and the lower seas, meaning from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean coast.
Yeah, we got
The
that.
great god Enlil gave kingship of the land to him, the region from the lower sea through the Tigris and Euphrates
See,
to
great
the
guy
Sea.
Anu gave it to
32
his ass.
kings gathered against him, but he defeated them, smote their cities, and prostrated their lords.
Killed
and
him,
destroyed
prostrated
the whole
their asses.
countryside
Pumps
as
him full
far
of
as the
semen.
Silver.
In the name of Inky.
Admittedly, this is probably something of an exaggeration.
No, it's
The
not.
Sumerians had never been
It's
able
not.
to
You just
maintain
don't know,
such
man.
colonies or occupy far-off lands for very long. It's more likely that Lugal-Zagezi pulled off something like a successful raiding party on the coast, perhaps looting
Oh
some
my
towns
God,
and
he
cities,
raided that
bringing
booty.
treasure back to Europe. But this was the first time that a Sumerian prince had ever made this claim. For them, this upper sea was the western edge of their entire world. And the idea of a king who might
No, it
conquer
wasn't.
all the land between the
Matter of fact,
seas
them
began
motherfuckers
to
were.
possess the imaginations of all the kings who came after.
What, you telling me?
But King
You telling me,
Lugal-Zagezi,
wait, you
like
telling me
rulers of
what?
Lagash
You
before
telling me
him,
what?
had made
What?
the critical mistake.
These motherfuckers, these are different people than the ones that are writing about traveling to the fucking moon and Mars and fucking out of space and this and that. You talking about the fucking the Houthi was their world. I got something for you, buddy.
Of overstretching its resources. This
See, they
empire
go a little
was
bit overboard with this whole
before long,
standard
civil wars
shit.
and rebellions broke out between the various Sumerian cities.
I don't care if it's
In this
mythology
time
or
of
not.
chaos, the
They
other
knew
great
that wasn't the
people
edge of their world.
Mesopotamia
We can
began
hear
to
that
fancy
in the
their
mythology.
chances of ruler.
Thank you very fucking much.
These
Mr.
were the people who, up until this moment, had been
Sumerian
something
dude.
of a junior partner in the civilization
We ain't
of Southern
stupid
Iran.
over here.
These were the people of Akkad. One man would soon lead them in an outright rebellion against
Akkadian,
the
just
Sumerian
stepping in like
Empire.
that, just magic. Here's the people
He
of God.
would
Go,
go
ready,
down
go.
in history with a name that in Akkadian means the one true king. That name was Sargon,
Sargon.
and he
See?
ushered in.
I told you we'd hear about Sargon
Sumerian
later today,
age.
didn't I? There's Sargon. I promised. We're going to hear about Sargon.
Like many episodes in Sumerian history, The origin story of Sargon of Akkad.
See, there's a method to my madness. I put you through that torture just so we can come right to here.
He was
Alright,
born
asshole.
sometime in the middle of the 24th century BC.
I made you
Legend
pay
has it,
attention just
as
for
a
this
baby,
stupid
he
shit.
was found in a reed
Just
basket.
because we've been listening to Mr. Reed Basket. Here
He
we
was
go.
found by a gardener who worked in the palace in the city
See?
of Kish.
This is
and
Sitchin's
brought him
tale,
up
isn't it?
as his son. But like the biblical Moses, this foundling child had big ambitions. There seems to have been something special about him. Something about his charming manners meant that he was soon taken on as a cupbearer in the palace, bringing wine to the lords and royalty of the kingdom. This was a position of high honor and a way for a young man to gain influence at court. The young Sargon must have proven himself in other ways too. That's because he was soon entrusted with a mission of the utmost secrecy and importance. At this time, Kish was still part of Lugal-Zagezi's Sumerian empire, stretching over all the lands between the two seas.
Too short.
The Sumerian king Lugal-Zagezi was away on a distant campaign, possibly fighting in the lands of Syria or putting down a rebellion in a far-flung province. The young Sargon was given a small band of fighting men and told to travel to the city of Uruk, where Lugal-Zagezi kept its royal court. Their plan was to strike the city in a surprise attack, to knock out the capital of this new empire, and free the city of Kish from imperial control. It was a daring plan. The tall city walls of Uruk, immortalized in legend, must have looked daunting to the young Sargon and his men as they readied their attack. But Lugal-Zagezi had taken much of his army with him on campaigns and left few behind to defend his capital. The attack came as a complete surprise. Sargon's men overcame their defenses, poured over their walls, and the defenders fled.
See, poured over. It's that
Sargon
inky
captured
blood.
the city, and before reinforcements could arrive, he broke down several sections of those famous city walls. It was a deeply symbolic act, and a strike against the might
That
of
is
Lugal-Zagezi's empire.
Evenly, thickly
King
coated.
Lugal-Zagezi must have been
with
enraged. He swung around from his
Bubba
distant
Kush.
war-making and marched back home,
Sugar hash.
gathering all his subject
And it
kings
looks
to
like
him as he went.
sugar.
Inscriptions
Oh, it
record that
gleams.
as many as 50 kings may have marched under his banner, and their task was easy enough: to crush the forces of one small city-state. But Sargon seems to have been one of those characters from history, one of those geniuses like Hannibal or Napoleon, who are able to turn battles in their favor, no matter the odds.
Yeah, Sargon had issues.
We don't
alright.
know how he did it, but in a pitched battle with the whole amassed force of the empire, it was Sargon's army that emerged victorious. Lugal-Zagezi was captured, and Sargon marched him through the gates of the holy city of Nippur, wearing a
In
neck stone,
chains.
a heavy piece of wood clapped around his neck and shoulders like a boxer. This would have been humiliating, of course, but here again is where Sargon sets himself apart from other rulers of the time. That's because he seems to have had something of a merciful streak. The old king Lugal-Zagezi wasn't killed. Incredibly, he was allowed to continue on as the governor of Uruk, so long as he swore an oath to the High King Sargon. Sargon founded a new city to act as his empire's capital, and he named it Akkad.
Some good shit.
From there, he would go on to conquer much of what preceding empires had before. As one inscription beneath a statue.
Akkadian come out of there, out of the Sumerian. Akkadian is the first human language given to us from the Sumerian, and the gods spoke
to the edge of
Sumerian.
the sea and destroyed them. Bowed down to the gods, and the gods gave him the
But this guy ain't gonna tell you that.
and up Silver Mountain.
I will.
and Sargon didn't make the mistakes of his predecessors. At each city he conquered, he made a point of destroying the city's walls, reducing its ability to defend itself, and therefore reducing the likelihood of it rebelling against his rule. He conducted a ceremony
bitch move,
to
like
symbolize
Marduk
his
might do.
mastery over the whole land. He washed his weapons in the waters of both the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean Sea. But once the dust of war had settled, his achievements went on. He made efforts to centralize the empire's administration and even reformed the dating system. His reforms strengthened the central state
And beer.
and increased the stability of the empire.
Got
In many ways,
beer.
he was something of a progressive and enlightened ruler.
They all like
But
beer.
Sargon was also Akkadian, as he was what we today might call a nationalist. Until now, Sumerian had been the official language of royal inscriptions on palaces and temples. But during Sargon's reign, Akkadian began to be used in official inscriptions for the first time. The cuneiform alphabet was now re-engineered to write Akkadian, and Sargon also gave himself the new title, King of Akkad. He appointed only his fellow Akkadians to key positions in the government, and garrisoned Sumerian cities with Akkadian troops to ensure their loyalty. The two people of Mesopotamia, who had lived and grown together for millennia, were now beginning to drift apart. Resentment in the southern Sumerian-speaking cities began to reach a boiling point.
Oh dear.
Sargon ruled for 55 years, and towards the end of his reign, this resentment bubbled over, as one later Babylonian text recalls.
In his old age, all the lands revolted against him, and they besieged him in Akkad the city. But he went forth to battle and defeated them. He knocked them over and destroyed their vast army.
For the meantime, it's clear that Sargon's flair for battle kept his empire together.
Mhm.
But as the old king weakened, virtually all the southern cities burst out in open rebellion.
Oh dear. Sargon's in trouble now. He must not have
When
been such a
Sargon
nice
of
guy.
Akkad died around the
Maybe, I
year
don't know.
2284, his two sons had to take over and try to fix the mess he had left behind.
No?
The first of these sons was called Rimsh. He ruled for 9 years and spent most of them in bitter battles to reconquer the rebellious Sumerian cities of the south. He crushed rebellions in Ur, Umma, Lagash, and Adar, and one of the years in which he ruled is even known as the year that Adar was destroyed.
See,
When
this
Rimsh
is
died,
between the nursery and
Sargon's
fucking
other
Marduk
son
going
managed
on
to
back
shoot
here and
the
Ball and fucking what's his name?
He seems to have resorted to the kinds of terror tactics that had once made the kings of Lagash so easy.
Oh boy.
It was Sargon's grandson, a man named
That
Naram
is
Sin,
really good.
who would return the
That's some
empire
good
to
stuff
its former
right
greatness.
there.
He managed to quell the Sumerian rebellion in its southern heartland
Good stuff.
and
like
returned
sugar.
the empire of Akkad to stability. And Naram Sin didn't rule only by force.
Oh God.
It seems he made some effort to reconcile the two
It smells like
intertwined
concentrated
peoples of Mesopotamia,
citrusy
breaking from his grandfather's title,
cheese.
King of Akkad, and ruling under the more diplomatic title,
It's like
King
citrusy
of
cheese.
Sumer and Akkad.
Fucking Bubba Kush.
But this didn't entirely heal the rift that was even now
Like ice
continuing
cream.
to grow
Well, like
between these two peoples.
Good stuff.
Part of the problem was that the Sumerian people were no longer the primary cultural force in the region.
Oh no.
For centuries, Akkadian had been gradually replacing Sumerian as a spoken language.
It has,
Some of this
yeah.
may have been down to the official policies of the Akkadian Empire, discouraging the use of Sumerian in official documents. But it was also affected by the increasingly cosmopolitan makeup of the empire. Sumerian, as we've seen, was a language isolate, with a different structure and sound to all the languages around it. But the people who lived in all the surrounding lands spoke languages that were linguistic cousins of Akkadian, all in the Semitic family languages.
Sumerian
They had the
sounded like a
same
barking
grammar
dog.
and even shared sounds and words with Akkadian. Learning Akkadian for them would have been like an English speaker learning French or Spanish, while Sumerian would have been like learning Korean. Akkadian was just easier to learn, and so it would naturally become the language of trade and commerce. Mesopotamia had been largely bilingual for centuries, but gradually all Sumerians would have learned to speak Akkadian, and fewer Akkadians would have needed to learn Sumerian. Slowly, the Sumerian language began to fade. But the days of the Akkadian Empire were also numbered, and the Sumerians would get one more chance to leave their mark on the world's history. When the great Akkadian king Naram Sin died, his son Shah Kali-Shari took over. He was Sargon of Akkad's great-grandson, and 4 years into his reign, a great celestial sign would have appeared in the skies overhead. Far out in the depths of space, nearly 200 million kilometers away from Earth, a giant ball of ice and dust, 40 kilometers across, flew past, sometime around the year 2213 BC. This was the comet Hale-Bopp. It would spend the next 4 millennia or so flying through our solar system on a deep elliptical orbit, until it flew past the Earth again as a blazing streak of light in the year 1997. It was the brightest comet with the longest tail that has ever been observed in our night skies. It remained visible with the naked eye for 18 months. In 1997, the sight of the comet in San Diego, California, caused 39 members of an apocalyptic cult called Heaven's Gate to commit suicide.
It was not the sight of the comet that caused them to do that. It was fucktardism run rampant. Sorry, I had to correct that.
Suicide by drinking a lethal mixture of vodka and phenobarbital. They believed that their souls would be carried away on a spaceship that was hidden behind the iridescent tail of the comet. And we can only imagine what effect the sight of this comet may have had on ancient people. Some may have looked up and seen the blessings of the gods smiling on the lands of Sumer and Akkad. Others may have stared up at that lonely cosmic traveler and seen a sign of doom. Ultimately, it was these latter who would prove correct.
Oh shit, follow Sumir. Or follow Akkad.
During the reign of King Shah Kali-Shari, the world's climate underwent a mysterious and sudden shift.
It's city-state.
This change is known only by the cryptic name, the 4.2 kilo-year event. It has been tentatively linked to changes that took place in the sea ice of the North Atlantic, causing ripples throughout the world's delicate and intimately interlinked climate systems. But whatever the causes, its effects were dramatic. In various places around the world, it coincided with periods of reduced rainfall. Studies of dust layers in Iraq and the Middle East have shown that around this time, annual rainfall dropped dramatically, and the climate became much more arid. The annual floods of the rivers, on which so much of the agriculture of the region depended, would now routinely fail, and famine would set in. And this dry period wasn't brief. In fact, it would last for well over a century. and some think it may have even lasted for the next 300 years. This period of drought and the famines it caused were mentioned in Egyptian texts of the time too, and has affected cultures all around the globe. It's been linked to civilizational collapses in Egypt's Old Kingdom, the Indus Valley civilization in India, and the Langzhou culture in China. In Mesopotamia around this time, still ruled by the Akkadian Empire, it's clear that resources became suddenly scarce. The days of a booming surplus of food were over, and it's around this time that the first towns and cities began to be abandoned in the drier zones.
About the lamentations.
After the death of King Shah Kali-Shari around the year 2193
when they dropped
BC,
the bombs,
a period of chaos and bitter civil
on
war
fucking Mars,
descended on the empire.
And the official is they just left the city.
The Sumerian king list records this period with an almost sarcastic tone.
Then who was king? Who was not the king? 4 of them ruled in only 3 years.
All this chaos did not go unnoticed. In the mountains overlooking the plains of Mesopotamia,
about the
nomadic tribal people
in the very end of it is fucking crazy.
Who the Guti were, what language they spoke, which gods they worshipped, we don't know. They seem to have been an unsophisticated nomadic people, and the ancient Sumerian texts preserve particular consent. The Guti were unhappy people, unaware of how to revere the gods, and ignorant of the right religious practices. The Guti had raided and plundered along the borders of the Akkadian Empire for years, burning villages and stealing cattle. One remarkable letter, dating from the reign of King Shah Kali-Shari, was written by an Akkadian lord who owned land on the borders of Guti territory.
So every time you ain't worshiping
he tells his
their
workers
god,
to ignore the Guti attacks and keep working. Although it's clear he does this while keeping himself at a safe distance.
Cultivate the field and watch over the cattle. Do not tell me the Guti enemies are around. I could not cultivate the field. Post sentries at 1 mile intervals, and if the Guti try to attack you, take all the cattle into the village. Now I swear on the life of King Shah Kali-Shari that if the Guti men drive off the cattle and you cannot pay for them yourself, I won't pay you any silver when I come to town. For years now, these hill people had watched as drought ravaged the settled societies of the river valley. They watched as the city dwellers fought over the increasingly scarce farmland. And it's in this moment of weakness that they chose to strike. The Guti gathered their forces and marched down from the hills into the lands of Sumer, this time not to raid, but to invade and take these lands for themselves. One remarkable literary text relates the tragic events of those days. It was written a few centuries later and is called The Curse of Akkad. In this version of the story, the great god Enlil is angry at the king of Akkad for disrespecting the gods, and he summons the Guti as a punishment. The hill people are imagined as monstrous creatures, half animal, with a language that sounded to the Sumerians like the barking of dogs.
Barking of dogs.
Enlil, what destruction he wrought. He raised his eyes to the mountain and mustered the whole mountain as one. The rebellious people, the land whose people is without number, Gutium, that land that brooks no control, whose understanding is human, but whose appearance and stuttering words are that of a dog. Enlil brought them down from the mountain. In vast numbers, like locusts, they covered the earth. Nothing escaped their arm. No one escaped their arm. All the lands raised a bitter cry on their city walls.
It's not clear how many men were in the Guti army. but they were enough to quickly overwhelm the weakened forces of Akkad. It seems the Guti practiced hit-and-run tactics, raiding supply lines and leaving scorched earth behind them. Their attacks devastated the economy of Akkad, and the already drought-ridden and war-torn society began to fall apart.
For the first time since cities were built and founded, the great agricultural tracts produced no grain. The inundated tracts produced no fish. The irrigated orchards produced neither syrup nor wine. The gathered clouds did not rain. The plants did not grow. He who slept on the roof died on the roof. He who slept in the house had no burial. People were flailing at themselves from hunger.
The weakened Akkadian society folded completely beneath the pressure of the Guti attacks. The demoralized Akkadian army went out to meet this fearsome enemy in battle and was defeated. Soon after, the Guti swept down on the city of Akkad and burned it to the ground. They destroyed Sargon city so utterly that its ruins have never been found. The Guti attempted to set up their own dynasty and rule over the lands of Sumer. But for a number of reasons, they were not successful. After all, as empires in our own day have found out, it's much easier to conquer a country than it is to rule it. Cuneiform sources suggest that the Guti administration showed little concern for maintaining agriculture, written records, or public safety. The Guti were not literate and would have struggled to administrate an empire that for over a millennium had relied on the power of the written word. For reasons known only to them, and perhaps relating to their nomadic lifestyle, they didn't believe in keeping animals in pens. They released all of the land's livestock to roam about the countryside freely. Their policies soon brought even further famine and caused a massive increase in the price of grain. Under neglect and lack of investment, the land's infrastructure began to crumble. The poetry of the Curse of Akkad shows how the roads of the kingdom began to fall apart and become overgrown with weeds, while long grass grew on the tow paths where oxen used to pull barges.
The grass grows long on your canal bank towpaths. The grass of mourning grows on your highways laid for wagons. Wild rams and snakes of the mountains allow no one to pass on your towpaths, built up with canal sediment.
The destruction of the central authority of the Akkadian Empire meant that during this time, a number of Sumerian city-states reasserted their independence. And it seems the Guti, weakened by their failing attempts to hold an empire together, don't seem to have been able to do much to stop them. The Guti occupied southern Iraq for more than 150 years. And this period was by all accounts a time of suffering. It was a miniature dark age, where written records are unsophisticated as well as few and far between.
There we go.
But as resentment to their rule grew, rebellions rose around the country, and one Sumerian man would see the opportunity this period of crisis provided. He was filled with a desire to return the lands of Sumer to the rule of a Sumerian king, and his name
It's giving me a
was
hard time.
Utu Hengal.
Hey there, D. How you doing?
Little is known about the life of Utu Hengal. He was a Sumerian
Oh,
and may have
gotta
been the
be
governor
big.
of Uruk during the final
He ain't
years
that
of the
big.
Gutian period. He must have watched
You're
as the
getting more
ongoing
than one
famine
pipe too, you
ravaged
know.
his people, and the arrogant Guti kings refused to do anything
You
about
like
it,
coffee, D?
violently punishing any resistance to them.
Or tea?
At this time, a new Guti king had just ascended to the throne of Sumer and Akkad. His name was Tirigan. He
Smoking
seems
the
to have
good
been
stuff
typical
today.
of the Guti rulers. He cared little for maintaining the land's infrastructure
Who, Seamus? He's doing
and
good.
even destroyed elements of it.
He's
to
better.
punish populations who rebelled
He had
against
the
it,
poo cramps.
as recalled
But
in the
he's doing
Sumerian
better.
king list.
Tirigan's troops established themselves.
I'm trying to
Nobody would leave their city to
keep him
face.
up,
In the
keep
south,
him
in
regulated,
Sumer,
see what's
he blocked the
going on
water
with him.
from
It
the
seems
fields.
all right.
In the uplands,
He
he
hasn't
closed
grown
off
up
the
since
roads.
he came home.
Because of him, the grass grew high on the highways.
So,
Tirigan
yeah,
had been on the
he's
throne
alright.
for only 40 days, and he was still in the middle of consolidating his rule.
Pisses me off.
It's clear that
No,
Utuhengal,
Seamus.
the governor of Uruk, thought that this was
I
the
sent
time
Seamus to school. He drank some orange juice, called me less than an hour later, talking about, oh, feel good.
perhaps he sent out
So,
secret envoys to other Sumerian
yeah.
cities,
Or yeah,
telling
Seamus.
them to prepare.
I'm sorry, you were talking to her there.
And then,
Yeah,
when everything
Seamus
was
got
in
sick
place,
at
this
school.
moment came. He
I
stopped.
took him in for his SATs,
When Tirigan
and I
heard
left him there for
Sumerian,
less than an hour,
must
and he
have been
comes home
brave.
sick.
But he
So
doesn't seem to have been the bravest of kings.
I'm real happy
He
about
sent
that.
2 of his generals, men named Unenazu and Nabiaglio, to lead his army to Greece,
I'm just
while
happy
he
he
stayed
didn't
back
eat any meat.
home.
He just got a hold
Meanwhile,
of some
the
fermented
rebel leader
juice,
Utuhengal massed his forces
and
and
he's feeling
marched
better.
to meet the 2 Guti generals on the field. On
Yeah.
his way to the decisive battle, he stopped at the temple of Ishkur,
Fucking
the
school.
Sumerian god of storms.
Yeah, he never
and made
goes. But I took him because of the fucking SATs today.
He may have sacrificed a lamb or goat and sang an ancient prayer in the Sumerian tongue before the altar of the god. Then he marched out to meet
And he went and
Tirigan's
got
armies.
fucking sick.
After departing from the temple of Ishkur, on the 4th day, he set up camp in Nagsu on the Surangal Canal. He captured the generals of Tirigan, sent as envoys to Sumer, and put chains on their hands.
Utuhengal was victorious. And here again, we see that the Guti king Tirigan wasn't a courageous sword. After getting the news that his generals had been defeated, he fled north to a city called Dabrum. The Sumerian king list records what happened next.
Then Tirigan, the king of the Guti, ran away alone on foot. He thought himself safe in Dabrum, where he fled to save his life. But since the people of Dabrum knew that Utuhengal was a king endowed with power by Enlil, they did not let Tirigan go, and an envoy of Utuhengal arrested Tirigan together with his wife and children in Dabrum. He put handcuffs and a blindfold.
After centuries, the Sumerians finally rejected both Guti and Akkadian rule. For the first time since the reign of Sargon, a Sumerian king would once again rule over the land of Sumer.
Utuhengal made the Guti, the fanged snakes of the mountains, go back to drink again from the rocky crevices. He brought back the kingship of Sumer.
Utuhengal's successful rebellion ushered in an era known today as the Third Dynasty of Ur, and sometimes called the Neo-Sumerian Empire. Others would even call it the Sumerian Renaissance. It was the final flourishing of Sumerian culture, but it was a flourishing that would leave an indelible mark on human history. Despite bringing the kingship back to Sumer, the rebel king Utuhengal didn't rule for long. He died in unusual circumstances after only 7 years, apparently killed when a river dam that he was inspecting burst, sweeping him away in a flood. If you think this sounds suspicious, it's because it probably is. One of Utuhengal's more ambitious governors, a man named Ur-Nammu, came to the throne soon after, and some historians have certainly raised questions about whether he had a hand in that dam bursting. if indeed any dam burst at all. Regardless of the way he rose to power, Ur-Nammu proved to be an effective ruler and an outstanding administrator. He standardized bronze weights that merchants used in the market and created a standardized weight that would lay down the foundations for the first currencies. He divided silver into a unit known as the mina, which was made up of 60 shekels. Ur-Nammu also wrote down a code of laws that today is the earliest surviving example of a legal code, 3 centuries older than the more famous codes of Hammurabi. Here are a few examples of the laws contained within.
Kill them all.
Number 17. If the slave escapes from the city limits and someone returns him, the owner shall pay 2 shekels to the one who returned him. Number 18.
I'm just standing outside the gates waiting on slaves.
Shall weigh out half a mina of silver. Number 19. The man has cut off another man's foot. He is to pay 10 shekels.
That's 5 slave catches.
Among all his other achievements, Ur-Nammu was also a
They're not cut off nobody's foot.
He constructed buildings in the cities of Nippur, Lhasa, Kish.
That's a lot of foot cutting off. If somebody has to make a special law for it and shit.
After the long decades of neglect under the Guti rule. But more than anything, Ur-Nammu loved to build ziggurats. These are the distinctive stepped towers that were the hallmarks and pinnacle of Sumerian architecture.
That's a little red flag.
Each one rose
everybody getting their foot cut off.
like a wedding cake.
What's going on in Sumerian? You can accidentally cut somebody's foot off that much.
The priests who kept them may have grown plants and trees on the terraces
What the
lined
fuck is
them,
that?
and birds would have roosted high up in these tall towers. Under Ur-Nammu, soon every Sumerian city would have a ziggurat, and they formed the focal point of the cities. The greatest of these was the ziggurat that Ur-Nammu built in his home city.
They cut my foot off over.
The ziggurat of Ur is enormous.
I want my 10 shekels.
In its day, it would have soared up to a height of 30 meters, or nearly 10 stories,
Shit.
towering over all the other low-lying buildings in the city. It was built purely from baked clay bricks and held together with the tarry substance bitumen.
I didn't mean to cut his
Thought
foot
that it would
off.
have taken
That's why that
at
law
least
exists.
1,500 workers more than 5 years just to build its base. Farmers up to 20 kilometers away would have been able to see this enormous shape rising from the horizon. To them, it would have testified to the power of the city of Ur and the gods who lived there. But despite this late flourishing, the age of the Sumerians
Oh, wait a minute. I lost my foot.
and part of the reason for this lay in the soil.
And the port, you ate them. The port costs. You really fucked without a foot now. It's just somebody accidentally just cut that shit
small
off.
amounts of
I
salt
want to know how
and
everybody's
minerals.
getting their shit cut off.
And the
in
Tigris and
Sumerian,
Euphrates rivers,
by
flowing
accident.
over the limestone rocks of the Taurus Mountains, contain more than most. When ancient farmers diverted this
Talk about
water
ancient
into their
mysteries.
fields to feed their
I
crops,
want to know why
the hot
everybody's
sun
getting
would
their foot cut
evaporate
off.
this water, and traces of salt would be left behind. In places with a reasonable amount of rainfall, the rain would wash itself away. But in the arid conditions of Iraq, the salt stayed right where it is. Over time, the small amount built up on the soil, and eventually plants find it difficult to grow. The records of the Sumerian scribes came of They kept meticulous notes of crop yields year on year, and from around 2350 BC, their texts show the gradual reduction of the crops across the region. One telltale detail shows us that the salt content of the soil might have been displayed. While their main crop of wheat gradually reduced over centuries, the rates of barley production remained constant.
Constant
Barley,
beer,
as we know today, is particularly resistant to salt-rich soil.
and beer.
Texts uncovered from the city
Like
of Gibson
beer.
show that around the year 3550
Barley.
BC, wheat and barley were being produced in equal amounts.
Wheat.
But after 1,000 years of irrigation, wheat accounted for only 1/6 of the crop.
That's because they
And only
like
a
barley
few
beer
centuries
better.
later,
On,
in the
man.
21st century BC, wheat was less than 2% of the annual harvest. This all points to a sharp increase in the salt content of the soil. You can sometimes hear very simplistic
How about the
narratives
nuclear
surrounding
content in the
soil
soil?
salination in the south of Iraq.
Oh,
The Sumerians are sometimes
we don't
portrayed
talk about
as stupid or greedy, damaging the land in their ignorance. But that's not entirely fair. Although they didn't
yeah,
have
because
our
their
modern
gods were
understanding,
tossing off fucking
they
nukes
did know that the soil needed to
and
be
black
rested for
clouds of
several
death
seasons if it was
about
to remain
them.
fertile. And they did take steps to adapt to the changing condition of the soil,
But to this guy's
switching
myth,
almost
so it never
exclusively
happened.
to barley and replacing the role of wheat in their
And
diet.
they just mysteriously can't
They
figure
also
out why
developed
everybody
methods
left
for
the
draining
beer.
the
They just
soil and
disappeared.
reducing the rate of salination. But soil salinity
They're goddamn.
is a challenge that still causes problems for farmers in Iraq today, despite all our technology and scientific knowledge.
See, now I want to brand
While
his
the
ass.
ancient people worked hard to mitigate the decline, the overall trend as the centuries wore on was slow but unstoppable. The soil was gradually failing. And with the population of Sumerian cities growing and the long drought dragging on, the demands on this farmland were only increasing. Eventually, a thick layer of salt would encrust the topsoil, and little would grow at all. Today, when you walk around the deserts of Iraq, the soil in some areas has a crumbly crust that cracks underfoot, feeling like old varnish. This is the salt that slowly began to choke the life from the earth, and in turn choked the life from the civilization of Sumer. But the end of Sumerian culture would come not from the soil, but at the tip of a spear.
Yeah, it did.
As the Sumerians
The sword called a Tillman.
keep ever
A Tillman
decreasing
fucking
barley
missile.
crops
We heard about
on
it.
the soil, it seems that once again, hostile outside forces began to sense weakness in this once great empire. After their failed attempt at empire building, the nomadic Hutu had retreated to their mountains and returned to their nomadic ways. But they still posed a threat to Sumerian land, just as they always had, raiding towns and making waves of cattle. Putting a stop to these raids was the focus of much of the King Ur-Nammu's reign. He raised an army and marched into the Guti lands with the aim of putting a stop to the threat forever. It's unclear whether he actually met them in battle, or whether he was struck by one of their characteristic ambushes. Either way, Ur-Nammu was killed in the mountains, far from home.
Yeah.
The death of this king, which would begin the final death spiral of Sumerian culture, was commemorated in a lengthy epic poem known as the Death of Ur-Nammu.
He who was beloved by the troops could not raise his neck any more. The wise one lay down. Silence descended, as he who was the vigor of the land had fallen. The land had been demolished like a mountain. Like a cypress forest, it was stripped, its appearance changed.
The poem tells the story of Ur-Nammu descending into the underworld and giving his offerings to the gods who lived there. And in the afterlife, the poem gives Ur-Nammu himself this final lament.
Now, just as the rain pouring down from heaven cannot turn back, I can never return to see the beautiful bricks before.
4 Sumerian kings would follow Ur-Nammu. Some, like the King Shulgi, enjoyed successes on the battlefield and developed and reformed the economies as much as they could. But their reigns were characterized by ongoing threats from the wild mountain regions. The drought was still biting. The soil was becoming increasingly choked by salt. And as food got scarce, more and more nomadic people were driven to raiding and plundering to feed themselves. By now, the Guti were far from the only people who threatened the border of Sumer and Assam. One tribe in particular, known as the Martu, posed a particular threat. The Martu were a Semitic sheep-herding people from the mountains of Syria and Lebanon. Like the Guti, the Sumerians considered them to be wild and barbarous, and tended to describe them in contemptuous but also fearful terms.
The Martu, the powerful south wind, who from the remote past has not known cities. The Martu who know no grain. The Martu who know no house or town. Savages of the mountains. The Martu who eat raw meat, who are not buried after their death.
Another text describes them in similar animalistic terms as the Guti.
The hostile Martu have entered the plains. The Martu, a ravaging people with canine instincts like wolves.
And it's clear that around this time of drought and famine, the Martu were finding their way of life in Syria increasingly impossible. Environmental pressures were pushing them further south into the rich farmland of the river valley, into the lands of the Sumerians. Despite the weakened power of the Sumerian state, the later kings of Sumer were determined to stop the Martu incursions. One king, named Sin, even ordered the construction of a wall that stretched almost 300 kilometers between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It would be called the Martu Wall, and sometimes the wall facing the high land. What form exactly this wall took is unknown, since its remains have never been found. But it was likely an earthwork rampart, dotted with forts, and perhaps fronted with a moat fed by canals. It was more than twice the length of Hadrian's Wall, and essentially turned the rich farmland between the Tigris and Euphrates into an island fortress, with the rivers on either side, the sea to the south, and the wall to the north. It would have been an enormous engineering work, and shows that even in its final years, the Sumerian state still commanded considerable manpower and energy. But ultimately, the wall would prove useless. Like all walls, it was only effective with a constant garrison manning it.
And they had
Soon
missiles.
it would become clear that the building of this wall was not an act of strength, but the last resort of an empire falling in on itself.
And they had
The last Sumerian king
missiles.
was a man named Sin, who took the throne in the year 2028. Virtually as soon as he was crowned, the empire began to fall apart.
Oh, shit. See?
In his first year of
Missiles.
ruling, the eastern city of Ashuna broke free from the empire,
Kill me.
and Susa, a city in the region of Elam in the Iranian lowlands, successfully rebelled in the third year. These Elamites were an ambitious people.
Uh-oh.
They were rivals for the later Assyrian and Babylonian empire, but at this stage were only just beginning to flex their muscles. Their rise would spell the end of the Sumerian age.
It would. That's exactly who
The
killed him.
fracturing
Yeah,
Sumerian
right.
empire could no longer maintain
kill
its
the
defenses along the 300 kilometers of the Great Martu Wall. And so, in the 5th year of his reign, the wall that Ibisin's father had built failed. The Martu poured over the defences and overran the rich farmlands that lay behind.
See, on point.
The effects of this loss were immediate and devastating. Food shortages ran rampant. In years 7 and 8 of Ibisin's kingship, the price of grain increased to 60 times the usual cost. People would have starved in the streets.
Yeah.
The famine was hitting the capital city of Ur especially hard.
I heard about
And it's clear that at this point, the king Ibisin really began to panic.
Yeah, he did.
Desperate to feed his people, King Ibisin summoned one of his generals and told him to travel north to the city of Isin to buy grain and pay many times its usual cost.
Yep.
This general was a man called Ishbi-Era, and it's clear that he wasn't the most trusted of the king's generals. In another letter, the king had even complained that Ishbi-Era was Akkadian, not Sumerian, inferring that his loyalty may have been in question. But at this point, it's clear the king didn't have much choice. One remarkable letter from this moment has survived. It was sent to the king Ibisin by this general, Ishbi-Era, once he reached the city of Isin. It paints a vivid picture of Sumerian society's collapse.
You ordered me to travel to Isin and Kazalu to purchase grain. With grain reaching the exchange rate of 1 shekel of silver per gur, 20 talents of silver have been invested in the purchase. But I heard news that the hostile Martu have entered inside your territories. I entered with the entire amount of grain. Now I have let the Martu, all of them, penetrate inside the land. Because of the Martu, I am unable to hand over this grain for threshing. They are stronger than me, while I am condemned to sitting around.
This letter shows that the twin pressures of the Martu invasions, coupled with the famine at home, were beginning to tear the very fabric of the kingdom apart. The Akkadian general Ishbi-Era urges the king to send a fleet of 600 boats up the river to transport the grain. He also kindly offers to stay behind in Isin and help to defend it against the invasion.
That I should guard for you the cities of Isin and Nibu, let it be my responsibility. My lord should know this.
It's possible that Ishbi-Era knew that the request for 600 boats was impossible. In fact, he had no intention of ever heading back to the starving city of Ur. He stayed in Isin with all the grain and soon declared himself its king. This is just one story out of many that shows the Sumerian state truly beginning to come apart. Facing threats on multiple sides, the king Ibisin entered into a frantic series of last-ditch measures. He ordered fortifications built at the important cities of Ur and Nippur, but these efforts were in vain. Ultimately, the Sumerian Empire fell apart, one city at a time, until only the capital of Ur remained, surrounded by hostile forces. Soon, the Elamite people, those former subjects of the Sumerians in the foothills of Iran, marched down along the hill paths, gathering with them an army of tribesmen, and laid siege to the great city of Ur. King Ibisin tried one last attempt to beat them back. And it's clear at this point how desperate he was. He tried to enlist the help of his great enemy, the wild Martu who had poured over his father's wall. He offered to pay them in exchange for their help. He even swallowed his pride and begged for the help of Ishbi-Era, the general who had stabbed him in the back on that journey for grain, and was now ruling as the king of Assyria. But it was all useless. The Elamites broke through the wall of Ur and set the city on fire. They poured into its sacred precincts anointed of all its valuables. We can imagine them storming up the steps of Ur's great ziggurat, killing priests and plundering its treasures as they went. The surrounding fields were burned, and the waterways became contaminated with disease. The armies of Elam stormed the royal palace and captured the king, Ibbi-Sin. They took him away in chains, marched him back to their homeland, and imprisoned him there. This was the last king of Sumer, a civilization that had endured for millennia, and he would die in chains, imprisoned by his enemies in a foreign land. The ancient Sumerians, who saw the destruction of their cities, reacted to their sorrow in the same way that humans always have. They wrote poetry. In fact, for each of their great ruined cities, they wrote a lament. One of these poems, called The Lament for Ur, relates the tangible anguish and horror of that time.
The gods have abandoned us. Like migrating birds, they have gone. Ur is destroyed.
Because they shot
Is its
off
lament.
Tillman's
The country's
missile.
blood now fills its holes like hot bronze in a mold. Bodies dissolve like fat in the sun.
But that's
Our
me.
temple is destroyed. Smoke lies on our city like a shroud. Blood
Why?
flows as
Why?
the river does.
Because they
The
left?
lamenting of men and women. Sadness
Because they left
abounds.
the city?
Ur
No.
is no
Because
more.
the Tillman
The fall of Ur
missile.
was one of the great turning points in ancient history. It marked the end of the unified Sumerian state, and the region entered a small dark age in which individual city-states once again vied for control over the ruins of the former empire. The wars of this period turned Sumerian cities to blackened heaps of burnt brick.
The people mourn. Its people like broken
Blackened
potsherds
heaps of
littering
burnt
the
brick.
approaches.
Like you're gonna
The walls were gaping.
What?
The high gates
with
the
a little
roads were
surface
piled
fire
with
or
death.
something. No, that
In
shit
all the
was
streets and
nuked.
roadways, bodies lay. In open fields that used to fill with dancers, the people lay in heaps.
And meanwhile, the drought dragged on, and the salt-ridden fields were no longer producing enough barley. Faced with these problems,
So
the
no,
Sumerian
they were
people began to
nuked.
flock out of the region in huge numbers. Refugees carrying with them their meager belongings and weeping for the home they had left behind.
Oh my god.
Over the next centuries, a vast population moved away from the south to Mesopotamia to the north. Some of these Sumerian speakers would settle in the Akkadian land, but with their connection to their homeland severed, their cultural identity went with it.
Because they were
They learned the Akkadian language of the northerners and left theirs behind in the smoking ruins of their cities.
of their nuked cities.
The Matu, those wild hill people so detested by the
By
Sumerians,
Tillman
would
missile.
themselves settle down in the cities they conquered along the river valley.
That's
The
myth.
migrating
That's
Matu,
just that's just
fleeing
myth.
Sumerians and the
That's-
native
that's
Akkadians, would mix
Yeah.
together.
Yeah,
They would
that's
blend
myth.
their cultures as the people of
Yeah.
this region always had.
Not really.
The foundations they laid would give rise to the immense chapter of Mesopotamian and human history, and forge the region's next superpower. These would rise as the legendary empires of Babylon.
No stone.
But those are stories that I will save for another time. Sumerian was now a dead language. It would never again be heard spoken
Oh
in
my
the streets
God.
and the markets.
Nuclear.
But it did remain in use for at least another 2,000 years, preserved in the temples and scriptures of later empires.
Nuking.
This was Latin once survived in the churches of medieval Europe after the fall of Rome. For these later people, Sumerian became the language of the gods, the language of myth and magic.
Oh,
The kings of Ur,
good.
the great Sumerian rulers, themselves were part of the legend, and some of them would later be revered as gods themselves.
I'm motherfucking corkscrewing
Mesopotamia,
with the double helix
Babylon, and Assyria,
plasma wave into the open
years,
halo,
would
and then
rule
I'm doing all
under
kinds of wiggy stuff there. Here's the dice out
reaching right back
for a 3-hole bowl.
to the dawn
There
of
I got.
mankind's journey.
I got what? Yep, 3 holes
King
in the bowl.
King of
That's
Sumer.
all right. That's all right. That's the way you do it.
Even after the fall of the Sumerian Empire, many of its great cities would continue their population census into the post-Sumerian era. Among these was the great coastal city of Ur, situated at the mouth of the Euphrates, which would rise and fall a number of times over its history. But ultimately, it was the landscape that given birth to Ur, and it's the landscape that would bring about its demise. Today, if you stand in the ruins of Ur, the sea that once lapped its shores is nowhere to be seen. In fact, early archaeologists were astonished to see the remains of millions
I'm
of
sorry. I got to apologize because I know full damn I'm good and well. I just made one of my glassblower friends throw something at the screen and break it. Because, yes, I did put 3 holes in that and still made it that fast. Still made it that fast. Damn! Oh, makes you sweat. Makes you sweat. He was like, no, he didn't. Threw something at me like that. I was like, damn. I felt it. He did not just do that. Yeah. Fuck, I'm sorry. I should have gave you a written warning before you ever came in here. I will be performing miracles in magma. Oh God, don't strike me down. How you doing, Vigorous? Over here having some fun, man. Melting that magma. You have a small greenhouse. That's nice. Starting to like Heather. I have a small dingly cobra. Wait a minute. No, that's wrong. Oh shit. I read it on a wall. Well, it's good to see you over here, Vigorous. In like 105 days. How is everybody back east? I see everybody's getting kind of fist fucked by the fucking storms over there. All the way up through Texas and Florida. Y'all some wet motherfuckers. I see it. Oh my God. Makes me glad that I don't live there. And then another thing. Fuck, I can't help myself, but I walk in as a non-patient, just an everyday like breeder, and I can buy sugar wax legally for like $12 a gram and then come back home and get high. I love it that I don't live where you do. On top of that. Oh dear. A glass greenhouse. I made a glass TARDIS one time. It had a hole in it, so when you could sit it on a little light bulb pedestal, and it would light up the TARDIS inside. It was, of course, dark blue with black windows and yellow frames in it, and it had the light up police thing on the top. Homie commissioned me to do that for him in Houston too. That one cost him some fucking money. It wasn't the easiest thing to make. You know, the Doctor Who TARDIS thing. I'm a big fan. He said, "Can you make me one of these?" I was like, "Yeah." You're going to have to leave about half down on a project like that. He's like, "No problem." Left half down, came in with the other half as soon as I was done. Danced out of the shop. I ain't kidding. I've seen so many people leave that store literally with their shit in a bag over their head, talking about, yes, yes. I was like, that is something you just don't see in every head shop. Because they had gotten exactly what they wanted made. They drew it out, and I fucking made it for them. That's the best way I found to get exact, because you could think of it, make me a John Deere pipe. I could go 52 different fucking ways before I even get out of spoon. Start heading into different insure. We could make I probably 1,000 different versions of a so-called John Deere pipe, right down from the tractor to the fucking just the colors dotted on them or something. But what's in your head when you say John Deere pipe? That's what matters to me, because I want to make it what's in your head. I already know what's in mine. I'm limited. See, this is my problem here. I am limited by my imagination when it comes to 3,200-degree glass. Therefore, if I extend that and start using your fucking imagination, then we're getting somewhere. So, you know a guy. If you want something, make it yours. Think about it. Think about how much you want to spend on it, and that's about the only two things that matter. Because if I know how much you want to spend on something, and I know what you want, we can come to an agreement. I can about guarantee you that shit. So just keep that in mind. If you ever want something from me, just keep it in mind. I mean, especially this shit isn't just a pipe. I make coffee mugs, I make hemp chains. I mean, literal hemp chains. I wouldn't wear them to the disco, but you can wear them out. It's pretty warm here today. Almost uncomfortable. Almost 90 here. Oh no. He got the Humpty part. But you lost the Gandalf part, huh? You just got you're the junkie bowl going on there. CH, that's rough. Dog. See, you just it don't matter. You just draw something on a piece of paper, take your little fucking screenshot of it, and send it to me on Messenger, man. That's the best way I got for you guys to do this shit because I really don't do emails. I don't check my emails unless it's man. I don't check for that kind of shit. I check for other things. Because I'm sending out emails to organizations and shit, and that's the only thing I'm really going back in there checking for at any points. So I will probably miss you anyways if I gave you my email. You getting rain? We haven't been getting rain, but we've been getting fogged in at night. It's real weird. Oh damn, that sucks. What's up, Rude? How you doing, man? We was wondering if you was still okay or not over there. Or I was, anyways. I can't talk for everybody else. I can tell you this, but I was wondering if John was okay or not. Glad to see you, sir. I've been working. I've been working all day, buddy. Been a long one. Still driving a lot, huh? You ever get your other car fixed, bro? What did D take off? Okay, oh yeah. Eat dinner tonight, D. We got safe, John. I've been waiting for an update from Homebrew. Said my fucking I don't know if it's still down or not. I haven't checked because I was getting all neurotic about it. Uh, oh my god, my Quake map's still down, John. I'm gonna have a. Oh, are we bell ringing? Oh, what's going on here in Panama, Colorado? The fuck is that? And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 black ones. A couple of them were acting. The fuck is this? Where's my shiznit? Not really happy about that. Where's my damn Quake map? We ain't getting a bell ringer, I don't think, unless there's a precedent. There's some of them that are lagging behind on the dealer clocks today too, which is odd. A couple of them filled in where they weren't. Something's going on. What the hell's going on in Michigan? Jesus Christ. All right, I want my Quake map back, and now, please. And there was something that happened in Tennessee earlier. But these other ones are recent. Fuckers, 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 fuckers. What are you doing, mama? Facebook. I'm still inducing. Man, it's pretty recent too. She's been inducing for a little while. She's juicy now. She's hot. She's hot. Mom's hot. Rod's creeping up her dress. Things are getting pornographic on this walk. Y'all don't want to watch this. It's getting hot. Makes you wonder what's going on my Quake map. Because she getting hot. I bet you're seeing a whole bunch of movement in the Caldera regions of space. Probably little ones. Oh my God. Maybe a couple of big Krakatoas. Damn it. I wish
I had a quake map, but I don't. Yeah, she's pretty hot. She's dipping in hard, double induction, people. And this magneto sphere behind us all IMF'd out ain't helping. Matter of fact, I'm gonna bet that's probably what she's pushing against. It looks suspiciously like another magnet in space. I'm just gonna go with that. It's a magnet in space. I would think seriously about getting the fuck out of there personally. How y'all doing over there at the Caldera? No big shakes, I guess. You guys are still here. Huh? Very good. Very good. At this point, I mean, at this point, it's a matter of time. And it's just a matter of fucking short time. I'll tell you that. How short? I don't know. It looks more and more. I'm every day I'm looking. I'm all like, man, y'all just gonna blow your tops out this. F5. Will we have a tornado too? Why not? Hurricanes, tornadoes, fire tornadoes. Well, there you go. Have just remain calm and keep telling me. Man, that's what Mama keeps showing me. Should be able to work your magnet for you. Well, you got just a little more time. That should be just enough then. I get the feeling if Mama sees you there and needs you to move, she's gonna make sure she knows you need to just drop it and go. Ain't gonna be none of that questioning. You're letting your magnet just sing and do its thing. Mama's gonna talk to you on it, nice and clear. She hears you listening. Just like any good mama, she can see her baby's listening. She'd be like, all right, motherfuckers, let's do this. You better get the fuck on out. Well, if she says something like that, you should probably just get on the fuck out. I think that would be the best bet. Until then, you got time. I'm just saying, every day I turn on that Quake map, I'm expecting Long Valley to just be a big old orange dot like I ain't never seen before. Not that it's going to be one great big explosive boom. Although it might be. I don't know what this looks like when the caldera goes, but I'm expecting. I've already been said it's going to start with a big quake. I'd watch my ass in Washington too, Oregon, Alaska, up there. Holy shit, Anchorage! I wouldn't be nowhere near that spot. That whole volcanic ridge up there is just going crazy. I'd back off. I don't know. All this induction, she's double inducing right now. Just fucking sucking this shit. I'm like, damn, it's heating some shit up. And as soon as she lets off the gas That's when the crustals will start to cool a little bit from the induction, but the innards are still heat. That's why we have those big quakes. That's why I watch, and when she's double inducing, she's swelling. When she cuts that off, she's gonna shrink a little bit on top of swelling, and she's gonna go bop bop bop. Gonna be three of them. So it's usually how it works. You can tell. I'm getting better even at this than I was when I taught Dutch. I can tell you damn near the minute I can watch it. Be like, all right, we got about 15 minutes. This shit's gonna start going boom, boom, boom. You know all I gotta do is look at the gravity map. There's a big old spiky ball looking thing of Earth, and you can see which one's pointed at the north, and be like, all right, well, we're probably gonna be having a quake right about there, and then it's done. Or I could look at my map if the motherfucker was on. Because I can tell where the gravity spikes are in accordance to that planet. You got different readings coming out of the planet, and it looks like a spiky ball. And when it rotates like that, you're now and again you see a big spike stick at it. Boom, that's going to be a quake. It's what time? I don't know. It depends on where it is when you first see it. Those things are pretty stable. You're just, it's a pattern set. I've been watching this shit for years now. What up, Glenn? How you doing, buddy? Mm. Yeah, Mammoth Mountain's just a big gaping hole. You're you're very right about that, CH. I think. Yep. And I think it's probably going to be right there in Mammoth, and it's going to pop down uh, Barstow, up near the base of the, in between Bakersfield and up there in the right there in the basin, right there where Bakersfield and Barstow roll. And then up in that basin, that shit up in there is fucking heavy with rise and heavy temperatures and shit. They're not even talking about it. But that's the bottom edge of that fucking caldera. You got rise at both ends of it, which is which leaves you really wondering what the hell's the middle doing. Is the whole thing gonna blow? Because Mammoth is actually just one outlet to that big mammoth pool of magma. When you look at where it actually is, you can see all of the fucking peaks all the way down, all the way to the five almost, are just the same caldera, the same fucking caldera, or almost down to the 10. I mean, not the five. It goes past the five. It goes all the way down to almost the 10 out there in Arizona and Nevada. Just turned 51. Well, congratulations. I'll be 52 here soon. How you doing, sir? Pretty good. Pretty good. I didn't get any more people. I went in. Oh God, that was. Last Monday. Or was it Tuesday? I'm trying to think. I don't know. I got it on my script. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. Not this week, but I think it's yeah, I didn't take. I figured, I'll say when shit hits your fan and your doctor ain't around. Yeah, it was 14th. Cool, bro. Cool. Hasta mañana. Oh, my landlord. He was like, "What day was I down there?" Like, as I remember, it was the day I got my teeth pulled. It was. I remember I was walking. I saw him downtown before he came here. I was walking in the prescription spot and yelled at him as he was driving by. Well, they say that about Yellowstone, and it is actually like spongy magma compared to the magma in Long Valley. Long Valley is very viscous, very liquidy magma in that caldera. Um, unless they're changing the story, it's talking like that about fucking Long Valley, because that's not true about Long Valley. You can look that up. It's actually way more liquid than they say. Yellowstone's probably less likely to blow because of that, because it's more spongy. It's got a lot less sand and a lot less heat involved in it. But they very well may have changed some of that shit. I haven't seen it talking about Long Valley. They don't want nobody to fucking freak out and leave. You get the word out like, hey, yo, we need to get the fuck out of here. that's that's where I would be if I was in that region at all. Again, like I said, I was born in Glendale. My son was born in Fresno, and we left there October 29th, 2011, my birthday. It didn't matter what day I could leave. I left that day because I could. My moon was doing cartwheels. I was freaking out. It took me a year to get out of there. It took me a year.
Ta-da. Gotta put stuff on. So I don't feel like I should start doing it. I'm hungry and feel like a nap. Watch me get old and grumpy. I gotta turn off my gases. And I will put back on the Sargon tails and be back in a moment for you.
Scattered in the sand here on this lonely stretch of
Not
desert.
seashells.
As the millennia passed, the continued depositing of silt, along with changes in global sea levels, have combined to push Iraq's Gulf Coast back to its present position, about 150 kilometers to the south. The Euphrates River, that once brought the rich bounties of trade down from the north, has also disappeared, its course having changed over the centuries. In fact, around the barren mounds of earth where the city of Ur once stood, there's nothing at all but the lone and level sands of the Iraqi desert, boundless and bare for miles around. Water had always been this city's lifeblood, and the loss of the river and the sea meant the slow death of Ur. People soon left its houses and its streets. They stopped working its fields and maintaining its irrigation canals, and soon the land dried up and the topsoil blew away in the wind. The priests extinguished the fires that burned in the top chamber of Ur's great ziggurat, and stopped leaving their offerings there to the moon god Sin. The markets closed, and the mud brick buildings of the city began to crumble. The wooden beams of the roofs rotted and fell in. The sands and desert winds rolled through its streets, and the dunes buried its fallen walls. Before long, the greatest city the world had ever known was just a mound of ruins, where the occasional desert traveler would pass by, and where the Italian traveler Pietro della Valle would one day shelter with his wife from a threatening group of bandits, and discover the scattered fragments of writing that the Sumerians had left behind in their forgotten language. Somewhere buried in the ruins lay the clay tablets on which the lament for the city's destruction was written.
May that storm swoop down no more on your city. May the door be closed on it, like the great city gate at night time, until distant days, other days, future days. In your city, reduced to ruined mounds, may a lament be made to you. O Nana, may your restored city be resplendent before you.
Following the sacking of Ur around the year 2000 BC, the city of Uruk went into a steep decline, and much of its population fled. Uruk did have another period of flourishing, when the later Assyrian Empire rebuilt it as a regional capital. But as the Euphrates River changed its course, Uruk too would be
almost
completely
4:20,
abandoned.
motherfuckers. We'd better hurry up and get
Today,
upstairs
the walls of Uruk,
right now.
the same walls.
Right now. Right now. Right now. Right now. Looking right now. Right. 417. 47. Hurry up. 417. It's almost 420. Get your fucking bowls packed. Mine's already packed. I haven't even had time to play with it. I've been over here filling my kiln. Look at that shit. Fucking Fuck. Fucking perfect timing. Holy shit. It is now. Oh, 4:18. 4:18. It is now 4:18. Warning, warning. 4:18. If you're in a car, pull over safely and fire the fuck up. Oh my God, in 2 minutes, it'll be 4:20. Y'all ain't even ready for this. Oh, hell no. He didn't pull out the water apparatus. Yeah, he did. He's fucking too. Uh-oh, this patch is going ballistic now. I don't know how old this shit is. A couple of days. I'm gonna throw in some more sugar ash on top of it, so it's a delicious 420 here. Oh dear. It is 420. Happy 420. Woo. Fuck, I'm drooling now. Oh God. Did I just shit myself? No.
That are boasted about in the epic of Gilgamesh are still visible. Heaps of ancient brickwork lining the flat lunar landscape of the desert.
I hit the
But they are
bong a
still
little
just a
strong.
few meters tall,
Oh, it made me sweat.
encircling the whole city, now washed by a tide of broken pottery and bones. The English archaeologist William Loftus was the first European to rediscover the ruins.
So I pushed the play button and everything. I lost control. That was unintentional. Sorry. Oh God, that was good. 420. From the land of legal Mary Wannaz. We're gonna fluff that bowl up again because it all wanted to melt down inside there and cause trouble. Now I want it up here. Get in there. Sticking to my thunder like a booger. So I got about 1,800 pounds left in that tank. That's a lot of oxygen. I thought I ate up more than that because I put a bunch of those corkscrews in that fucking kiln. Well, DK, get yourself a little puff on. Go lay down. I know that is in my near future plans.
burgers. We are having soup. Made soup yesterday. It's good stuff. We'll have it again tonight. Probably tomorrow night. Maybe tomorrow night. I usually skip one night. We might eat it 3 nights in a row and then I'll skip a night and have it another. We might eat it 2 nights in a row, skip a night, and then have it 2 more nights. I don't know. It depends on what we feel like. I like soup. He likes soup. And this was a pretty good batch of soup. Fucking, they didn't like me making my soup yesterday, though. They kept killing my feed. I think it was just the fucking induction. I don't know. Maybe. Veggie burger or fish? I like fish. I'm not so sure about a fish burger. Yeah, she is getting hot, isn't she, Glenn? I was just looking at that a little bit ago. My damn Quake map's still fucked. Why they got my Quake map not on? I'm about ready to write an angry letter to the management here. It shows up. Ain't no motherfucking dots on it. Ain't no motherfucking dots on my map. Ain't no dots on my map. Where'd my map go? See, I thought that was just me at first. No, it ain't just me now. You know what that looks like? It looks like an electron magnet. Oh, damn. That might be it. Holy fuck, who let that guy in? Fucking smart ass. I'm gonna hit some more Mary Wannaz. So I didn't hit it that hard. It still wants to make me cough. I just hit it for flavor. It's fucking delicious. It is fucking sweet, delicious. I need to get me some moon juice. See what this kid wants to do. Let me see. It's 4:30. Why am I thinking it's time for dinner and a nap? Can't help myself. You thinking you filled your kill and take a nap? Put the pot of stew on and go to bed. I might do that. Let me get this kicking. I'm gonna get myself something to drink. I'll be back.
Haunting sight of the vast mounds rising out of the desert, and he later wrote
more Sumerians.
How the sight affected him.
Of all the desolate sights I ever beheld, that of Uruk incomparably surpasses all.
The process of decay in all the cities of ancient Sumer, in Nippur, Eridu, Lagash, Ur, and Uruk, would have been gradual but unstoppable. Wind-borne sand and earth would pile up against the walls that still stood and filled in the streets. Meanwhile, rainwater and wind wore down any remaining structures. The sight of these ruins amazed travellers who, like the Italian della Valle, passed by them and saw their lonely shapes on the horizon. People told stories about what must have happened to those people who built such enormous constructions and then disappeared forever. Echoes of these stories still survive in tales like the Tower of Babel, about a people who built a tower that would reach to the heavens and who were struck down by God on account of their pride. With their cities lost, the Sumerian people passed out of history. The civilizations who replaced them, who kept their language alive in their temples and still told stories of their kings, would themselves pass into ruin. The knowledge of how to read Sumerian was forgotten entirely, and its history turned to dust. Only their clay tablets remained, buried in the sands of Iraq, fragments containing the voices of a whole people, waiting for archaeologists to discover them, and through arduous and painstaking work to find out how to read them. These fragments give us little bursts of light, illuminating the dark ocean floor of this most distant past, giving us the records and recipes of the Sumerian people, their music and their prayers, their loves and grief, their triumphs, and their beautiful, sorrowful lamentations for the loss of the world's first cities. And it gives us, too, the wistful philosophies of these ancient people, as these lines from the Epic of Gilgamesh show.
Nobody sees death. Nobody sees the face of death. Nobody hears the voice of death. Savage death just cuts mankind down. Sometimes we build a house, sometimes we make a nest, but then brothers divide it upon inheritance. Sometimes there is hostility in the land, but then the river rises and brings floodwater. Dragonflies drift on the river. Their faces look upon the face of the sun, but then suddenly there is nothing.
Sometime around the year 1700 BC, when the last kings of Ur were already a distant memory, somewhere on the other side of the world, on a small rocky island on the edge of the Arctic Ocean, the last woolly mammoth to ever live on Earth lay down and died. Sumerian society, in its imperial form, rose, lived out its golden age, and died, outlived by the woolly mammoth. I want to end the episode with an excerpt from that great Sumerian poem, the Epic of Gilgamesh. This section relates an episode that I think is one of the most incredible sequences in any piece of ancient literature. It shows the king Gilgamesh weeping over the loss of his dying friend, and his friend reaches up to him and tells him that he has dreamed of the afterlife, that he has seen what awaits him after death. This passage is a melancholy meditation on loss. It shows all the kings of the earth who have ever ruled, living on in this dark and silent place, their crowns put away forever. As you listen, imagine what it would have felt like to live in the great cities of Ur and Uruk, watching the twilight begin to fall over the Sumerian age. Imagine what it would feel like to see the crops grow weaker every year as the white crust of salt begins to form on the ground, and the city's people go hungry in the streets, wailing year after year for the gods to help them. Imagine how it would have felt to see the armies of the mountain people gathering on the horizon, having to flee the city with your possessions on your back, leaving your home behind forever. as the wind rustles through the dying reeds, and the chanting of the priests still goes on in the ziggurat's tall tower as the sun begins to set over the desert.
Listen, my friend. This is the dream I dreamed last night. I stood before an awful being, the somber-faced man-bird. He turned his stare towards me, and he led me away to the palace of Akala, the queen of darkness, to the house from which none who enters ever returns, down the road from which there is no coming back. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food and clay their meat. They are clothed like birds with wings for covering. They see no light.
I made a mint
They
chocolate
sit in
chip
darkness.
Briar's ice cream
I entered
shake
the house of dust,
instead.
and I saw the kings of the earth, their crowns put away forever, rulers and princes, all who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They who had stood in the place of the gods stood now like servants. In the house of dust were high priests and acolytes, priests of the incantation and of ecstasy. And there was Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, she who keeps the books of the dead. She raised her head. She saw me and spoke. Who has brought this one here? Then I awoke, like a man drained of blood, who wanders alone in a waste.
See my new hat? Somebody sent me a hat in the mail. I have to send them, so they's like tipping me.
Thank you
I
once
showed y'all
again
what
for
happened.
listening to the Fall of
See,
Civilization.
that's what happens when I have to take that shit back down.
I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode: Ree Brignall, Jake Barrett Mills, Shem Jacobs, Nick Bradley, and Emily Johnson.
Let this be a warning to you. See, and you know who he is. I done told you, the last two people that sent me tips got themselves a glow-in-the-dark mushroom butt plug. All right? It's like trying to send me tips. I'm gonna send you a tip back. Damn it. That's all it is to it. So expect a surprise in the mail. I love fish. Oh, he's puking again. Oh, great. He's been sleeping up here the whole time. I just woke him up and puking again. Yeah. He don't know what he wants to do after high school. He's only going to be 16. All of them, huh? That's fucked up, Glenn. That's some fucked up shit. Well, I said the heliplots don't even look right. Mm. But they say the current. Mama's double inducing. I don't know. Yeah, I ain't got no quakes. Not one. And it's been 8 hours. Because we've been on here almost 7, and I know it was an hour at least before I started this that the quake map was down. So it's been about 8 hours that my map's been down. That's pretty disturbing. That's like a whole screen of quakes for my map. It's only been down at like 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours. Hmm. It must be normal. There's nothing to see here. Literally. So it must be normal because there's nothing to see here, right? That's the logic we're going to use today. Nothing to see here. It must be normal. Kind of disturbing. Naturally, that it's been down that long. It doesn't do that kind of thing. What do you want, Chiquito? Hmm? What do you want? But yeah, but yeah, like you can have my lap, but you can't have my pillow. You pee on it. That's my mint chocolate chip thing, Chico. You can't have that either. Uh-oh. You heard it here first.
Hello, and welcome to my channel.
Homebrew put out a
I
video.
decided to share everyone with my styles that are just amazing. Look at these clouds. These are the exact clouds I talk about all the time. Featherlight.
Mm-hmm.
They're everywhere right now. You don't see them this thick. Woo!
Woo, he said.
Yeah.
Mighty impressive, John.
Global helix energy flow to the max.
I see it.
Absolutely.
I get that shit all the time
Okay, gotta go.
out here.
America, vast ceremonial centers to honor and house his gods. The beauty and the violence of an unseen power. A power man must placate, perhaps invoke.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to hide something today. That's fucking crazy.
Vast ceremonial centers to honor and house his gods.
Cities of the Gods from the 70s, 15 minutes long. They got the statues up there, the little tiki gods.
Only in the last century have we realized the wide inaccuracy of the term New World. So utterly were the native cultures destroyed that their great cities became mere legend, lost to the jungle or buried beneath the debris of daily life. The Olmecs are still as mysterious to us as the enigmatic faces that stare, contemptuous of time, through the swampy thickets of the Gulf Coast. Were they portraits of rulers or guardians of temples that crumbled to dust millennia ago? They are roughly contemporary with the Exodus.
They're descendants of Cain, jackass. They ain't got no fucking fuzz on their face.
Mysterious.
We already knew that, though, didn't we? This guy. He don't take up much space. You can tell when he just wants love. He won't move for the rest of the night. Unless he has to go out and rescue Timmy. He is definitely the definition of a lap dog. Got a little. If anybody gets near me, they better approach slowly. They're gonna get snapped at. He's my little guard dog for my lap too. You're the right, Chiquito. Nobody can get near my lap. Who's there? What are you doing? You shit boy. He's like a cat. He does this with his paws sometimes. Like a fucking cat. He's just a little kitty. Little kitty with a bark. Yeah, I scratch your butt. I scratch your butt.
Hey, what's up, head fucker? I'm over here giving Chico hell. He's too tiny not to pick on. He should go ahead, just pick on me. All he wants to do is laugh out. What are you doing, Chico? Are you sleepy? He's fighting. He's like, no, you can't push me off your lap. Oh, was I bothering you? He got all tense. He's like, no, he's trying to get me off. He's definitely the lap dog. I said, anybody gets near my shit, he's gonna fight him. He's like, what? Are you ready? I'll bite you. It's my lap. Where you going, Chico? Don't go. Grumpy Billy. Grumpy Billy. He's like, it's mine. It's my lap. That's about as much as he wants to move now. Yeah, he's Chihuahua. Yeah, he's got a bent tail. He's full-blooded. I thought the lady that owned him before, like, fucking slammed his tail in the door or some shit. It's sensitive and it's fucking bent like that. And they was like, nope, that's a mark of purebred Chihuahua. I was like, really? That's crazy. But Chihuahua expert, he said Chico's worth a lot of money. We got him for free. And we're going to keep him. Although studying out, it might help Chico. He could really go for some noogie about his size. Patches is too tall for him. Been driving him nuts for about 8-9 years. We want to get about 6 years together. Every few months he loses his mind and he can't reach. And he makes her lose her mind. He'll cause her kneecap to get all red. That's about as high as he can reach. It's fucking crazy. But as you can tell, they were like that last week, but now he's just laying in my lap now. Everything's back to normal. She don't stink pretty to him no more. Burrito. What am I talking about? Healing your girlfriend problem. Poor Patches. You got dog napper? Yeah, we're real close to Chico. He don't leave the house unless there's him and Patches and Seamus walking around. Oh, really? Tell me about it. What do you think? Timmy. I didn't know there was a Timmy. She says Timmy's in the well. Being how my kid's puking, I guess I'd probably better go walk the dog. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, Chico. You traitor. You traitor. You were just laying on my lap. Now you're over here yelling at me. Oh. He's mad. He get that mad. He's mad. He doesn't even know why he's mad barking. Oh, you're not mad anymore? You gonna come over here? Oh, now you're gonna bark at me. Mad bark on my face. Look at the mad bark. He laid down his ears and bark at me like he. What are you doing? What are you doing, Chico? Who are you barking at? Oh, you're eating. Patches, you bark too much. Look, Chico chilled. Chico chilled. You chill? Chill? Chill, baby? Oh, Chico's eating. When you sniff it, Chico was just laying there. Did you fart? Did you fart on me? Did you fart on me, Chico? He did. Chico. Go get Patsy. Go get her. Go get her girlfriend. Go get her. Go get her. Go get her. He's like, fuck her. Rub my nose. He likes a better rub. Go and get off my bed. Yes, go. Go. You can't lay on my bed. Last time I let you lay on my bed, you peed on it. Ain't happening no more. No more dog pee. So, yep, I'm going to have to walk my dogs. I know. He goes fast. He's a happy dog. He can't slow that tail down. So I guess I'm gonna let you go. I gotta walk the dogs, take care of the kid. He isn't feeling good. And we've been on here a good 7 hours. God dang, 7 hours non-stop. They let us. That's because I wasn't cooking no secret recipe shit. They didn't like me sharing my secret recipes and delicious soup. We'll try it again sometime. So y'all guys and gals, have yourself a good evening. Keep your hearts all nice and calm. And keep your hands and feet inside the ride until it comes to a complete stop. We're gonna hope for the God dang Quake map to come back, huh? So I'll probably be switching back over to my main account, yelling at somebody. You count on it. Have a good night.